urged. 3 months, he said, or not at all, and Blethig had to accept the compromise. Arthur gestured for me to walk with him in the colonnaded courtyard that lay next to the hall. There were vats in the small courtyard that stank like a latrine, but he appeared not to notice the stench. "God knows, Derfel," he said, and I knew he was under strain for using the word God, just as I noticed he used the singular Christian word, though he immediately balanced the score. "The gods know I don't want to lose you, but I need to send someone who isn't afraid to break a shield wall. I need to send you." "Lord Prince," I began. "Don't call me Prince," he interrupted angrily. "I'm not a prince, and don't argue with me. I hate everyone arguing with me. Everyone knows how to win this war except me. Melwas is screaming for men. Chudrick wants me in the north. Kai says he needs another 100 spears, and now Ban wants me. If he spent more money on his army and less on his poets, he wouldn't be in trouble." "Poets? Oh, Innistrieves is a haven of poets," he said bitterly, referring to King Ban's island capital. "Poets? We need spearmen, not poets." He stopped and leaned against a pillar. He looked more tired than I had ever seen him. "I can't achieve anything," he said, "until we stop fighting. If I could just talk to Keenaglas face to face, there might be hope." "Not while Gorfethid lives," I said. "Not while Gorfethid lives," he agreed. Then went silent, and I knew he was thinking of Kynwyn and Guinevere. Moonlight came through a gap in the colonnade's roof to touch his bony face with silver. He closed his eyes, and I knew he was blaming himself for the war. But what was done could not be undone. A new peace would have to be made, and there was only one man who could force that peace on Britain, and that was Arthur himself. He opened his eyes and grimaced. "What's that smell?" he asked, noticing it at last. "They bleach cloth here, Lord," I explained, and gestured toward the wooden vats that were filled with urine and washed chicken dung to produce the valuable white fabric like the cloaks Arthur himself favoured. Arthur would usually have been encouraged at such evidence of industry in a decayed town like Duro Cabrevis, but that night he just shrugged away the smell and touched the trickle of fresh blood on his cheek. "One more scar," he said ruefully. "I'll soon have as many as you, Derfel." "You should wear your helmet, Lord," I said. "I can't see right and left when I do," he said dismissively. He pushed away from the pillar and gestured for me to walk with him round the arcade. "Now listen, Derfel. Fighting Franks is just like fighting Saxons. They're all Germans, and there's nothing special about the Franks, except that they like to carry throwing spears as well as the usual weapons. So keep your head down when they first attack, but after that it's just shield wall against shield wall. They're hard fighters, but they drink too much, so you can usually outthink them. And that's why I'm sending you. You're young, but you can think, which is more than most of our soldiers do. They just believe it's enough to get drunk and hack away, but no one will win wars that way." He paused and tried to hide a yawn. "Forgive me. And for all I know, Derfel, Benwick isn't in danger at all. Ban is an emotional man. He used the description sourly, and he panics easily. But if he loses Innistrieves, then he'll break his heart, and I'll have to live with that guilt too. You can trust Keelook. He's good. Bors is capable. But treacherous." Sagramore spoke from the shadows beside the bleaching vats. He had come from the hall to watch over Arthur. "Unfair," said Arthur. "He's treacherous," Sagramore insisted in his harsh accent, "because he's Lancelot's man." Arthur shrugged. "Lancelot can be difficult," he admitted. "He's Ban's heir, and he likes to have things his own way. But then so do I." He smiled and glanced at me. "You can write, can't you?" Yes, Lord, I said. We had walked on past Sagramore, who stayed in the shadows, his eyes never leaving Arthur. Cats slunk past us, and bats wheeled next to the smoking gable of the big hall. I tried to imagine this stinking place filled with robed Romans and lit by oil lamps, but it seemed an impossible idea. "You must write and tell me what's happening," Arthur said, "so I don't have to rely on Ban's imagination." "How's your woman?" "My woman?" I was startled by the question, and for a second I thought Arthur was referring to Canna, a Saxon slave girl who kept me company, and who was teaching me her dialect that differed slightly from my mother's native Saxon. But then I realized Arthur had to mean Lunette. "I don't hear from her, Lord." "And you don't ask, eh?" He shot me an amused grin, then sighed. Lunette was with Guinevere, who in turn had gone to distant Dernovaria to occupy Uther's old winter palace. Guinevere had not wanted to leave her pretty new palace near Caercadern, but Arthur had insisted she go deeper into the country to be safer from enemy raiding parties. "Sansom tells me Guinevere and her ladies all worship Isis," Arthur said. "Who?" I asked. "Exactly." He smiled. "Isis is a foreign goddess, Derfel, with her own mysteries. Something to do with the moon, I think. At least that's what Sansom tells me. I don't think he knows either, but he still says I must stop the cult. He says the mysteries of Isis are unspeakable, but when I ask him what they are, he doesn't know. Or he won't say." "You've heard nothing?" "Nothing, Lord." "Of course," Arthur said rather too forcefully. "If Guinevere finds solace in Isis, then it cannot be bad. I worry about her. I promised her so much, you see, and am giving her nothing. I want to put her father back on his throne, and we will. We will. But it will all take longer than we think." "You want to fight Dyranak?" I asked, appalled at the idea. "He's just a man, Derfel, and can be killed. One day we'll do it." He turned back towards the hall. "You're going south. I can't spare you more than 60 men. God knows it isn't enough if Ban really is in trouble. But take them over the sea, Derfel, and put yourself under Keeluk's command. Maybe you can travel through Dernovaria. Send me news of my dear Guinevere." "Yes, Lord," I said. "I shall give you a gift for her. Maybe that jeweled collar the Saxon leader was wearing. You think she'd like that?" He asked the question anxiously. "Well, any woman would," I said. The collar was Saxon work, crude and heavy, but still beautiful. It was a necklace of golden plates that were splayed like the sun's rays and studded with gems. "Good. Take it to Dernovaria for me, Derfel. Then go and save Benowick." "If I can," I said grimly. "If you can," Arthur echoed. "For my conscience's sake." He added the last words quietly, then kicked a scrap of clay tile that skittered away from his booted foot and startled a cat that arched its back and hissed at us. 3 years ago, he said softly. It all seemed so easy. But then came Guinevere. Next day, with 60 men, I went south.
"Did he send you to spy on me?"
Guinevere demanded with a smile. "No, lady."
"Dear Derfel," she mocked me. "So like my husband."
That surprised me. Am I?
"Yes, Derfel, you are. Only he's much cleverer. Do you like this place?"
She gestured about the courtyard. It's beautiful, I said. The villa in Dernovaria was, of course, Roman, though in its day it had served as Uther's winter palace. God knows it would not have been beautiful when he occupied it, but Guinevere had restored the building to something of its former elegance. The courtyard was colonnaded like the one in Duroca Brevis, but here All the roof tiles were in place, and all the columns were lime-washed. Guinevere's symbol was painted on the walls inside the arcade in a repeating pattern of stags crowned with crescent moons. The stag was her father's symbol, the moon her addition, and the painted roundels made a pretty show. White roses grew in beds where small tiled channels ran with water. 2 hunting falcons stood on perches, their hooded heads twitching as we walked around the Roman arcade. Statues stood about the courtyard, all of naked men and women, while on plinths beneath the colonnade were bronze heads festooned with flowers. The heavy Saxon necklace I had brought from Arthur now hung about the neck of one of those bronze heads. Guinevere had toyed with the gift for a few seconds, then frowned.
"It's clumsy work, is it not?" she had asked me.
"Prince Arthur thinks it's beautiful, lady, and worthy of you."
"Dear Arthur."
She had said it carelessly, then selected the ugly bronze head of a scowling man and placed the necklace around its neck.
"That'll improve him," she said of the bronze head. "I call him Gorfithid. He looks like Gorfithid, don't you think so?"
"He does, lady," I said. The bust did have something of Gorfithid's dour, unhappy face.
"Gorfithid is a beast," Guinevere said. "He tried to take my virginity."
"He did," I managed to say, when I had recovered from the shock of the revelation.
"Tried and failed," she said firmly. "He was drunk. He slobbered all over me. I was reeking with slobber. All down here."
She brushed her breasts. She was wearing a simple white linen shift that fell in straight folds from her shoulders to her feet. The linen must have been breathtakingly expensive, for the fabric was so tantalizingly thin that if I stared at her, which I tried not to do, it was possible to see hints of her nakedness beneath the fine cloth. The golden image of the moon-crowned stag hung around her neck. Her earrings were amber drops set in gold, while on her left hand was a gold ring crowned with Arthur's bear and cut with a lover's cross.
"Slobber, slobber," she said delightedly. "So, when he'd finished, or to be exact, when he'd finished trying to begin, and was sobbing about how he meant to make me his queen, and how he would make me the richest queen in Britain, I went to Orworth and had him make me a spell against an unwanted lover. I didn't tell the druid it was the king, of course, though it probably wouldn't have mattered if I had, because Iorwerth would do anything if you smiled at him. So he made the charm, and I buried it. Then I made my father tell Gorfithid that I'd buried a death charm against the daughter of a man who'd tried to rape me. Gorfithid knew who I meant, and he dotes on that insipid little Kynwyn, so he avoided me after that."
She laughed.
"Men are such fools."
"Not Prince Arthur," I said firmly, being careful to use the title on which Guinevere insisted.
"He is a fool about jewellery," she had said tartly,
and then had asked me if Arthur had sent me to spy on her. We walked on around the colonnade. We were alone. A warrior named Lanval was the commander of the princess's guard, and he had wanted to leave his men inside the courtyard, but Guinevere insisted they leave.
"Let them start a rumour about us," she told me happily,
but then had scowled.
"I sometimes think Lanval is ordered to spy on me."
"Lanval merely watches over you, lady," I told her, "for upon your safety depends Prince Arthur's happiness, and upon his happiness rests a kingdom."
"That is pretty, Derfel. I like that."
She spoke half-mockingly. We walked on. A bowl of rose petals soaking in water wafted a pretty scent under the colonnade that offered welcome shade from the hot sun.
"Do you want to see Lunette?"
Guinevere suddenly asked me. "I doubt she wants to see me."
"Probably not. But you're not married, are you?"
"No, lady. We never married."
"Then it doesn't matter, does it?"
she asked. Though what did not matter she did not say, and I did not ask.
"I wanted to see you, Derfel," Guinevere said earnestly.
You flatter me, lady, I said.
Your words get prettier and prettier.
She clapped her hands, then wrinkled her nose.
Tell me, Derfel, do you ever wash?
I blushed. Yes, lady.
You stink of leather and blood and sweat and dust. It can be quite a nice aroma, but not today. It's too hot. Would you like my ladies to give you a bath? We do it the Roman way, with lots of sweat and scraping. It's quite tiring.
I deliberately moved a step away from her. I'll find a stream, lady.
But I did want to see you, she said.
She stepped back next to me, and even put her arm into mine.
Tell me about Nimue.
Nimue? I was surprised by the question.
Can she really do magic?
Guinevere asked eagerly. The princess was as tall as I was, and her face, so handsome and high-boned, was close to mine. Proximity to Guinevere was overpowering, like the heavy disturbance of the senses given by the drink of Mithras. Her red hair was scented with perfume, and her startling green eyes were lined with a gum that had been mixed with lampblack, so that they seemed larger.
Can she do magic?
Guinevere asked again. I think so.
Think.
She stepped away from me, disappointed.
Only think.
The scar on my left hand throbbed, and I did not know what to say. Guinevere laughed.
Tell me the truth, Derfel. I need to know.
She put her arm back into mine and walked me on beneath the arcade shade.
That horrible man, Bishop Sansom, is trying to make us all Christians, and I won't put up with it. He wants us to feel guilty all the time, and I keep telling him I've nothing to be guilty about. But the Christians are getting more powerful. They're building a new church here. No, they're doing worse than that. Come.
She turned impulsively and clapped her hands. Slaves ran into the courtyard, and Guinevere ordered her cloak and dogs brought to her.
I'll show you something, Derfel, so you can see for yourself what that wretched little bishop is doing to our kingdom.
She donned a mauve woolen cloak to hide the thin linen shift, then took the leashes of a brace of deerhounds that panted beside her, with their long tongues lolling between sharp teeth. The villa's gates were thrown open, and with 2 slaves following and a quartet of Lanville's guards hastily forming post on either side of us, we went down Donavaria's main street, which was handsomely paved with wide stones and guttered to take the rain down to the river that ran to the east of the town. The open-fronted shops were full of goods, shoes, a butchery, salt, a potter. Some houses had collapsed, but most were in good repair, perhaps because the presence of Mordred and Guinevere had brought the town a new prosperity. There were beggars, of course, who shuffled close on stumps, risking the guards' spear staves in order to grab the copper coins distributed by Guinevere's 2 slaves. Guinevere herself, her red hair bare to the sun, strode down the hill with barely a glance at the commotion her presence caused.
See that house?
Guinevere gestured towards a handsome 2-story building on the northern side of the street.
That's where Nabur lives, and where our little king farts and vomits.
She shuddered.
Mordred is a particularly unpleasant child. He limps, and he never stops screaming. There! Can you hear him?
I could indeed hear a child wailing, though whether it was Mordred I could not tell.
Now, come through here,
Guinevere commanded, and she plunged through a small crowd who stared at her from the side of the street, then climbed over a pile of broken stone that stood next to Nabur's handsome house. I followed her to find that we had reached a building site, or rather a place where one building was being torn down and another erected on its ruin. The building that was being destroyed had been a Roman temple.
It was where people worshipped Mercury, Guinevere said. But now we're to have a shrine for a dead carpenter instead. And how will a dead carpenter give us good crops? Tell me that.
These last words, ostensibly spoken to me, were said loud enough to disturb the dozen Christians who were labouring at their new church. Some were laying stones, some adzing doorposts, while others were pulling down the old walls to provide the material for the new building.
"If you must have a hovel for your carpenter," Guinevere said in a ringing voice, "why not just take over the old building?" I asked Sansom that, but he says it must all be new, so that his precious Christians don't have to breathe air once used by pagans, in which nonsensical belief we pull down the old, which was exquisite, and throw up a nasty building full of ill-dressed stone and without any grace at all."
She spat into the dust to ward off evil.
"He says it's a chapel for Mordred. Can you believe it? He's determined to make the wretched child into a whining Christian, and this abomination is where he'll do it."
"Dear lady." Bishop Sansom appeared from behind one of the new walls, which were indeed ill-dressed compared with the careful masonry of the old temple's remains. Sansom was in a black gown, which, like his stiffly tonsured hair, was whitened with stone dust.
"You do us a striking honour by your gracious presence, lady," he said as he bowed to Guinevere. "I'm not doing you honour, you worm. I came to show Derfel what carnage you're making. How can you worship in that?"
She threw her hand towards the half-built church.
"You might as well take over a cowshed."
"Our dear Lord was born in a cattle shed, lady, so I rejoice that our humble church reminds you of one." He bowed again to her. Some of his workers had gathered at the far end of their new building, where they began to sing one of their holy songs to ward off the baleful presence of pagans.
"It certainly sounds like a cowshed," Guinevere said tartly,
then pushed past the priest and strode over the masonry-littered ground to where a wooden hut leaned against the stone and brick wall of Nabur's house. She released her hound's leashes to let them run free.
"Where's that statue, Sansom?"
She threw the question over her shoulder as she kicked the hut door open.
"Alas, gracious lady, though I tried to save it for you, our blessed Lord commanded that it be melted down. For the poor, you understand."
She turned on the bishop savagely.
"Bronze? What use is bronze to the poor? Do they eat it?"
She looked at me.
"A statue of Mercury, Derfel, the height of a tall man and beautifully worked. Beautiful. Roman work, not British, but now it's gone. Melted in a Christian furnace because you people—"
She was staring at Sansom again, with loathing on her strong face.
"Cannot stand beauty. You're frightened of it. You're like grubs pulling down a tree, and you have no idea what you do."
She ducked into the hut, which was evidently where Sansom stored the valuable objects he discovered in the temple remains. She emerged with a small stone statuette that she tossed to one of her guards.
"It isn't much," she said, "but at least it's safe from a carpenter grub born in a cowshed."
Sansom, still smiling despite all the insults, inquired of me how the fighting in the north went. "We win slowly," I said.
"Tell my lord the Prince Arthur that I pray for him." "Pray for his enemies, you toad," Guinevere said, "and maybe we'd win more quickly."
She stared at her two dogs that were pissing against the new church walls.
"Cadui raided this way last month," she told me, "and came close. Praise God we were spared," Bishop Sansom added piously. "No thanks to you, you pitiful worm," Guinevere said. "The Christians ran away, plucked up their skirts and scampered east. The rest of us stayed, and Lanville, the gods be thanked, saw Cadui off."
She spat towards the new church.
"In time," she said, "we'll be free of enemies. And when that happens, Derfel, I shall pull down that cattle shed and build a temple fit for the real god."
"For Isis?" Sansom inquired slyly.
"Careful," Guinevere warned him. "For my goddess rules the night, Toad, and she might snatch your soul for her amusement. Though the gods alone know what use your miserable soul would be to anyone. Come, Derfel."
The two deerhounds were collected, and we strode back up the hill. Guinevere shook with anger.
"You see what he's doing? Pulling down the old. Why? So he can impose his tawdry little superstitions on us. Why can't he leave the old alone? We don't care if fools want to worship a carpenter, so why does he care who we worship? The more gods the better, I say. Why offend some gods to exalt your own? Doesn't make sense.
"Who is Isis?" I asked her, as we turned into the gate of her villa. She shot me an amused look.
Is that my dear husband's question, I hear?
"Yes," I said. She laughed.
Well done, Derfel. The truth is always astonishing. So Arthur is worried by my goddess?
"He's worried," I said, "because Sansom worries him with tales of mysteries." She shrugged off the cloak, letting it fall on the courtyard tiles to be picked up by a slave.
Tell Arthur, she said, that he has nothing to worry about. Does he doubt my affection?
"He adores you," I said tactfully.
And I him.
She smiled at me.
Tell him that, Derfel, she added warmly.
"I shall, lady."
And tell him he has nothing to worry about with Isis.
She reached impulsively for my hand.
Come,
she said, just as she had when she had led me down to the new Christian shrine. But this time she hurried me across the courtyard, jumping the small water channels to a small door set into the far arcade.
This, she said,
letting go of my hand and pushing the door open,
is the shrine of Isis that so worries my dear lord.
I hesitated. Are men allowed to enter?
By day, yes. By night, no.
She ducked through the door and pulled aside a thick woolen curtain that was hung immediately inside. I followed, pushing through the curtain to find myself in a black, lightless room.
Stay where you are,
she warned me. And at first I thought that I was obeying some rule of Isis, but as my eyes grew accustomed to the thick gloom, I saw that she had made me stop so I did not stumble into a pool of water that was set into the floor. The only light in the shrine came around the edges of the curtain at the door, but as I waited, I became aware of a grey light seeping into the room's far end. Then I saw that Guinevere was pulling down layer after layer of black wall hangings, each one supported on a pole carried by brackets, and each woven so thick that no light could come through the layered cloths. Behind the hangings, that now lay crumpled on the floor, were shutters that Guinevere threw open to let in a dazzling flood of light.
There,
she said, standing to one side of the big arched window.
The mysteries.
She was mocking Sansom's fears. Yet in truth the room was truly mysterious, for it was entirely black. The floor was of black stone. The walls and arched ceiling were painted with pitch. In the black floor's centre was the shallow pool of black water, and behind it, between the pool and the newly opened window, was a low black throne made of stone.
So what do you think, Derfel?
Guinevere asked me. I see no goddess, I said, looking for a statue of Isis.
She comes with the moon,
Guinevere said. And I tried to imagine the full moon flooding through that window to gloss the pool and shimmer on the deep black walls.
Tell me about Nimue,
Guinevere ordered,
and I will tell you about Isis.
Nimue is Merlin's priestess, I said, my voice echoing hollow from the black-painted stone. And she's learning his secrets.
What secrets?
The secrets of the old gods, lady. She frowned.
But how does he find such secrets? I thought the old druids wrote nothing down. They were forbidden to write, were they not?
They were, lady. But Merlin searches for their knowledge anyway. Guinevere nodded.
I knew we'd lost some knowledge. And Merlin's going to find it. Good. That might settle that bitter-toed Sansom.
She had walked to the centre of the window, and was now staring across the tiled and thatched roofs of Durnavaria, and over the southern ramparts and the mounded grass of the amphitheatre beyond, towards the vast earth walls of Maidan that reared on the horizon. White clouds heaped in the blue sky, but what made the breath catch in my throat was that the sunlight was now flooding through Guinevere's white linen shift, so that my lord's lady, this princess of Hennis Wyron, might just as well have been naked, and, for those moments, as the blood pounded in my ears. I was jealous of my lord. Was Guinevere aware of that son's treachery? I thought not, but I might have been wrong. She had her back to me, but suddenly half turned so she could look at me.
Is Lunette a magician?
No, lady, I said.
But she learned with Nimue, did she not?
No, I said. She was never allowed in Merlin's rooms. She had no interest.
But you were in Merlin's rooms?
Only twice, I said. I could see her breasts, and I deliberately dropped my gaze to the black pool. But that only mirrored her beauty, and added a sultry sheen of dark mystery to her long, lithe body. A heavy silence fell, and I realized, thinking about our last exchange, that Lunette must have claimed some knowledge of Merlin's magic, and that I had undoubtedly just spoiled that claim. Maybe, I said feebly, Lunette knows more than she ever told me. Guinevere shrugged and turned away. I raised my eyes again.
But Nimue, you say, is more skilled than Lunette? She asked me.
Infinitely, lady.
I have twice demanded that Nimue come to me, Guinevere said sharply, and twice she has refused. How do I make her come to me?
Well, the best way, I said, of making Nimue do anything is to forbid her to do it. There was silence in the room again. The sounds of the town were loud enough, the cry of hawkers in the market, the clatter of cartwheels on stone, dogs barking, a rattle of pots in a nearby kitchen. But in the room it was silent.
One day, Guinevere broke our silence, I shall build a temple to Isis up there.
She pointed to the ramparts of Maidan that filled the southern sky.
It is a sacred place?
Very.
Good.
She turned towards me again, the sun filling her red hair and glowing on her smooth skin beneath the white shift.
I do not want to play childish games, Derfel, by trying to outguess Nimue. I want her here. I need a priestess of power. I need a friend of the old gods if I am to fight that grub Sansom. I need Nimue, Derfel. So for the love you have for Arthur, tell me what message will bring her here. Tell me that, and I will tell you why I worship Isis.
I paused, thinking what lure could possibly attract Nimue. Tell her, I said finally, that Arthur will give her Gundlius if she obeys you. But make sure he does, I added.
Thank you, Derfel.
She smiled, then sat in the black polished stone throne.
Isis, she told me, is a woman's goddess, and the throne is her symbol. A man might sit on a kingdom's throne, but Isis can determine who that man is. That is why I worship her.
I smelt the hint of treason in her words. The throne of this kingdom, lady, I said, repeating Arthur's frequent claim, is filled by Mordred. Guinevere mocked that assertion with a sneer.
Mordred could not fill a pissing pot. Mordred is a cripple. Mordred is a badly behaved child who already scents power like a hog snuffling to rut a sow.
Her voice was whip-hard and scornful.
And since when, Derfel, was a throne handed from father to son? It was never thus in the old days. The best man of the tribe took the power, and that is how it should be today.
She closed her eyes as though she suddenly regretted her outburst.
You are a friend of my husband?
She asked after a while, her eyes open again. You know I am, lady.
Then you and I are friends, Derfel. We are one, because we both love Arthur. And do you think, my friend Derfel Cadern, that Mordred will make a better king than Arthur?
I hesitated, for she was inviting me to speak treason, but she was also inviting me to speak honestly in a sacred place, and so I gave her the truth. No, lady. Prince Arthur would make the better king.
Good.
She smiled at me.
So tell Arthur he has nothing to fear, and much to gain by my worship of Isis. Tell him it is for his future that I worship here, and that nothing that happens in this room can cause him injury. Is that plain enough?"
"I shall tell him, lady." She stared at me for a long time. I stood soldier straight, my cloak touching the black floor, Howlbane at my side, and my full beard gold in the shrine's sun.
"Are we going to win this war?" Guinevere asked after a while.
"Yes, lady." She smiled at my confidence.
"Tell me why."
"Because Gwent stands like a rock to our north," I said. "Because the Saxons fight amongst themselves like we do, and so they never combine against us. Because Gundlius of Siluria is terrified of another defeat. Because Kudui is a slug who will be squashed when we have time to spare. Because Gorfithid knows how to fight, but not how to lead armies. Most of all, lady, because we have Prince Arthur."
"Good," she said again, then stood so that the sun flooded through that fine white linen shift. "You must go, Derfel. You've seen enough."
I blushed, and she laughed.
"And find a stream," she called, as I pushed through the curtain at the door, "because you stink like a Saxon."
I found a stream, washed myself, then took my men south to the sea. I do not like the sea. It is cold and treacherous, and its grey shifting hills run endlessly from the far west, where the sun dies each day. Somewhere beyond that empty horizon, the seaman told me, the fabled land of Lyonesse lies. But no one has seen it, or certainly no one has ever returned from Lyonesse, and so it has become a blessed haven to all poor seamen, a land of earthly delights where there is no war, no famine, and above all, no ships to cross the grey, lumpy sea with its wind-scoured whitecaps, whipping down the grey-green slopes that heaved our small wooden boats so mercilessly. The coast of Dumnonia looked so green. I had not realized how much I loved the place till first I left it. My men travelled in 3 ships, all rowed by slaves, though once we were out of the river, a wind came from the west, and the oars were shipped as the ragged sails dragged the clumsy ships down the long waves' swooping sides. Many of my men were sick. They were young, mostly younger than myself, for war is truly a boy's game, but a few were older. Cavan, who was my second in command, was close to 40, and had a grizzled beard and a face cross-hatched with scars. He was a dour Irishman who had taken service with Uther, and who now found nothing strange in being commanded by a man only half his age. He called me Lord, assuming that, because I came from the Tor, I was Merlin's heir, or at least the magician's lordly child whelped on a Saxon slave. Arthur had given me Cavan, I think, in case my authority should prove no greater than my years. But in all honesty, I never had trouble commanding men. You tell soldiers what they must do it yourself, punish them when they fail, but otherwise reward them well and give them victory. My spearmen were all volunteers, and were going to Benwick either because they wanted to serve me, or, more likely, because they believed there would be greater plunder and glory south of the sea. We travelled without women, horses, or servants. I had given Canna her freedom and sent her to the Tor, hoping Numui would look after her, but I doubted I would see my little Saxon again. She would find herself a husband soon enough, while I would find the new Brittany, and see for myself the fabled beauty of Innistribes. Blethig, the chief sent by King Ban, travelled with us. He grumbled at my lack of years, but after Cavan growled that I had probably killed more men than Blethig himself, Blethig decided to keep his reservations about me private. He still complained that our numbers were too few. The Franks, he said, were land-hungry, well-armed and numerous. 200 men, he now claimed, might make a difference, but not 60. We anchored that first night in the bay of an island. The seas roared past the bay's mouth, while on the shore a ragged band of men shouted at us, and sometimes fired feeble arrows that fell far short of our 3 ships. Our shipmaster feared a storm was coming, and he sacrificed a kid that was on board for just that purpose. He drizzled the dying animal's blood on the bow of his ship, and by morning the winds had calmed, though a great fog had crept over the sea instead. None of the ship's captains would sail in the fog, so we waited a full day and night, and then, under a clear sky, rowed southwards. It was a long day. We skirted some dreadful rocks that were crowned with the bones of ships that had foundered, and then, in a warm evening, with a small wind and a rising tide helping our tired rowers, we slid into a wide river, where, beneath the lucky wings of a flight of swans, we beached our craft. There was a fort nearby, and armed men came to the river-bank to challenge us, but Blethig shouted that we were friends. The men called back in British, welcoming us. The setting sun was gilding the river's swirls and eddies. The place smelt of fish and salt and tar. Black nets hung on racks beside beached fishing boats. Fires blazed under the salt pans. Dogs ran in and out of the small waves, barking at us, and a group of children came from some nearby huts to watch as we splashed ashore. I went first, carrying my shield with its symbol of Arthur's bear upside down, and when I had gone beyond the wrack-littered line of the high tide, I plunged the butt of my spear into the sand and said a prayer to Bel, my protector, and to Manawyddan, the sea god, that one day they would float me back from Armorica, back to my lord's side, back to Arthur in blessed Britain. And then we went to war. I have heard men say that no town, not even Rome or Jerusalem, was as beautiful as Innistribes. And maybe those men spoke true, for though I never saw those others, I did see Innistribes, and it was a place of marvels, a wondrous town, the most beautiful place I ever saw. It was built on a steep granite island, set in a wide and shallow bay that could be riven with foam and howling with wind, yet inside Innistribes all would be calm. In summer the bay would shimmer with heat, but inside Benwick's capital it always seemed cool. Guinevere would have loved Innistribes, for everything old was treasured, and nothing ugly was allowed to mar its grace. The Romans had been to Innistribes, of course, but they had not fortified it, only built a pair of villas on its summit. The villas were still there. King Ban and Queen Elaine had joined them together, and then added to them by pillaging Roman buildings on the mainland for new pillars and pedestals, mosaics and statues, so that the island's summit was now crowned with an airy palace, full of light, where white linen curtains billowed with every breath of wind that gusted off the glittering sea. The island was best reached by boat, though there was a causeway of sorts that was covered by every high tide, and at low tide could become treacherous with quicksands. Withies marked the causeway, but the surge of the bay's huge tides washed the markers away, and only a fool attempted the passage without hiring the services of a local guide to steer him through the sucking sands and trembling creeks. At the lowest tides, Innistribes would emerge from the sea to stand amidst a wilderness of rippled sand, cut through with gullies and tide pools, while at the highest tides, when the wind blew strong from the west, the city was like some monstrous ship crashing her dauntless way through tumultuous seas. Beneath the palace was a huddle of lesser buildings that clung to the steep granite slopes like seabirds' nests. There were temples, shops, churches, and houses, all lime-washed, all built of stone, all tricked out with whatever carvings and decorations had not been wanted in Ban's high palace, and all fronting onto the stone-paved road that climbed in steps around the steep island towards the royal house. There was a small stone quay on the island's eastern side, where boats could land, though only in the calmest weather was the landing comfortable, which was why our ships had landed us at a safe place a day's march to the west. Beyond the quay was a small harbour, which was nothing but a tidal pool protected by sandbanks. At low tide the pool was cut off from the sea, while at the tide's height the holding was poor whenever the wind was in the north. All around the island's base, except in those places where the granite itself was too steep to climb, a stone wall tried to keep the outer world at bay. Outside Innistribes was turmoil, Frankish enemies, blood, poverty and disease, while inside the wall lay learning, music, poetry, and beauty. I did not belong in King Ban's beloved island capital. My task was to defend Innistribes by fighting on the mainland of Benowick, where the Franks were pushing into the farmlands that supported the lavish capital. But Blethig insisted I met the king, so I was guided across the causeway, through the city gate that was decorated with a carved merman brandishing a trident, and up the steep road that led to the lofty palace. My men had all stayed on the mainland, and I wished I had brought them to see the wonders of the city. The carved gates, the steep stone stairs that plunged up and down the granite island between the temples and shops, the balconied houses decorated with urns of flowers, the statues, and the springs that poured clean fresh water into carved marble troughs where anyone could dip a pail or stoop to drink. Blethig was my guide, and he growled how the city was a waste of good money that should have been spent on defences ashore. But I was awestruck. This, I thought, was a place worth fighting for. Blethig led me through the final merman-decorated gate into the palace courtyard. The palace's vine-clad buildings filled 3 sides of the court, while the 4th was bounded by a series of white-painted arches that opened onto a long view of the sea. Guards in white cloaks stood at every door, their spear shafts polished and spearheads shining. "They're no earthly use," Blethig muttered to me. "Couldn't fight off a puppy, but they look pretty." A courtier in a white toga met us at the palace door and escorted us through room after room, each one filled with rare treasures. There were alabaster statues, golden dishes, and a room lined with speculum mirrors that made me gasp as I saw myself reflected into an unending distance, a bearded, dirty, russet-cloaked soldier, getting ever smaller in the mirror's crinkling diminutions. In the next room, which was painted white and was filled with the scent of flowers, a girl played a harp. She wore a short tunic and nothing else. She smiled as we passed and went on playing. Her breasts were golden from the sun. Her hair was short and her smile easy. "Looks like a whorehouse," Blethig confided in a hoarse whisper. "And I wish it was. It might be of some use then." The toga-clad courtier thrust open the last pair of bronze-handled doors and bowed us into a wide room that overlooked the glittering sea. "Lord King," he bowed to the room's only occupant, "Chief Blethig and Derfel, a captain of Domnonia." A tall, thin man with a worried face and a thinning head of white hair stood up from behind a table where he had been writing on parchment. A cat's paw of wind stirred his work, and he fussed until he had weighted the parchment's corners with inkhorns and snakestones. "Blethig," the king said as he advanced towards us. "You're back, I see. Good, good. Some people never come back. The ships don't survive. We should ponder that.
Is the answer bigger ships, do you think? Or do we build them wrong? I'm not sure we have the proper boat-building skills, though our fishermen swear we do. But some of them never come back either. A problem.
King Ban stopped halfway across the room and scratched his temple, transferring yet more ink onto his sparse hair.
No immediate solution suggests itself,
he finally announced, then peered at me.
Drivel, is it?
Derfel, Lord King, I said, dropping to one knee.
Derfel.
He said my name with astonishment.
Derfel? Let me think now. Derfel. I suppose if that name means anything, it means pertaining to a druid. Do you so pertain, Derfel?
I was reared by Merlin, Lord.
Were you? Were you indeed? My, that is something. I see we must talk. How is my dear Merlin?
He hasn't been seen these 5 years, Lord.
So? He's invisible? Huh? I always thought that might be one of his tricks. A useful one, too. I must ask my wise men to investigate. Do stand up, do stand up. I can't abide people kneeling to me. I'm not a god. At least I don't think I am.
The king inspected me as I stood up, and seemed disappointed by what he saw.
You look like a Frank,
he observed in a puzzled voice. I am a Dumnonian, Lord King, I said proudly.
I'm sure you are. And a Dumnonian, I pray, who precedes dear Arthur, yes?
He asked eagerly. I had not been looking forward to this moment. No, Lord, I said. Arthur is besieged by many enemies. He fights for our kingdom's existence, and so he has sent me and a few men, all we can spare. And I am to write and tell him if more are needed.
More will be needed, indeed they will,
Ban said as fiercely as his thin, high-pitched voice allowed.
Dear me, yes. So you've brought a few men, have you? How few, pray, is few, precisely?
60, Lord. King Ban abruptly sat on a wooden chair inlaid with ivory.
60? I had hoped for 300, and for Arthur himself. You look very young to be a captain of men, he said dubiously.
Then suddenly brightened.
Did I hear correctly? Did you say you can write?
Yes, Lord.
And read?
He insisted anxiously. Indeed, Lord King.
You see, Blethig,
the king cried in a triumphant voice as he sprang from the chair.
Some warriors can read and write. It doesn't unman them. It does not reduce them to the petty status of clerks, women, kings, or poets, as you so fondly believe. Ha! A literate warrior! Do you, by any happy chance, write poetry?
He asked me. No, Lord.
How sad. We are a community of poets. We are a brotherhood. We call ourselves the Fili, and poetry is our stern mistress. It is, you might say, a sacred task. Maybe you'll be inspired. Come with me, my learned Derfel.
Ban, Arthur's absence forgotten, scurried excitedly across the room, beckoning me to follow through a second set of great doors and across another small room, where a second harpist, half naked like the first and just as beautiful, touched her strings, and then into a great library. I had never seen a proper library before, and King Ban, delighted to show the room off, watched my reaction. I gaped. And no wonder, for scroll after scroll was bound in ribbon and stored in custom-made open-ended boxes that stood one on top of the other like the cells of a honeycomb. There were hundreds of such cells, each with its own scroll and each cell labelled in a carefully inked hand.
What languages do you speak, Derfel?
Ban asked me. Saxon, Lord, and British.
Ah.
He was disappointed.
Rude tongues only. I now have a command of Latin, Greek, British, of course, and some small Arabic. Father Selwyn there speaks 10 times as many languages. Isn't that so, Selwyn?
The king spoke to the library's only occupant. an old, white-bearded priest with a grotesquely humped back and a black, monkish cowl. The priest raised a thin hand in acknowledgment, but did not look up from the scrolls that were weighted down on his table. I thought for a moment that the priest had a fur scarf draped about the back of his monk's hood. Then I saw it was a grey cat that lifted its head, looked at me, yawned, then went back to sleep. King Ban ignored the priest's rudeness, and instead conducted me past the racks of boxes and told me about the treasures he had collected.
"What I have here," he said proudly, "is anything the Romans left, and anything my friends think to send me. Some of the manuscripts are too old to handle any more, so those we copy. Let's see now. What's this? Ah, yes, one of Aristophanes' 12 plays. I have them all, of course. This one is The Babylonians, a comedy in Greek, young man." "Not at all funny," the priest snapped from his table. "And mightily amusing," King Ban said, unruffled by the priest's rudeness, to which he was evidently accustomed. "Maybe the Fili should build a theatre and perform it," he added. This you'll enjoy. Horace's Ars Poetica. I copied this one myself." "No wonder it's illegible," Father Selwyn interjected. "I make all the Fili study Horace's maxims," the king told me. "Which is why they're such execrable poets," the priest put in, but still did not look up from his scrolls. Tertullian." The king slid a scroll from its box and blew dust from the parchment. "A copy of his Apologeticus." "All rubbish," Selwyn said. "Waste of precious ink." "Eloquence itself," Ban enthused. "I'm no Christian, Derfel, but some Christian writing is full of good moral sense." "No such thing," the priest maintained. And this is a work you must already know," the king said, drawing another scroll from its box. "Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. It is an unparalleled guide, my dear Derfel, to the manner in which a man should live his life." "Platitudes in bad Greek, written by a Roman boor," the priest growled. "Probably the greatest book ever written," the king said dreamily, replacing the Marcus Aurelius and drawing out another work. "And this is a curiosity, indeed it is. The great treatise of Aristarchus of Samos. You know it, I'm sure." "No, Lord," I confessed. "It is not perhaps on everyone's reading list," the king admitted sadly. "But it has a certain quaint amusement. Aristarchus maintains, do not laugh, that the earth revolves around the sun, and not the sun around the earth." He illustrated this cantankerous notion with extravagant wheeling gestures with his long arms. "He got it backwards, do you see?" "Sounds sensible to me," Selwyn said, still without looking up from his work. "And Silius Italicus." The king gestured at a whole group of honeycomb cells filled with scrolls. "Dear Silius Italicus, I have all 18 volumes of his History of the Second Punic War, all in verse, of course. What a treasure!" "The Second Turgid War," the priest cackled. "Such is my library," Ban said proudly, conducting me from the room. "The glory of Innistribes, that and our poets. Sorry to have disturbed you, Father." "Is a camel disturbed by a grasshopper?" Father Selwyn demanded. Then the door was closed on him, and I followed the king past the bare-breasted harpist, back to where Blethig waited. "Father Selwyn is conducting research," Ban announced proudly, "into the wingspan of angels. Maybe I should ask him about invisibility. He does seem to know everything. But do you see now, Derfel, why it is so important that Innistribes does not fall? In this small place, my dear fellow, is stored the wisdom of our world, gathered from its ruins and held in trust. I wonder what a camel is. Do you know what a camel is, Blethig?"
"A kind of coal, Lord. Blacksmiths use it for making steel."
"Do they indeed? How interesting. But coal wouldn't be bothered by a grasshopper, would it? The contingency would scarcely arise, so I suggested. How perplexing. I must ask Father Selwyn when he's in a mood to be asked, which is not often. Now, young man, I know you've come to save my kingdom, and I'm sure you're eager to be about that business, but first you must stay for supper. My sons are here, warriors both. I had hoped they might devote their lives to poetry and scholarship, but the times demand warriors, do they not? Still, my dear Lancelot values the Fili as highly as I do myself, so there is hope for our future.
He paused, wrinkled his nose, and offered me a kindly smile.
You will, I think, want a bath.
Will I?
Yes, Ban said decisively. Leonore will take you to your chamber, prepare your bath, and provide you with clothes.
He clapped his hands, and the first harpist came to the door. It seemed she was Leonore. I was in a palace by the sea, full of light and beauty, haunted by music, sacred to poetry, and enchanted by its inhabitants, who seemed to me to come from another age and another world. And then I met Lancelot.
"You're hardly more than a child,"
Lancelot said to me. "True, Lord," I said. "I was eating lobster soaked in melted butter, and I do not think before or since I have ever eaten anything so delicious."
"Arthur insults us by sending a mere child," Lancelot insisted.
"Not true, Lord," I said, butter dripping into my beard.
"You accuse me of lying?"
Prince Lancelot, the Edling of Benwick, demanded. I smiled at him. "I accuse you, Lord Prince, of being mistaken."
60 men,
he sneered.
"Is that all Arthur can manage?"
"Yes, Lord," I said.
60 men led by a child,"
Lancelot said scornfully. He was only a year or two older than I, yet he possessed the world-weariness of a much older man. He was savagely handsome, tall and well-built, with a narrow, dark-eyed face that was as striking in its maleness as Guinevere's was in its femininity, though there was something disconcertingly serpent-like in Lancelot's aloof looks. He had black hair that he wore in oiled loops, pinned with gold combs. His moustache and beard were neatly trimmed and oiled to a gloss, and he wore a scent that smelled of lavender. He was the best-looking man I ever saw, and worse, he knew it, and I had disliked him from the very first moment I saw him. We met in Ban's feasting hall, which was unlike any feasting hall I was ever in. This one had marble pillars, white curtains that misted the sea view, and smooth plastered walls on which were paintings of gods, goddesses, and fabulous animals. Servants and guards lined the walls of the gracious room, that was lit by a myriad of small bronze dishes, in which wicks floated in oil, while thick beeswax candles burned on the long table, covered by a white cloth, which I was constantly soiling with drips of butter, just as I was smearing the awkward toga that King Ban had insisted I wore to the feast. I was loving the food, and hating the company. Father Selwyn was present, and I would have welcomed a chance to talk with him, but he was annoying one of the 3 poets at the table, all of them members of King Ban's beloved band of Fili, while I was marooned at the table's end with Prince Lancelot. Queen Elaine, who was seated beside her husband, the king, was defending the poets against Selwyn's barbs, which seemed much more amusing than Prince Lancelot's bitter conversation.
"Arthur does insult us,"
Lancelot insisted again. "I'm sorry you should think so, Lord," I answered. "Do you never argue, child?" he demanded of me. I looked into his flat, hard eyes. "I thought it unwise for warriors to argue at a feast, Lord Prince," I said.
"So, you're a timid child,"
he sneered. I sighed and lowered my voice. "Do you really want an argument, Lord Prince?" I asked, my patience at last nearing its end. Because if you do, then just call me a child again and I'll tear your skull off. I smiled. Child, he said after a heartbeat. I gave him another puzzled look, wondering if he played a game the rules of which I could not guess. But if he did, then the game was in deadly earnest. 10 times the black sword, I said. What? He frowned, not recognizing the Mithraic formula, which meant he was not my brother. Have you gone mad? He asked, and then, after a pause, are you a mad child, as well as a timid one? I hit him. I should have kept my temper, but my discomfort and anger overcame all prudence. I gave him a backswing with my elbow that bloodied his nose, cracked his lip, and spilt him backwards off the chair. He sprawled on the floor and tried to swing the fallen chair at me, but I was too fast and too close for the blow to have any force. I kicked the chair aside, hauled him upright, then rammed him backwards against a pillar, where I smashed his head against the stone and put my knee into his groin. He flinched. His mother was screaming, while King Ban and his poetic guests just gaped at me. A nervous, white-cloaked guard put his spear point at my throat. "Take it away," I told the guard, "or you're a dead man." He took it away. "What am I, Lord Prince?" I asked Lancelot. "A child," he said. I put my forearm across his throat, half choking him. He struggled, but he could not shift me. "What am I, Lord?" I asked again. "A child," he croaked. A hand touched my arm, and I turned to see a fair-haired man of my own age smiling at me. He had been sitting at the table's opposite end, and I had assumed he was another poet. But that assumption was wrong. "I've long wanted to do what you're doing," the young man said. "But if you want to stop my brother insulting you, then you'll have to kill him. And family honor will insist I shall have to kill you. And I'm not sure I want to do that." I eased my arm from Lancelot's throat. For a few seconds he stood there, trying to breathe. Then he shook his head, spat at me, and walked back to the table. His nose was bleeding, his lips swelling, and his carefully oiled hair hung in sad disarray. His brother seemed amused by the fight. "I'm Galahad," he said, "and proud to meet Derfel Cadern." I thanked him, then forced myself to cross to King Ban's chair, where, despite his avowed dislike of respectful gestures, I knelt down. "For the insult to your house, Lord King," I said, "I apologize, and submit to your punishment." "Punishment?" Ban said in a surprised voice. "Don't be so silly. It's just the wine. Too much wine. We should water our wine as the Romans did, shouldn't we, Father Selwyn?" "Ridiculous thing to do," the old priest said. "No punishment, Derfel," Ban said. "And do stand up. I can't abide being worshipped. And what was your offence? Merely to be avid in argument. And where is the fault in that? I like argument. Isn't that so, Father Selwyn? A supper without argument is like a day without poetry." The king ignored the priest's acid comment about how blessed such a day would be. "And my son Lancelot is a hasty man. He has a warrior's heart and a poet's soul, and that, I fear, is a most combustible mix. Stay and eat." Ban was a most generous monarch, though I noted that his Queen Elaine was anything but pleased at his decision. She was grey-haired, yet her face was unlined and contained a grace and calm that suited Innistrib's serene beauty. At that moment, though, the Queen was frowning at me in severe disapproval. "Are all Domnonian warriors so ill-mannered?" she asked the table at large in an acid voice. "You want warriors to be courtiers?" Selwyn retorted brusquely. "You'd send your precious poets to kill the Franks? And I don't mean by reciting their verses at them, though come to think of it, that might be quite effective." He leered at the Queen, and the three poets shuddered. Selwyn had somehow evaded the prohibition on ugly things in Innistribes, for without the cowl he had worn in the library, He appeared as an astonishingly ill-favoured man, with one sharp eye, a mildewed eye patch on the other, a sour, twisted mouth, lank hair that grew behind a ragged tonsure line, a filthy beard half hiding a crude wooden cross hanging on his hollow chest, and with a bent, twisted body that was distorted by its stupendous hump. The grey cat that had been draped about his neck in the library was now curled on his lap, eating scraps of lobster. "Come to my end of the table," Galahad said, "and don't blame yourself." "But I do," I said. "It's my fault. I should have kept my temper." "My brother," Galahad said, when the seating had been rearranged, "my half-brother, rather, delights in goading people. It's his sport. But most daren't fight back because he's the Edling, and that means one day he'll have powers of life and death. But you did the right thing." "No, I did the wrong thing." "I won't argue. But I will get you ashore tonight." "Tonight?" I was surprised. "My brother does not take defeat lightly," Galahad said softly. "A knife in the ribs while you're sleeping. If I were you, Derfel Cadern, I should join your men ashore and sleep safe in their ranks." I looked down the table to where the darkly handsome Lancelot was now being consoled by his mother as she dabbed at the blood on his face with a napkin dampened by wine. "Half-brother?" I asked Galahad. "I was born to the king's lover, not to his wife." Galahad leaned close to me and explained softly. "But father has been good to me, and insists on calling me Prince." King Ban was now arguing with Father Selwyn about some obscure point of Christian theology. Ban was debating with courteous enthusiasm, while Selwyn was spitting insults, and both men were enjoying themselves hugely. "Your father tells me you and Lancelot are both warriors," I said to Galahad. "Both?" Galahad laughed. "My dear brother employs poets and bards to sing his praises as the greatest warrior of Armorica. But I've yet to see him in the shield line." "But I have to fight," I said sourly, "to preserve his inheritance." "The kingdom's lost," Galahad said carelessly. "Father has spent his money on buildings and manuscripts, not soldiers. And here in Istrebes we're too far from our people, so they'd rather retreat to Broceliande than look to us for help. The Franks are winning everywhere. Your job, Derfel, is to stay alive and get home safe." His honesty made me look at him with a new interest. He had a broader, blunter face than his brother, and a more open one, the kind of face you would be glad to see on your right-hand side in the shield line. A man's right side was the one defended by his neighbour's shield, so it served to be on good terms with that man. And Galahad, I felt instinctively, would be an easy man to like. "Are you saying we shouldn't fight the Franks?" I asked him quietly. "I'm saying the fight is lost, but yes, you're oath-bound by Arthur to fight, and every moment that Inistrebes lives is a moment of light in a dark world. I'm trying to persuade Father to send his library to Britain, but I think he'd rather cut his own heart out first. But when the time comes, I'm sure he'll send it away. Now," he pushed his gilded chair away from the table, "you and I must leave before," he added softly, "the Fili recite. Unless, of course, you have a taste for unending verses about the glories of moonlight on reed beds." I stood and rapped the table with one of the special eating knives that King Ban provided his guests. Those guests now eyed me warily. "I have an apology to make," I said, "not just to you all, but to my Lord Lancelot. Such a great warrior as he deserved a better companion for supper. Now, forgive me, I need to sleep." Lancelot did not respond. King Ban smiled. Queen Elaine looked disgusted, and Galahad hurried me first to where my own clothes and weapons waited, then down to the flame-lit quay, where a boat waited to take us ashore. Galahad, still dressed in his toga, was carrying a sack that he slung onto the small boat's deck. It fell with a clang of metal. "What is it?" I asked. "My weapons and armor," he said. He untied the boat's painter, then leapt aboard. "I'm coming with you." The boat glided from the quay under a dark sail. The water rippled at the bow and splashed gently down the hull's length as we drew off into the bay. Galahad was stripping himself of the toga, which he tossed to the boatman, before dressing in war gear, while I stared back at the palace on the hill. It hung in the sky like a skyship sailing into clouds, or maybe like a star come down to earth, a place of dreams, a refuge where a just king and a beautiful queen ruled, and where poets sang and old men could study the wingspan of angels. It was so beautiful in Istreebs, so utterly beautiful, and, unless we could save it, doomed utterly. 2 years we fought. 2 years against all odds. 2 years of splendour and vileness. 2 years of slaughter and feast, of broken swords and shattered shields, of victory and disaster. And in all those months, and in all those sweated fights when brave men choked on their own lifeblood, and ordinary men did deeds they never dreamed possible, I never saw Lancelot once. Yet the poets say he was the hero of Benwick, the most perfect warrior, the fighter of fighters. The poets said that preserving Benwick was Lancelot's fight, not mine, not Galahad's, not Kilhuc's, but Lancelot's. But Lancelot spent the war in bed, begging his mother to bring him wine and honey. No, not always in bed. Lancelot was sometimes at a fight, but always a mile behind, so that he could be first back to Innistribes with his news of victory. He knew how to tear a cloak, batter a sword edge, rumple his oiled hair, and even cut his face so that he staggered home looking the hero, and then his mother would have the Fili compose a new song, and the song would be carried to Britain by traders and seamen, so that even in distant Hreged, north of Elmet, they believed that Lancelot was the new Arthur. The Saxons feared his coming, while Arthur sent him the gift of an embroidered sword belt with a richly enamelled buckle. "You think life should be fair?" Kilhuc asked me when I complained about the gift. "No, lord," I said. "Then don't waste breath on Lancelot," Kilhuc said. He was the cavalry leader left behind in Armorica when Arthur went to Britain, and also a cousin of Arthur's, though he bore no resemblance to my lord. Kilhuc was a squat, fiercely bearded, long-armed brawler who asked nothing of life but a plentiful supply of enemies, drink, and women. Arthur had left him in command of 30 men and horses, but the horses were all dead, and half the men were gone, so that now Kilhuc fought on foot. I joined my men to his, and so accepted his command. He could not wait for the war in Benwick to end, so that he could fight again at Arthur's side. He adored Arthur. We fought a strange war. When Arthur had been in Armorica, the Franks were still some miles to the east, where the land was flat and cleared of trees, and thus ideal for his heavy horsemen. But now the enemy was deep inside the woods that cloaked the hills of central Benwick. King Ban, like Tudric of Gwent, had put his faith in fortifications. But where Gwent was ideally placed for massive forts and high walls, the woods and hills of Benwick offered the enemy too many paths that passed by the hilltop fortresses garrisoned by Ban's dispirited forces. Our job was to give those forces hope again, and we did it by using Arthur's own tactics of hard marches and surprise attacks. The wooded hills of Benwick were made for such battles, and our men were peerless. There are few joys to compare with the fight that follows an ambush well sprung, when the enemy is strung out and has his weapons sheathed. I put new scars on Howlbane's long edge. The Franks feared us. They called us forest wolves, and we adopted the insult as our symbol, and wore grey wolf tails on our helmets. We howled to frighten them, kept them awake night after night, stalked them for days, and sprang our ambushes when we wanted, and not when they were ready. Yet the enemy was many, and we were few, and month by month our numbers shrank. Galahad fought with us. He was a great fighter. Yet he was also a scholar who had delved into his father's library, and he would talk at night of old gods, new religions, strange countries, and great men. I remember one night when we camped in a ruined villa. A week before, it had been a thriving settlement with its own fulling mill, pottery, and dairy. But the Franks had been there, and now the villa was a smoking ruin, splashed by blood, its walls tumbled and its spring poisoned with the corpses of women and children. Our sentries were guarding the paths in the woods, so we had the luxury of a fire, on which we roasted a brace of hares and a kid. We drank water, and pretended it was wine. "Falernian," Galahad said dreamily, holding his clay cup to the stars as though it were a golden flask. "Who's he?" Kilhuch asked. "Falernian, my dear Kilhuch, is a wine, a most pleasant Roman wine." "I never did like wine," Kilhuch said, then yawned hugely. "A woman's drink! Now, Saxon ale, there's a drink for you." Within minutes he was asleep. Galahad could not sleep. The fire flickered low, while above us the stars shone bright. One fell, cutting its swift white path through the heavens, and Galahad made the sign of the cross, for he was a Christian, and to him a falling star was the sign of a demon falling from paradise. "It was on earth once," he said. "What was?" I asked. "Paradise." He leaned back on the grass and rested his head on his arms. "Sweet paradise." "In his tribes, you mean?" No. I mean, Derfel, that when God made man, he gave us a paradise in which to live. And it occurs to me that we have been losing that paradise inch by inch ever since. And soon, I think, it will be gone. Darkness descends. He went silent for a while, then sat up as his thoughts gave him a new energy. "And just think of it," he said. "Not 100 years ago this land was peaceful. Men built great houses. We can't build like they did. I know Father has made a fine palace, but it's just broken pieces of old palaces cobbled together and patched with stone. We can't build like the Romans. We can't build as high or as beautifully. We can't make roads. We can't make canals. We can't make aqueducts." I did not even know what an aqueduct was, but kept silent as Kilhuch snored contentedly beside me. "The Romans built whole cities," Galahad went on. "Places so vast, Derfel, it would take a whole morning to walk from one side of the city to the other, and all of your footsteps would fall on trimmed, dressed stone. And in those days you could walk for weeks and still be on Rome's land, subject to Rome's laws and listening to Rome's language. Now look at it." He waved at the night. "Just darkness. And it spreads, Derfel. The dark is creeping into Armorica. Benwick will go, and after Benwick, Broceliande, and after Broceliande, Britain. No more laws, no more books, no more music, no more justice. Only vile men round smoky fires, planning on who they'll kill next day." "Not while Arthur lives," I said stubbornly. "One man against the dark?" Galahad asked sceptically. "Wasn't your Christ one man against the dark?" I asked. Galahad thought for a second, staring into the fire that shadowed his strong face. "Christ," he said finally, "was our last chance. He told us to love one another, to do good to each other, to give alms to the poor, food to the hungry, cloaks to the naked. So men killed him." He turned and looked at me. "I think Christ knew what was coming, and that was why he promised us that if we lived as he lived, Then one day we'd be with him in paradise. Not on earth, Derfel, but in paradise. Up there. He pointed to the stars, because he knew the earth was finished. We're in the last days. Even your gods have fled from us. Isn't that what you tell me? That your Merlin is scouring strange lands to find clues to the old gods. But what use will the clues be? Your religion died long ago, when the Romans ravaged Inis Mon, and all you have left are disconnected scraps of knowledge. Your gods are gone. No, I said, thinking of Nimue, who felt their presence, though to me the gods were always distant and shadowy. Bel, to me, was like Merlin, only far away and indescribably huge and far more mysterious. I thought of Bel as somehow living in the far north, while Manawyddan must live in the west, where the waters tumbled endlessly. The old gods are gone, Galahad insisted. They abandoned us because we are not worthy. Arthur is worthy, I said stubbornly, and so are you. He shook his head. I am a sinner so vile, Derfel, that I cringe. I laughed at his abject tone. Nonsense, I said. I kill, I lust, I envy. He was truly miserable. But then Galahad, like Arthur, was a man who was forever judging his own soul and finding it wanting. And I never met such a man who was happy for long. You only kill men who would kill you, I defended him. And, God help me, I enjoy it. He made the sign of the cross. Good, I said. And what's wrong with lust? It overcomes reason. But you're reasonable, I pointed out. But I lust, Derfel. How I lust. There is a girl in Inis Trebes, one of my father's harpists. He shook his head hopelessly. But you control your lust, I said. So be proud of that. I am proud of it. And pride is another sin. I shook my head at the hopelessness of arguing with him. And envy? I offered him the last of his trinity of sins. Whom do you envy? Lancelot. Lancelot? I was surprised. Because he is Edling, not I. Because he takes what he wants, when he wants, and does not seem to regret it. That harpist? He took her. She screamed, she fought, but no one dared stop him. For he was Lancelot. Not even you? I would have killed him, but I was far from the city. Your father didn't stop him. My father was with his books. He probably thought the girl's screams were a gull calling into the sea wind, or two of his Fili having a squabble about a metaphor. I spat into the fire. Lancelot is a worm, I said. No, Galahad insisted. He is simply Lancelot. He gets what he wants, and he spends his days plotting how to get it. He can be very charming, very plausible, and he could even be a great king. Never, I said firmly. And truly, if power is what he wants, and it is, and if he receives it, then perhaps his appetites will be slaked. He does want to be liked. He goes a strange way about it, I said, remembering how Lancelot had taunted me at his father's table. Well, he knew from the first that you were not going to like him, and so he challenged you. That way, when he makes an enemy of you, he can explain to himself why you don't like him. But with people who don't threaten him, he can be kind. He might be a great king. He's weak, I said scornfully. Galahad smiled. Strong Derfel. Derfel the doubtless. You must think we're all weak. No, I said, but I think we're all tired, and tomorrow we have to kill Franks. So I'll sleep. And next day we did kill Franks. And afterwards we rested in one of Ban's hilltop forts, before, with our wounds bandaged and our battered swords sharpened, we went back into the woods. Yet week by week, month by month, we fought closer to Inis Trebes. King Ban called on his neighbour, Boudic of Brasilian, to send troops, but Boudic was fortifying his own frontier and declined to waste men on defending a lost cause. Ban appealed to Arthur, and though Arthur did send one small shipload of men, he did not come himself. He was too busy fighting Saxons. We did get news from Britain, though such news was infrequent and often vague. But we heard that new hordes of Saxons were trying to colonize the Middle Lands and pressing hard on Dumnonia's borders. Gorfithid, who had been such a threat when I left Britain, had been quieter of late, thanks to a terrible plague that had afflicted his country. Travellers told us that Gorfithid himself was ill, and many thought he would not last the year. The same sickness that had afflicted Gorfithid had killed Cynwyn's betrothed, a prince of Reged. I'd not even known she was betrothed again, and I confess that I felt a selfish pleasure that the dead prince of Reged would not marry the star of Powys. Of Guinevere, Nimue, or Merlin, I heard nothing. Ban's kingdom crumbled. There were no men to gather the harvest in the last year, and that winter we huddled in a fortress on the southern edge of the kingdom, where we lived on venison, roots, berries, and wildfowl. We still made an occasional raid into Frankish territory, but now we were like wasps trying to sting a bull to death, for the Franks were everywhere. Their axes rang through the winter forests as they cleared land for their farms, while their new-built stockades of brightly split logs shone in the pale wintry sun. Early in the new spring, we fell back before an army of Frankish warriors. They came with drums beating and under banners made of bull-horns mounted on poles. I saw one shield wall of over 200 men, and knew our 50 survivors could never break it. And so, with Kiluk and Galahad either side of me, we retreated. The Franks jeered and pursued us with a hail of their light throwing spears. The kingdom of Bernewick was stripped of people now. Most had gone to the kingdom of Brasiliand, that promised them land in return for war service. The old Roman settlements were deserted, and their fields were tangled with couch-grass. We Dumnonians walked north, with our spears trailing as we went to defend the last fortress of Ban's kingdom, Innistribes itself. The island city was crowded with fugitives. Every house slept 20. Children cried and families squabbled. Fishing boats carried some of the fugitives west to Brasiliand or north to Britain. But there were never enough boats, and when the Frankish armies appeared on the shore facing the island, Ban ordered the remaining boats to stay anchored in Innistribes' awkward little harbour. He wanted them there so they could supply the garrison once the siege started. But shipmasters are a stubborn breed, and when the order came for them to stay, many hauled their anchors instead and ran north empty. Only a handful of boats remained. Lancelot was made commander of the city, and women cheered as he walked down the city's circling street. All would be well now, the citizens believed, for the greatest of soldiers was in command. He took the adulation gracefully, and made speeches in which he promised to build in Innistribes a new causeway from the skulls of dead Franks. The prince certainly looked the part of a hero, for he wore a suit of scale armour, on which every metal plate had been enamelled a dazzling white, so that the suit shone in the early spring sunshine. Lancelot claimed the armour had belonged to Agamemnon, a hero of antiquity, though Galahad assured me it was Roman work. Lancelot's boots were made of red leather, his cloak was dark blue, and at his hip, hanging from the embroidered sword-belt that had been Arthur's gift, he wore Tanchredwyr, Bright-Killer, his sword. His helmet was black, crested with the spread wings of a sea-eagle. "So we can fly away," Cavan, my dour Irishman, commented sourly. Lancelot convened a council of war in the high, wind-kissed chamber next to Ban's library. It was low tide, and the sea had fled from the bay's sandbanks, where groups of Franks were trying to find a safe path to the city. Galahad had planted false withies all across the bay, trying to lead the enemy into quicksands, or else onto firm banks that would be the first to be cut off when the tide turned and seethed across the bay. Lancelot, his back to the enemy, told us his strategy. His father sat on one side of him, his mother on the other, and both nodded at their son's wisdom. The defence of Innistribes was simple, Lancelot announced. All we needed to do was hold the island's walls. Nothing else. The Franks had few boats, they could not fly, so they must walk to Innistribes, and that was a journey they could only make at low tide, and after they had discovered the safe route across the tidal plain. Once at the city, they would be tired, and never able to scale the stone walls. "Hold the walls," Lancelot said, "and we stay safe. Boats can supply us. Innistribes need never fall." "True, true," King Ban said, cheered by his son's optimism. "How much food do we have?" Kelook growled the question. Lancelot gave him a pitying look. "The sea," he said, "is full of fish. They're the shiny things, Lord Kelook, with tails and fins. You eat them?" "I didn't know," Kelook said, straight-faced. "I've been too busy killing Franks." A murmur of laughter went through some of the warriors summoned to the meeting. A dozen of them, like us, had been fighting on the mainland, but the remainder were intimates of Prince Lancelot, and had been newly promoted into captains for this siege. Bors, Lancelot's cousin, was Benwick's champion and commander of the palace guard. He at least had seen some fighting, and had earned a reputation as a warrior, though now, sprawling long-legged in a Roman uniform, and with his black hair, like his cousin Lancelot's, oiled flat against his skull, he looked jaded. "How many spears do we have?" I asked. Lancelot had ignored me till then. I knew he had not forgotten our meeting of 2 years before, but he nevertheless smiled at my question. "We have 420 men under arms, and each of them has a spear. Can you work out the answer?" I returned the silky smile. "Spears break, Lord Prince, and men defending walls throw their spears like javelins. When 420 spears are thrown, what do we throw next?" "Poets," Kelook growled, luckily too softly for Ban to hear. "There are spares," Lancelot said airily. "And besides, we shall use the spears the Franks throw at us." "Poets, for sure," Kelook said. "You spoke, Lord Kelook?" Lancelot asked. "I belched, Lord Prince, but while I have your gracious attention, do we have archers?" "Some. Many. 10. "The gods help us," Kelook said, and slid down in his chair. He hated chairs. Elaine spoke next, reminding us that the island was sheltering women, children, and the world's greatest poets. "The safety of the Fili is in your hands," she told us, "and you know what will happen to them if you fail." I kicked Kelook to stop him from making a comment. Ban stood and gestured towards his library. 7,843 scrolls are in there, he said solemnly. "The accumulated treasures of human knowledge, and if the city falls, so will civilization." He then told us an ancient tale of a hero going into a labyrinth to kill a monster, and trailing behind him a woolen thread, with which he could find his way out of the darkness. "My library," he finally explained the point of the long tale, "is that thread. Lose it, gentlemen, and we stay in eternal darkness. So I beg you, fight." He paused, smiling. "And I have summoned help. Letters are gone to Broceliande and to Arthur. I think the day is not far off when our horizon will be thick with friendly sails. And Arthur, remember, is oath-bound to help us." "Arthur?" Killock intervened, has his hands full of Saxons.
An oath is an oath,
Ban said reprovingly. Galahad inquired whether we planned to make our own raids on the Frankish encampments ashore. We could easily go by boat, he said, landing east or west of their positions. But Lancelot turned down the idea.
If we leave the walls,
he said,
we die. It is that simple.
No sallies? Killock asked in disgust.
If we leave the walls, Lancelot repeated, we die. Your orders are simple. You stay behind the walls.
He announced that Benwick's best warriors, 100 veterans of the war on the mainland, would guard the main gate. We 50 surviving Dumnonians were given the western walls, while the city's levies, bolstered by fugitives from the mainland, guarded the rest of the island. Lancelot himself, with a company of the white-cloaked palace guard, would form the reserve that would watch the fighting from the palace and come down to intervene wherever their help was needed. Might as well call on the fairies, Killock growled to me.
Another belch? Lancelot inquired.
It's all the fish I eat, Lord Prince, Killock said. King Ban invited us to inspect his library before we left, perhaps wanting to impress us with the value of what we defended. Most of the men who had been at the council of war shuffled in, gaped at the pigeonholed scrolls, then went to stare at the bare-breasted harpist who played in the library's antechamber. Galahad and I lingered longer among the books, where the hump-backed Father Selwyn was still bent over his old table, where he was trying to keep his grey cat from playing with his quill. "Still working out the wingspan of angels, Father?" I asked him.
"Someone must,"
he said, then turned to scowl at me with his one eye.
"Who are you?"
"Derfel, Father, of Dumnonia. We met 2 years ago. I'm surprised you're still here."
"Your surprise is of no interest to me, Derfel of Dumnonia. Besides, I did leave for a while. I went to Rome. Filthy place. I thought the Vandals might have cleaned it up, but the place is still full of priests and their plump little boys. So I came back here. Ban's harpists are much prettier than Rome's catamites."
He gave me an unfriendly look.
"Do you care about my safety, Derfel of Dumnonia?"
I could hardly answer no, though I was tempted to. "My job is to protect lives," I said rather pretentiously. "Including yours, Father."
"Then I put my life in your hands, Derfel of Dumnonia,"
he said, as he turned his ugly face back to the table and pushed the cat away from his quill.
"I lay my life on your conscience, Derfel of Dumnonia. And now you can go and fight and leave me to do something useful."
I tried to ask the priest about Rome, but he waved my questions away, and so I went down to the storehouse on the western wall that would be our home for the rest of the siege. Galahad, who considered himself an honorary Dumnonian now, was with us, and he and I tried to count the Franks who were retreating from the incoming tide after another attempt to discover the track across the sands. The bards, singing of Innistrib's siege, say the enemy outnumbered the grains of sand in the bay. They were not quite that many, but still they were formidable. Every Frankish warband in western Gaul had combined to help capture Innistrib's, the jewel of Armorica, which, it was rumoured, was crammed with the treasures of Rome's fallen empire. Galahad estimated we were faced by 3,000 Franks. My guess was 2,000, while Lancelot assured us there were 10,000. But by anyone's count, there was a terrible lot of them. The first attacks brought the Franks nothing but disaster. They found a way across the sand and assaulted the main gate and were repelled bloodily. Then, the next day, they attacked our part of the wall and were given the same treatment, only this time they stayed too long, and a large part of their force was cut off by the incoming tide. Some tried to wade to the mainland and were drowned. Others retreated to the shrinking stretch of sand before our walls, where they were slaughtered by a sally of spearmen, led from the gate by Blethig, the chief who had fetched me to Benwick, and who was now the leader of Benwick's veterans. Blethyg's sortie across the sand was in direct disobedience to Lancelot's rule that we must stay inside the city's wall. But the dead were so many that Lancelot pretended to have ordered the attack, and later, after Blethyg's death, he even claimed to have led the sally. The filly made a song, telling how Lancelot had damned the bay with Frankish dead. But in truth, the prince stayed in the palace while Blethygh attacked. For days afterwards, the bodies of Frankish warriors swilled around the island's base, carried by the tide and providing rich carrion for the gulls. The Franks then began to build a proper causeway. They cut hundreds of trees and laid them on the sand, then weighted the trunks with rocks carried to the shore by slaves. The tides in Innistrib's wide bay were fierce, sometimes rising 40 feet, and the new causeway was ripped by the currents, so that at low tide the flats were littered with floating logs. But always the Franks brought more trees and stone, and so plugged the gaps. They had captured thousands of slaves, and did not care how many died in building the new road. The causeway became longer as our food supplies grew shorter. Our few remaining boats still went fishing, and others carried grain from Broceliande. But the Franks launched their own boats from the shore, and after 2 of our fishing boats were captured and their crews disemboweled, our shipmasters stayed at home. The poets on the hilltop, posturing with their spears, lived off the palace's rich stores, but we warriors scraped barnacles off the rocks, ate mussels and razor clams, or stewed the rats we trapped in our storehouse that was still filled with pelts, salt, and barrels of nails. We did not starve. We had willow fish traps at the base of the rocks, and most days they yielded a few small fish, though at low tide the Franks would send raiding parties to destroy the traps. At high tide the Frankish boats rowed round the island to pull up the fish traps set further from the city's shore. The bay was shallow enough for the enemy to see the traps, and then to break them with spears. One such boat grounded on its return to the mainland, and was left stranded a quarter-mile from the city as the tide fell. Kilhuch ordered a sortie, and 30 of us climbed down fishing nets suspended from the wall's top. The 12 men of the boat's crew fled as we approached, and inside the abandoned craft we found a barrel of salted fish and 2 dry loaves of bread that we carried back in triumph. When the tide rose, we brought the boat back to the city and tied it safe beneath our wall. Lancelot watched our disobedience, but sent no reprimand, though a message did come from Queen Elaine demanding to know what supplies we had fetched back from the ship. We sent some dried fish up the road, and no doubt the gift was construed as an insult. Lancelot then accused us of capturing the boat, so that we could desert Innistrib's, and ordered us to deliver the ship to the island's small harbour. For answer, I climbed the hill to the palace, and demanded that he back up his accusation of cowardice with his sword. I shouted the challenge around the courtyard, but the prince and his poets stayed inside their locked doors. I spat on their threshold and left. Galahad was happier the more desperate things became. Part of his happiness sprang from the presence of Leonore, the harpist who had welcomed me 2 years before, the girl for whom Galahad had confessed his lust to me, the same girl Lancelot had raped. She and Galahad lived in a corner of the storeroom. We all had women. There was something about the hopelessness of our plight that eroded normal behavior, and so we crammed as much living as we could into those hours before our expected deaths. The women stood guard with us, and hurled rocks whenever the Franks tried to dismantle our fragile fish traps. We had long run out of spears, except for those we had brought to Benwick ourselves, and which we were saving for the main assault. Our handful of archers had no missiles, except the ones shot into the city by the Franks, and that supply increased when the enemy's causeway was a short bow's shot from the city gate. The Franks erected a timber fence at the end of the causeway, and their archers stood behind the fence and poured arrows on the gate's defenders. The Franks made no attempt to extend the causeway all the way to the city, for the new roadway was only ever intended to give them a dry passage to the place where their assault could begin. We knew that attack must come soon. It was early summer when the causeway was finished. The moon was full and brought huge tides. For much of the time the causeway was under water, but at low tide the sand stretched wide about Innistribes, and the Franks, who were learning the secrets of the sandflats day by day, ranged all about us. Their drums were our constant music, and their threats were ever in our ears. One day brought a feast special to their tribes, and instead of attacking us, they lit great fires on the beach, then marched a column of slaves to the causeway's end, where, one by one, the captives were beheaded. The slaves were Britons, some of them with relatives watching from the city's wall, and the barbarism of the slaughter goaded some of Innistribes' defenders to rush out of the gate in a vain attempt to rescue the doomed women and children. The Franks were waiting for the attack, and formed a shield wall on the sand. But the men of Innistribes, crazed by anger and hunger, charged home. Blethig was one of the attackers. He died that day, cut down by a Frankish spear. We Dumnonians watched as a handful of survivors fled back to the city. There was nothing we could have done, except add our corpses to the pile. Blethig's body was flayed, disemboweled, then planted on a stake at the causeway's end, so that we were forced to look at him until the next high tide. Somehow, though, the body stayed on the stake, despite being immersed, so that next morning, in a grey dawn, the gulls were tearing at his salt-washed corpse. We should have charged with Blethig, Galahad told me bitterly. No. Better to have died like a man in front of a shield wall than be starved here. You'll get your chance to fight the shield wall, I promised him. But I also took what steps I could to help my people in defeat. We barricaded the alleys leading to our sector, so that should the Franks break into the island city, we could hold them at bay, while our women were taken on a narrow, rock-bound path that twisted across the shoulder of the granite peak to a tiny cleft on the island's northwestern shore, where we had hidden our captured ship. The cleft was no kind of harbour, so we protected our ship by filling it with stones so that the tide flooded it twice a day. Underwater, the fragile hull was safe from being pounded against the cleft's rocky sides by the wind and waves. I guessed that the enemy assault would be made at low water, and 2 of our wounded men were under instructions to empty the boat of its rocks as soon as the attack began, so that the craft would float on the flooding tide. The idea of escaping in the boat was desperate, but it gave our people heart. No ships came to our rescue. One morning a great sail was seen in the north, and the rumour flashed about the city that Arthur himself was coming. But gradually the sail hauled off and disappeared in the summer haze. We were alone. At night we sang songs and told tales, while by day we watched the Frankish warbands gather on the shore. Those warbands made their assault on a summer afternoon, late on a falling tide. They came in a great swarm of leather-armoured men, iron-helmeted, with wooden shields held high. They crossed the causeway, leapt off its end, and climbed the gentle slope of sand towards the city gate. The leading attackers carried a huge log as a battering ram, its end fire-hardened and sheathed in leather, while the men who followed brought long ladders. One horde came and threw their ladders against our walls. "Let them climb!" Killock bellowed at our soldiers. He waited until one ladder held 5 men, then hurled a huge boulder straight down between its uprights. The Franks screamed as they were plucked off the rungs. An arrow glanced off Killock's helmet as he hurled another stone. More arrows rattled on the wall or hissed over our heads, while a rain of light throwing spears clattered uselessly against the stone. The Franks were a churning dark mass at the wall's foot, into which we hurled rocks and sewage. Coven managed to lift one ladder clean over the wall, and we broke it into scraps that we rained down on our attackers. 4 of our women struggled to the rampart with a fluted stone column, taken from a city doorway, and we heaved it over the wall and took pleasure in the terrible screams of the men it crushed. "This is how the darkness comes!" Galahad shouted at me. He was exultant, fighting the last battle and spitting in death's eye. He waited for a Frank to reach a ladder's top, then gave a mighty slash with his sword so that the man's head bounded off down to the sand. The rest of the dead man's corpse stayed clinging to the ladder, obstructing the Franks behind, who became easy targets for our stones. We were breaking down the storehouse wall now to make our ammunition, and we were winning the fight too, for fewer and fewer Franks dared to try and climb the ladders. Instead, they retreated from the wall's base, and we jeered at them, told them they had been beaten by women, but if they attacked again, we would wake our warriors to the fight. Whether they understood our taunts I cannot tell, but they hung back, fearful of our defences. The main attack still seethed at the gate, where the sound of the battering ram's pounding head was like a giant drum, sickening the whole bay. The sun stretched the shadows of the bay's western headland long across the sand, while high pink clouds made bars across the sky. Gulls flew to their roosts. Our 2 wounded men had gone to empty our boat of stones. I hoped no Franks had reached that far about the island to discover the craft, yet I did not think we would even need it. Evening was falling, and the tide was rising, so that soon the water would drive the attackers back to the causeway, then back to their encampments, and we would celebrate a famous victory. But then we heard the battle roar of cheering men from beyond the city's gate, and we saw our defeated Franks run from before our wall to join that distant assault, and we knew the city was lost. Later, talking to survivors, we discovered that the Franks had succeeded in climbing the harbour's stone quay, and now they were swarming into the city. And so the screaming began. Galahad and I took 20 men across our nearest barricade. Women were running towards us, but seeing us they panicked and tried to climb the granite hill. Kilhuch stayed to guard our wall and to protect our retreat to the boat, as the first smoke of a defeated city curled into the evening sky. We ran behind the main gate's defenders, turned down a flight of stone steps, and there saw the enemy, scrambling like rats into a granary. Hundreds of enemy spearmen were flooding up from the quay. Their bullhorn standards were advancing everywhere. Their drums were beating, while the women trapped in the city's houses were shrieking. Off to our left, at the harbour's far side, where only a few attackers had gained a lodgment, a surge of white-cloaked spearmen suddenly appeared. Bors, Lancelot's cousin and the commander of the palace guard, was leading a counterattack, and for a moment I thought he would turn the day and seal off the invaders' retreat. But instead of assaulting along the quay, Bors led his men to the sea steps, where a fleet of small boats waited to take them all to safety. I saw Prince Lancelot hurrying amid the guard, bringing his mother by the hand and leading a clutch of panicking courtiers. The Fili were fleeing the doomed city. Galahad cut down 2 men trying to climb the steps. Then I saw the street behind us fill with dark-cloaked Franks. "Back!" I shouted, and hauled Galahad away from the alley. "Let me fight!" He tried to pull away from me and faced the next 2 men coming up the narrow stone steps. "Live, you fool!" I pushed him behind me, feinted left with my spear, then brought it up and rammed its blade into a Frank's face. I let go of the shaft, took the second man's spear thrust on my shield while I drew Howlbane. Then I gave the low jab under the shield's edge that sent the man screaming to the steps, with blood welling between hands that cupped his groin. "You know how to get us safe through the city!" I shouted at Galahad. I abandoned my spear as I pushed him back from the battle-maddened enemies who were surging up the steps. There was a potter's shop at the head of the steps, and despite the siege, the shopkeeper's wares were still displayed on trestle tables under a canvas awning. I tipped a table full of jugs and vases into the attacker's path, then ripped down the awning and hurled it into their faces. "Lead us!" I screamed. There were alleys and gardens that only Innis Trebe's inhabitants knew, and we would need such secret paths if we were to escape. The invaders had broken through the main gate now, to cut us off from Killock and his men. Galahad led us uphill, turned left into a short tunnel that ran beneath a temple, then across a garden and up to a wall that edged a rain cistern. Beneath us, the city writhed in horror. The victorious Franks broke down doors to take revenge for their dead left on the sand. Children wailed and were silenced by swords. I watched one Frankish warrior, a huge man with horns on his helmet, cut down 4 trapped defenders with an axe. More smoke poured up from houses. The city might have been built of stone, but there was plenty of furniture, boat pitch, and timber roofs to feed a maniacal fire. Out at sea, where the incoming tide swirled across the sandbanks, I could see Lancelot's winged helmet bright in one of the 3 escaping boats, while above me, pink in the setting sun, the graceful palace waited for its last moments. The evening breeze snatched at the grey smoke and softly billowed a white curtain that hung in a shadowed palace window. "Over here!" Galahad called, pointing to a narrow path. "Follow the path to our boat!" Our men ran for their lives. "Come on, Derfel!" he called to me. But I did not move. I was staring up the steep hill. "Come on, Derfel!" Galahad insisted. But I was hearing a voice in my head. It was an old man's voice, a dry, sardonic and unfriendly voice, and the sound of it would not let me move. "Come on, Derfel!" Galahad screamed. "I put my life in your hands," the old man had said. And suddenly he spoke again inside my skull. "I lay my life on your conscience, Derfel of Dumnonia." How do I reach the palace?" I called to Galahad. "Palace? How?" I shouted angrily. "This way," he said. "This way!" We climbed. The bards sing of love. They celebrate slaughter. They extol kings and flatter queens. But were I a poet, I would write in praise of friendship. I have been fortunate in friends. Arthur was one, but of all my friends there was never another like Galahad. There were times when we understood each other without speaking, and others when words tumbled out for hours. We shared everything except women. I cannot count the number of times we stood shoulder to shoulder in the shield wall, or the number of times we divided our last morsel of food. Men took us for brothers, and we thought of ourselves in the same way. And on that broken evening, as the city smouldered into fire beneath us, Galahad understood I could not be taken to the waiting boat. He knew I was in the hold of some imperative, some message from the gods that made me climb desperately towards the serene palace crowning Innis Trebes. All around us, horror flooded up the hill, but we stayed ahead of it, running desperately across a church roof, jumping down to an alley where we pushed through a crowd of fugitives who believed the church would give them sanctuary. Then up a flight of stone steps, and so to the main street that circled Innis Trebes. There were Franks running towards us, competing to be the first into Ban's palace, but we were ahead of them, along with a pitiful handful of people who had escaped the slaughter in the lower town and were now seeking a hopeless refuge in the hilltop dwelling. The guards were gone from the courtyard. The palace doors lay open, and inside, where women cowered and children cried, the beautiful furniture waited for the conquerors. The curtains stirred in the wind. I plunged into the elegant rooms, ran through the mirrored chamber, and past Leonor's abandoned harp, and so to the great room where Ban had first received me. The king was still there, still in his toga, and still at his table with a quill in his hand.
"It's too late," he said, as I burst into the room with sword drawn. "Arthur failed me."
Screams shouted in the palace corridors. The view from the arched windows was smeared by smoke.
"Come with us, father,"
Galahad said.
"I have work to do,"
Ban said querulously. He dipped his quill into the inkhorn and began to write.
"Can't you see I'm busy?"
I pushed through the door which led to the library, crossed the empty antechamber, then thrust open the library door to see the hunchbacked priest standing at one of the scroll shelves. The polished wooden floor was littered with manuscripts. "Your life is mine!" I shouted angrily, resenting that such an ugly old man had put me to this obligation, when there were so many other lives to save in the city. "So come with me! Now!" The priest ignored me. He was frantically pulling scrolls from the shelves, tearing off their ribbons and seals and scanning the first lines before throwing them down and snatching other scrolls. "Come on!" I snarled at him.
"Wait!"
Selwyn insisted, pulling down another scroll, then discarded it and ripped another open.
"Not yet!"
A crash sounded in the palace, a cheer resounded and was drowned in screams. Galahad was standing in the library's outer door, pleading with his father to come with us, but Ban just waved his son away as though his words were a nuisance. Then the door burst open, and 3 sweating Frankish warriors rushed in. Galahad ran to meet them, but he had no time to save his father's life, and Ban did not even try to defend himself. The leading Frank hacked at him with a sword, and I think the King of Benwick was already dead of a broken heart before the enemy's blade ever touched him. The Frank tried to cut off the king's head, and that man died on Galahad's spear, while I lunged at the second man with Howlbane and swung his wounded body around to obstruct the third. The dying Frank's breath reeked of ale, like the breath of Saxons. Smoke showed outside the door. Galahad was beside me now, his spear slashing forward to kill the third man, but more Franks were pounding down the corridor outside. I pulled my sword free and backed into the antechamber. "Come on, you old fool!" I screamed over my shoulder at the obstinate priest.
"Old, yes, Derfel, but a fool never."
The priest laughed, and something about that sour laughter made me turn, and I saw, as though in a dream, that the hunched back was disappearing as the priest stretched his long body to its full height. He was not ugly at all, I thought, but wonderful and majestic, and so full of wisdom that even though I was in a place of death that reeked of blood and echoed with the shrieks of the dying, I felt safer than I had ever felt in all my life. He was still laughing at me, delighted at having deceived me for so long. "Merlin," I said, and I confess there were tears in my eyes.
"Give me a few minutes," he said. "Hold them off."
He was still plucking down scrolls, tearing at their seals and dropping them after a cursory glance. He had taken off the eye patch, which had merely been a part of his disguise.
"Hold them off,"
he said again, moving to a new rack of unexamined scrolls.
"I hear you're good at slaughter, so be very good at it now."
Galahad put the harp and the harpist's stool into the outer doorway. Then the two of us defended the passage with spear, sword, and shields.
"Did you know he was here?"
I asked Galahad.
"Who?"
Galahad rammed his spear into a round Frankish shield and jerked it back.
"Merlin!"
"He is?" Galahad was astonished.
"Of course I didn't know."
A screaming Frank with ringleted hair and blood on his beard rammed a spear at me. I gripped it just below the head and used it to tug him onto my sword. Another spear was thrown past me and buried its steel head in the lintel behind. A man tangled his feet in the cacophonous harp strings and stumbled forward to be kicked in the face by Galahad. I chopped the edge of my shield onto the back of the man's neck, then parried a sword cut. The palace rang with screams and was filling with acrid smoke, but the men attacking us were losing interest in any plunder they might discover in the library, preferring easier pickings elsewhere in the hilltop building.
"Merlin's here?"
Galahad asked me in disbelief. Or look for yourself." Galahad turned to stare at the tall figure, who was so desperately searching among Ban's doomed library.
"That's Merlin."
"Yes."
"How did you know he was here?"
"I didn't," I said. "Come on, you bastard!" This was to a big Frank, leather-cloaked and carrying a double-headed war-axe, who wanted to prove himself a hero. He chanted his war hymn as he charged, and was still chanting as he died. The axe buried itself in the floorboards by Galahad's feet as he pulled his spear from the man's chest.
"I have it! I have it!" Merlin suddenly shouted behind us. "Silius Italicus, of course. He never wrote 18 books on the Second Punic War, only 17. How can I have been so stupid? You're right, Derfel. I am an old fool, a dangerous fool. 18 books on the Second Turgid War? The merest child knows there were only ever 17. I have it. Come on, Derfel. Don't waste my time. We can't loiter here all night."
We ran back into the disordered library, where I rammed the big work table up against the door as a temporary barrier, while Galahad kicked open the shutters on the windows facing the west. A new swarm of Franks surged through the harpist's room, and Merlin snatched the wooden cross from around his neck and hurled the feeble missile at the invaders, who were momentarily checked by the heavy table. As the cross fell, a great burst of flame engulfed the antechamber. I thought the deadly fire was mere coincidence, and that the wall to the room had collapsed to let in a furnace surge just as the cross struck. But Merlin claimed it as his own triumph.
"The horrible thing has to be good for something,"
he said of the cross, then cackled at the screaming, burning enemy.
"Roast, you worms! Roast!"
He was thrusting the precious scroll into the breast of his gown.
"Did you ever read Silius Italicus?" he asked me.
"Never heard of him, Lord," I said, tugging him towards the open window.
"He wrote epic verse, my dear Derfel. Epic verse."
He resisted my panicked tugging and placed a hand on my shoulder.
"Let me give you some advice."
He spoke very seriously.
"Shun epic verse. I speak from experience."
I suddenly wanted to cry like a child. It was such a relief to look into his wise and wicked eyes again. It was like being reunited with my own father. "I've missed you, Lord," I blurted out.
"Don't go sentimental on me now," Merlin snapped,
then hurried to the window as a Frankish warrior burst through the flames in the doorway and slid along the table's top, screaming defiance. The man's hair was smoking as he thrust his spear towards us. I knocked his blade aside with my shield, lunged with the sword, kicked him, and lunged again. "This way!" Galahad shouted from the garden beyond the window. I gave the dying Frank a last cut, then saw that Merlin had gone back to his work table. "Hurry, Lord!" I shouted to him.
"The cat," Merlin explained. "I can't abandon the cat. Don't be absurd."
"For God's sake, Lord!" I yelled at him. But Merlin was scrabbling under the table to retrieve the frightened grey cat that he cradled in his arms as he at last scrambled over the sill into a herb garden protected by low bay hedges. The sun was splendid in the west, drenching the sky brilliant red and shivering its fiery reflection across the waters of the bay. We crossed the hedge and followed Galahad down a flight of steps that led to a gardener's hut, then onto a perilous path that ran around the breast of the granite peak. On one side of the path was a stone cliff, and on the other, air. But Galahad knew these tracks from childhood, and led us confidently down towards the dark waters. Bodies floated in the sea. Our boat, crowded to the point where it was a miracle it could even float at all, was already a quarter-mile off the island, with its oars labouring to drag its weight of passengers to safety. I cupped my hands and shouted, "Killock!" My voice echoed off the rock and faded across the sea, where it was lost in the immensity of cries and wailing that marked Innistrib's end.
"Let them go,"
Merlin said calmly, then searched under the dirty robe he had worn as Father Selwyn.
"Hold this."
He thrust the cat into my arms, then groped again under his robe until he found a small silver horn that he blew once. It gave a sweet note. Almost immediately, a small dark wherry appeared around Innistrib's northern shore. A single-robed man propelled the little boat with a long sweep that was gripped by an oarlock at the stern. The wherry had a high-pointed prow and room in its belly for just 3 passengers. A wooden chest lay on the bottom boards, branded with Merlin's seal of the horned god Cernunnos.
"I made these arrangements," Merlin said airily, "when it became apparent that poor Ban had no real idea what scrolls he possessed. I thought I would need more time, and so it proved. Of course the scrolls were labelled, but the Filly were forever mixing them up. Not to say trying to improve them when they weren't stealing the verse and calling it their own. One wretch spent 6 months plagiarizing Catullus, then filed him under Plato. Good evening, my dear Cathig," he greeted the boatman genially. "All is well?"
"Other than the world dying, yes," Cathig growled in answer.
"But you've got the chest." Merlin gestured at the sealed box. "Nothing else matters."
The elegant wherry had once been a palace boat used to ferry passengers from the harbour to the larger ships anchored offshore, and Merlin had arranged for it to wait his summons. Now we stepped aboard and sank to its deck as the dour Cathig thrust the small craft out into the evening sea. A single spear plunged from the heights to be swallowed by the water alongside us, but otherwise our departure was unnoticed and untroubled. Merlin took the cat from me and settled contentedly in the boat's bows, while Galahad and I stared back at the island's death. Smoke poured across the water. The cries of the doomed were a wailing threadney in the dying day. We could see the dark shapes of Frankish spearmen still crossing the causeway and splashing off its end towards the fallen city. The sun sank, darkening the bay and making the flames in the palace brighter. A curtain caught the fire and flared, brief and vivid before crumbling to soft ash. The library burned fiercest, scroll after scroll bursting into quick flame to make that corner of the palace into an inferno. It was King Ban's balefire, burning through the night. Galahad wept. He knelt on the deck, clutching his spear, and watched his home turn to dust. He made the sign of the cross and said a silent prayer that willed his father's soul to whatever other world Ban had believed in. The sea was mercifully calm. It was coloured red and black, blood and death, a perfect mirror for the burning city where our enemy danced in ghoulish triumph. Innistribes was never rebuilt in our time. The walls fell, the weeds grew, seabirds roosted there. Frankish fishermen avoided the island where so many had died. They did not call it Innistribes anymore, but gave it a new name in their own coarse tongue, the Mount of Death. And at night, their seamen say, when the deserted isle looms black out of an obsidian sea, the cries of women and the whimpering of children can still be heard. We landed on an empty beach on the western side of the bay. We abandoned the boat and carried Merlin's sealed chest up through wind and gale-bent thorn to the headland's high ridge. Full night fell as we reached the summit, and I turned to see Innistribes glowing like a ragged ember in the dark. Then I walked on, to carry my burden home to Arthur's conscience. Innistribes was dead. We took ship for Britain out of the same river where I had once prayed that Bel and Manawyddan would see me safe home. We found Killoch in the river, his overloaded boat grounded on the mud. Leonor was alive, and so were most of our men. One ship fit to make the voyage home was left in the river, its master having waited in hope of making a fat profit from desperate survivors. But Killoch put his sword to the man's throat and had him take us home for free. The rest of the river's people had already fled from the Franks. We waited through a night made garish by the reflected flames of Innistribes burning, and in the morning we raised the ship's anchor and sailed north. Merlin watched the shore recede, and I, scarce daring to believe that the old man had really come back to us, gazed at him. He was a tall, bony man, perhaps the tallest I ever knew, with long white hair that grew back from his tonsure line to be gathered in a black-ribboned pigtail. He had worn his hair loose and dishevelled when he pretended to be Selwyn, but now, with the pigtail restored, he looked like the old Merlin. His skin was the colour of old polished wood. His eyes were green, and his nose a sharp, bony prow. His beard and moustaches were plaited into fine cords that he liked to twist in his fingers when he was thinking. No one knew how old he was, but certainly I never met anyone older, unless it was the druid Belize, nor did I ever know any man who seemed so ageless as Merlin. He had all his teeth, every last one, and retained a young man's agility, though he did love to pretend to be old and frail and helpless. He dressed in black, always in black, never another colour, and habitually carried a tall black staff, though now, fleeing from Armorica, he lacked that badge of office. He was a commanding man, not just because of his height, reputation, or the elegance of his frame, but because of his presence. Like Arthur, he had the ability to dominate a room and to make a crowded hall seem empty when he left. But where Arthur's presence was generous and enthusiastic, Merlin's was always disturbing. When he looked at you, it seemed that he could read the secret part of your heart, and, worse still, find it amusing. He was mischievous, impatient, impulsive, and totally, utterly wise. He belittled everything, maligned everyone, and loved a few people wholly. Arthur was one, Nimue another, and I think, was a third, though I could never really be sure, for he was a man who loved pretense and disguises. "You're looking at me, Derfel," he accused me from the boat's stern, where he still had his back turned towards me. "I hope never to lose sight of you again, Lord." "What an emotional fool you are, Derfel." He turned and scowled at me. "I should have thrown you back into Tannerburz's pit. Carry that chest into my cabin." Merlin had commandeered the shipmaster's cabin, where I now stowed the wooden chest. Merlin ducked under the low door, fussed with the captain's pillows to make himself a comfortable seat, then sank down with a sigh of happiness. The grey cat leapt onto his lap as he unrolled the top few inches of the thick scroll he had risked his life to obtain on a crude table that glittered with fish scales. "What is it?" I asked. "It is the one real treasure man possessed," Merlin said. "The rest was mostly Greek and Roman rubbish. A few good things, I suppose, but not much." "So what is it?" I asked again. "It is a scroll, dear Derfel," he said, as though I was a fool to have asked. He glanced up through the open skylight to see the sail bellying in a wind still soured by Innistrib's smoke. "A good wind," he said cheerfully. "Home by nightfall, perhaps. I have missed Britain." He looked back to the scroll. "And Nimue, how is the dear child?" he asked as he scanned the first lines. "The last time I saw her," I said bitterly, "she'd been raped and had lost an eye." "These things happen," Merlin said carelessly. His callousness took my breath away. I waited, then again asked him what was so important about the scroll. He sighed. "You are an importunate creature, Derfel. Well, I shall indulge you." He let go of the manuscript so that it rolled itself up, then leaned back on the shipmaster's damp and threadbare pillows. "You know, of course, who Calethin was?" "No, Lord," I admitted. He threw his hands up in despair. "Are you not ashamed of your ignorance, Derfel? Colethin was a druid of the Ordovicii, a wretched tribe, and I should know. One of my wives was an Ordovician, and one such creature was sufficient for 12 lifetimes. Never again. He shuddered at the memory, then peered up at me. Gunlius raped Nimue, right? Yes. I wondered how he knew. Foolish man. Foolish man! He seemed amused rather than angry at his lover's fate. How he will suffer. Is Nimue angry? Furious. Good. Fury is very useful, and dear Nimue has a talent for it. One of the things I can't stand about Christians is their admiration of meekness. Imagine elevating meekness into a virtue. Meekness! Can you imagine a heaven filled only with the meek? What a dreadful idea. The food would get cold while everyone passed the dishes to everyone else. Meekness is no good, Derfel. Anger and selfishness, those are the qualities that make the world march. He laughed. Now, about Colethin. He was a fair druid for an Ordovician, not nearly as good as me, of course, but he had his better days. I did enjoy your attempt to murder Lancelot, by the way. A pity you didn't finish the job. I suppose he escaped from the city? As soon as it was doomed, yes. Sailors say rats are always first off the doomed ship. Poor Ban. He was a fool, but a good fool. Did he know who you were? I asked. Of course he knew, Merlin said. It would have been monstrously rude of me to have deceived my host. He didn't tell anyone else, of course. Otherwise I'd have been besieged by those dreadful poets, all asking me to use magic to make their wrinkles disappear. You've no idea, Derfel, how bothersome a little magic can be. Ban knew who I was, and so did Kethig. He's my servant. Poor Howl's dead, yes? Well, if you already know, I said, why do you ask? I'm just making conversation, he protested. Conversation is one of the civilized arts, Derfel. We can't all stump through life with a sword and shield growling. A few of us do try to preserve the dignities. He sniffed. So how do you know Howl's dead? I asked. Because Bedwin wrote and told me, of course, you idiot. Bedwin's been writing to you all these years? I asked in astonishment. Of course. He needed my advice. What do you think I did? Vanish? You did, I said resentfully. Nonsense. You simply didn't know where to look for me. Not that Bedwin took my advice about anything. What a mess the man has made. Mordred alive? Pure foolishness. The child should have been strangled with his own birth cord. But I suppose Uther could never have been persuaded of that. Poor Uther. He believed that virtues are handed down through a man's loins. What nonsense! A child is like a calf. If the thing is born crippled, you knock it smartly on the skull and serve the cow again. That's why the gods made it such a pleasure to engender children, because so many of the little brutes have to be replaced. There's not much pleasure in the process for women, of course, but someone has to suffer, and thank the gods it's them and not us. Did you ever have children? I asked, wondering why I had never thought to inquire before. Of course I did. What an extraordinary question. He gazed at me as though he doubted my sanity. I never liked any of them very much, and happily most of them died, and the rest I've disowned. One, I think, is even a Christian. He shuddered. I much prefer other people's children. They're so much more grateful. Now, what were we talking about? Oh, yes, Colethin, terrible man. He shook his head gloomily. Did he write the scroll? I asked. Don't be absurd, Derfel, he snapped impatiently. Druids are not allowed to write anything down. It's against the rules, you know that. Once you write something down, it becomes fixed. It becomes dogma. People can argue about it. They become authoritative. They refer to the texts. They produce new manuscripts. They argue more, and soon they're putting each other to death. If you never write anything down, then no one knows exactly what you said, so you can always change it. Do I have to explain everything to you? You can explain what is written on the scroll, I said humbly.
I was doing precisely that. But you keep interrupting me and changing the subject. Extraordinary behaviour. And to think you grew up on the Tor. I should have had you whipped more often. That might have given you better manners. I hear Gwilithan is rebuilding my hall.
Yes.
A good honest man, Gwilithan. I shall probably have to rebuild it all myself, but he does try.
The scroll? I reminded him.
I know. Colethin was a druid, I told you that. An Ordovician, too. Dreadful beasts, Ordovicians. Whatever. Cast your mind back to the Black Year, and ask yourself how Suetonius knew all he did about our religion. Now, you do know who Suetonius was, I suppose?
The question was an insult, for all Britons know and revile the name of Suetonius Paulinus, the governor appointed by the Emperor Nero, and who, in the Black Year, that occurred some 400 years before our time, virtually destroyed our ancient religion. Every Briton grew up with the dread tale of how Suetonius's 2 legions had crushed the Druid sanctuary on Inis Mon. Inis Mon, like Inis Trebes, was an island, the greatest sanctuary of our gods, but the Romans had somehow crossed the straits and put all the Druids, bards, and priestesses to the sword. They had cut down the sacred groves and defiled the holy lake, so that all we had left was but a shadow of the old religion. And our Druids, like Tanaburs and Eorwith, were just faint echoes of an old glory. I know who Suetonius was, I told Merlin.
There was another Suetonius, he said with amusement. A Roman writer, and rather a good one. Man possessed his De Virus Illustribus, which is mainly about the lives of the poets. Suetonius was particularly scandalous about Virgil. It's extraordinary what things poets will take to their beds. Mostly each other, of course. It's a pity that work burned, for I never saw another. Ban's scroll might well have been the very last copy, and it's just ashes now. Virgil will be relieved. Whatever. The point is that Suetonius Paulinus wanted to know everything there was to know about our religion before he attacked Inis Mon. He wanted to make certain we wouldn't turn him into a toad or a poet. So he found himself a traitor, Colethin the Druid. And Colethin dictated everything he knew to a Roman scribe, who copied it all down in what looks to be execrable Latin. But, execrable or not, it is the only record of our old religion. All its secrets, all its rituals, all its meanings, and all its power. And this, child, is it.
He gestured at the scroll, and managed to knock it off the table. I retrieved the manuscript from under the shipmaster's bunk. And I thought, I said bitterly, that you were a Christian trying to discover the wingspan of angels.
Don't be perverse, Derfel. Everyone knows the wingspan must vary according to the angel's height and weight.
He unwound the scroll again and peered at its contents.
I sought this treasure everywhere, even in Rome, and all the while that silly old fool Ban had it catalogued as the 18th volume of Silius Italicus. It proves he never read the whole thing, even though he did claim it was wonderful. Still, I don't suppose anyone's read the whole thing. How could they?
He shuddered. No wonder it took you over 5 years to find it, I said, thinking how many people had missed him during that time.
Nonsense. I only learned of the scroll's existence a year ago. Before that, I was searching for other things. The horn of Bran Galed, the knife of Laufrodeth, the throwboard of Gwenthlau, the ring of Eluned, the treasures of Britain, Derfel.
He paused, glancing at the sealed chest, then looked back to me.
The treasures are the keys of power, Derfel. But without the secrets in this scroll, there are just so many dead objects.
There was a rare reverence in his voice, and no wonder, for the 13 treasures were the most mysterious and sacred talismans of Britain. One night in Benwick, when we had been shivering in the dark and listening for Franks among the trees, Galahad had scorned the very existence of the treasures, by doubting whether they could have survived the long years of Roman rule. But Merlin had always insisted that the old druids, facing defeat, had hidden them so deep that no Roman would ever find them. His life's work was the collection of the 13 talismans. His ambition was the final awesome moment when they would be put to use. That use, it seemed, was described in the lost scroll of Colethin. "So what does the scroll tell us?" I asked eagerly. "How would I know? You won't give me time to read it. Why don't you go and be useful? Splice an oar, or whatever it is sailors do when they're not drowning." He waited till I had reached the door. "Oh, and one other thing," he added abstractedly. I turned to see he was again gazing at the opening lines of the heavy scroll. "Lord," I prompted him. "I just wanted to thank you, Derfel," he said carelessly. "So, thank you. I always hoped you'd be useful someday." I thought of Innistribes burning, and of Ban dead. "I failed Arthur," I said bitterly. "Everyone fails Arthur. He expects too much. Now go." I had supposed that Lancelot and his mother Elaine would sail west to Broceliande, there to join the mass of refugees hurled from Ban's kingdom by the Franks. But instead they sailed north to Britain, to Dumnonia. And once in Dumnonia, they travelled to Dernevaria, reaching the town a full 2 days before Merlin, Galahad, and I landed. So we were not there to see their entry, though we heard all about it, for the town rang with admiring tales of the fugitives. Benwick's royal party had travelled in 3 fast ships, all of which had been provisioned ahead of Innistribes' fall, and in those holds were crammed the gold and silver that the Franks had hoped to find in Ban's palace. By the time Queen Elaine's party reached Dernevaria, the treasure had been hidden away, and the fugitives were all on foot, some of them shoeless, all ragged and dusty, their hair tangled and crusted with sea salt, and with blood caked on their clothes and on the battered weapons they clutched in nerveless hands. Elaine, Queen of Benwick, and Lancelot, now king of a lost kingdom, limped up the town's principal street to beg like indigents at Guinevere's palace. Behind them was a motley mixture of guards, poets, and courtiers, who, Elaine pitifully exclaimed, were the only survivors of the massacre. "If only Arthur had kept his word," she wailed to Guinevere. "If only he had done just half of all that he promised." "Mother, mother," Lancelot clutched her. "All I want to do is die, my dear," Elaine declared, "as you so nearly did in the fight." Guinevere, of course, rose splendidly to the occasion. Clothes were fetched, baths filled, food cooked, wine poured, wounds bandaged, stories heard, treasure given, and Arthur summoned. The stories were wonderful. They were told all over the town, and by the time we reached Dernevaria, the tales had spread to every corner of Dumnonia, and were already flying over the frontiers to be retold in countless British and Irish feasting halls. It was a great tale of heroes, how Lancelot and Bors had held the Merman Gate, and how they had carpeted the sands with Frankish dead, and glutted the gulls with Frankish offal. The Franks, the tales said, had been shrieking for mercy, fearing that bright Tancladwyr would flash in Lancelot's hand again. But then some other defenders, out of Lancelot's sight, gave way. The enemy was inside the city, and if the fight had been grim before, now it became ghastly. Enemy after enemy fell, as street after street was defended. Yet not all the heroes of antiquity could have stemmed that rush of iron-helmed foes who swarmed from the encircling sea like so many demons released from Manawyddan's nightmares. Back went the outnumbered heroes, leaving the streets choked with enemy dead. Still more enemies came, and back the heroes went, back to the palace itself, where Ban, good King Ban, leaned on his terrace to search the horizon for Arthur's ships. "They will come," Ban had insisted, "for Arthur has promised." The king, the story said, would not leave the terrace, for if Arthur came and he were not there, what would men say? He insisted he would stay to greet Arthur, but first he kissed his wife, embraced his heir, then wished them both fair winds for Britain, before turning to gaze for the rescue that never came. It was a mighty tale, and next day, when it seemed that no more ships would come from far Armorica, the tale changed subtly. Now it was the men of Dumnonia, the forces led by Kilhuch and Derfel, who had allowed the enemy into Innistribes. "They fought," Lancelot assured Guinevere, "but they could not hold." Arthur, who had been campaigning against Cerdic Saxons, rode hard for Durnovaria to welcome his guests. He arrived just hours before our sad party trudged unremarked up the road that ran from the sea past the great grassy ramparts of Maidan. One of the guards on the city's southern gate recognized me and let us in. "You're just in time," he said. "For what?" I asked. "Arthur's here. They're going to tell the tale of Innistribes." "Are they now?" I glanced across the town towards the palace on its western hill. "I'd like to hear that," I said. Then I led my companions into the town. I hurried towards the crossroads in the centre, curious to inspect the chapel Sansom had built for Mordred. But to my surprise, there was neither chapel nor temple on the site, just a waste space where ragweed grew. "Nimue," I said, amused. "What?" Merlin asked me. He was cowled so that no one would recognize him. "A self-important little man," I said, "was going to build a church here. Guinevere summoned Nimue to stop him." "So, Guinevere is not entirely without sense?" Merlin asked. "Did I say she was?" "No, dear Derfel, you did not. Shall we go on?" We turned up the hill towards the palace. It was evening, and the palace slaves were putting torches into beckets about the courtyard, where, heedless of the damage they were causing to Guinevere's roses and water channels, a crowd had gathered to see Lancelot and Arthur. No one recognized us as we came through the gate. Merlin was hooded, while Galahad and I wore the cheek-pieces of our wolf-tailed helmets closed across our faces. We squeezed with Kilhuch and a dozen other men into the arcade at the very back of the crowd. And there, as night fell, we heard the tale of Innistribes' fall. Lancelot, Guinevere, Elaine, Arthur, Bors, and Bedwin stood on the eastern side of the courtyard, where the pavement was elevated a few feet above the other three sides to make a natural stage, an impression heightened by the bright torches fixed to the wall beneath the terrace that had steps leading down to the courtyard. I looked for Nimue, but could not see her, nor was young Bishop Sansom there. Bishop Bedwin said a prayer, and the Christians in the crowd murmured their response, crossed themselves, then settled to listen once again to the awful tale of Innistribes' fall. Bors told the story. He stood at the head of the steps, and he told of Benwick's fight, and the listening crowd gasped as they heard of the horror, and cheered when he described some particular passage of Lancelot's heroism. Once, overcome by emotion, Bors simply gestured at Lancelot, who tried to quell the cheers by raising a hand thickly wrapped in bandages, and when the gesture failed, he shook his head, as though the crowd's praise was simply too great to bear. Elaine, draped in black, wept beside her son. Bors did not dwell on Arthur's failure to reinforce the doomed garrison. Instead, he explained that though Lancelot knew Arthur was fighting in Britain, King Ban had clung to his unrealistic hopes. Arthur, wounded all the same, shook his head and seemed close to tears, especially when Bors told the touching tale of King Ban's farewell to his wife and son. I was close to tears too, not because of the lies I heard, but out of sheer joy at seeing Arthur again. He had not changed. The bony face was still strong, and his eyes still full of care. Bedwin asked what had happened to the men of Dumnonia, and Bors, with apparent reluctance, allowed the tale of our sorry deaths to be drawn from him. The crowd groaned when they learned that it had been us, the men of Dumnonia, who had yielded the city's wall. Bors raised a gloved hand. "They fought well," he said, but the crowd was not consoled. Merlin seemed to have been ignoring Bors's nonsense. Instead, he had been whispering with a man at the back of the crowd, but now he shuffled forward to touch my elbow.
"I need a piss, dear boy,"
he said in Father Selwyn's voice.
"Old man's bladder. You deal with these fools and I'll be back soon."
"Your men fought well," Bors shouted to the crowd. "And though they were defeated, they died like men. And now, like ghosts, they're back from the other world," I shouted, and I clashed my shield against a pillar, shaking free a small cloud of powdered lime. I stepped into the flame light of a torch. "You lie, Bors!" I shouted. Killock stepped up beside me. "I say you lie too," he growled. "And I say it." Galahad appeared. I drew Halbane. The scrape of the steel on the scabbard's wooden throat made the crowd shrink back to leave a path through the trampled roses that led towards the terrace. The three of us, battle-weary, dusty, helmed and armed, walked forward. We walked in step, slowly. Then neither Bors nor Lancelot dared speak when they saw the wolf-tails hanging from our helmets. I stopped at the garden's centre and slammed Halbane point downwards into a rosebed. "My sword says you lie," I shouted. "Derfel, son of a slave, says that Lancelot ap Ban, king of Benwick, lies. Killock ap Galliard says so too." Killock rammed his battered blade beside mine. "And Galahad ap Ban, prince of Benwick also." Galahad added his sword. "No Franks took our wall," I said, removing my helmet so that Lancelot could see my face. "No Frank dared climb our wall, for there were so many dead at its foot. And I, brother," Galahad also removed his helmet, "was with our father at the last. Not you." "And you, Lancelot," I cried, "had no bandage when you fled Innistribes. What happened? Did a splinter from the ship's gunwale prick your thumb?" There was uproar. Some of Bors' guards were at the side of the courtyard, and they drew their swords and shouted insults. But Cavan and the rest of our men pushed through the open gate with raised spears to threaten massacre. "None of you bastards fought at the city," Cavan shouted. "So fight now." Lanval, commander of Guinevere's guard, shouted at his archers to line the terrace. Elaine had gone white. Lancelot and Bors were both at her side, and both seemed to be trembling. Bishop Bedwin was shouting, but it was Arthur who restored order. He drew Excalibur and clashed it against his shield. Lancelot and Bors had shrunk to the back of the terrace, but Arthur waved them forward, then looked at us three warriors. The crowd went silent, and the archers took the arrows off their strings. "In battle," Arthur said gently, commanding the attention of all the courtyard, "things are confused. Men rarely see all that happens in a battle. There is so much noise, so much chaos, so much horror. Our friends from Innistribes," and here he laid his sword arm around Lancelot's shoulders, "are mistaken. But theirs was an honest mistake. Doubtless some poor confused man told them the tale of your deaths, and they believed it. But now, happily, they stand corrected, but not shamed. There was glory enough in Innistribes for all to share. Am I not right?" Arthur had directed the question at Lancelot, but it was Bors who answered. "I am wrong," he said, "and glad to be wrong." "I also," Lancelot added, in a brave, clear voice. "There," Arthur exclaimed, and smiled down at the three of us. "Now, my friends, pick up your weapons. We will have no enmity here. You are all heroes, all of you." He waited, but not one of us moved. The torch flames glanced off our helmets and touched the blades of our planted swords that were a challenge for a fight to establish the truth. Arthur's smile disappeared as he drew himself to his full height. "I am ordering you to pick up your swords," he said. "This is my house. You, Killock, and you, Derfel, are oath-sworn to me. Are you breaking your oaths?" "I am defending my honor, Lord," Killock answered. "Your honor is in my service," Arthur snapped, and the steel in his voice was enough to make me shiver. He was a kind man, but it was easy to forget that he had not become a warlord by mere kindness. He spoke so much of peace and reconciliation, but in battle his soul was released from such concerns and gave itself to slaughter. He threatened slaughter now by putting his hand on Excalibur's hilt. "Pick up the swords," he ordered us, "unless you wish me to pick them up for you." We could not fight our own lord, and so we obeyed him. Galahad followed our example. The surrender left us feeling sullen and cheated. But Arthur, the moment he had restored amity inside his house, smiled once again. He spread his arms in welcome as he strode down the steps, and his joy at seeing us was so obvious that my resentment vanished instantly. He embraced his cousin, Killock, then hugged me, and I felt my lord's tears on my cheek. "Derfel," he said. "Derfel Cadan, is it really you?" "None else, Lord." "You look older," he said with a smile. "You don't." He grimaced. "I was not in Innistribes. I wish I had been." He turned to Galahad. "I've heard of your bravery, Lord Prince, and I salute you." "But don't insult me, Lord, by believing my brother," Galahad said bitterly. "No," Arthur said. "I will not have quarrels. We shall be friends, I insist upon it." And he put his arm through mine, and led the three of us up the terrace steps, where he decreed that we should all embrace with Bors and Lancelot. "There is trouble enough," he told me quietly when I held back, "without this." I stepped forward and spread my arms. Lancelot hesitated, then stepped towards me. His oiled hair smelt of violets. "Child," he whispered in my ear after kissing my cheek. "Coward," I whispered back. Then we drew apart, smiling. Bishop Bedwin had tears in his eyes as he hugged me. "Dear Derfel." "I have even better news for you," I told him softly. "Merlin is here." "Merlin?" Bedwin stared at me, not daring to believe my news. "Merlin is here? Merlin?" The news spread through the crowd. Merlin was back. Great Merlin had returned. The Christians crossed themselves, but even they recognized the import of the news. Merlin had come to Dumnonia, and suddenly the kingdom's troubles seemed halved. "So where is he?" Arthur demanded. "He went out," I said feebly, gesturing at the gate. "Merlin?" Arthur shouted. "Merlin!" But there was no answer. Guards searched for him, but none found him. Later, the sentries at the western gate said that an old priest with a hunched back, an eye patch, a grey cat, and a filthy cough had left the city, but they had seen no other white-bearded sage. "You have been through a dreadful battle, Derfel," Arthur told me, when we were in the palace's feasting hall, where a meal of pork, bread, and mead was served. Men dream strange dreams when they suffer hardships.
No, Lord, I insisted. Merlin was here. Ask Prince Galahad.
I shall, he said. Of course I shall. He turned to look at the high table, where Guinevere leaned on an elbow to listen to Lancelot. You've all suffered, he said.
But I failed you, Lord,
I confessed. And for that I am sorry. No, Derfel. No. I failed Ban. But what more could I do? There are so many enemies. He fell silent, then smiled as Guinevere's laughter sounded bright in the hall. I'm glad that at least she is happy, he said, then went to talk to Kilhuch, who was single-mindedly devouring a whole suckling pig. Lunette was at the court that night. Her hair was braided and twisted into a flower-studded circlet. She wore torques, brooches, and bangles, while her dress was of red-dyed linen girdled with a silver-buckled belt. She smiled at me, brushed dirt off my sleeve, then wrinkled her nose at the stink of my clothes.
"Scars suit you, Derfel," she said, lightly touching my face. "But you take too many risks."
I'm a warrior.
Not those sort of risks. I mean, making up stories about Merlin. You embarrassed me. And announcing yourself as the son of a slave. Didn't you ever think how that might make me feel? I know we aren't together anymore, but people know we were once. And how do you think it makes me feel when you say you're slave-born? You should think of others, Derfel. You really should.
I noted she no longer wore our lover's ring, but I would hardly have expected to see it, for she had long found other men who could afford to be more generous than I ever could.
I suppose Innistribes made you a little mad, she went on. Why else would you challenge Lancelot to a fight? I know you're good with a sword, Derfel, but he's Lancelot, not just any warrior.
She turned to look at where the king sat beside Guinevere.
Isn't he wonderful?
She asked me. Incomparably, I said sourly.
And unmarried, I hear, Lunette said coquettishly.
I leaned close to her ear. He prefers boys, I whispered. She hit my arm.
Fool. Anyone can see he doesn't. See how he looks at Guinevere?
It was Lunette's turn to put her mouth close to my ear.
Don't tell anyone,
she whispered hoarsely.
But she's pregnant.
Good, I said.
It isn't good at all. She's not happy. She doesn't want to be lumpy, you see. And I don't blame her. I hated being pregnant. Ah, there's someone I want to see. I do like new faces at court. Oh, and the one other thing, Derfel.
She smiled sweetly.
Take a bath, dear.
She crossed the room to accost one of Queen Elaine's poets. Off with the old, on with the new. Bishop Bedwin appeared beside me. I'm so old, I'm surprised Lunette even remembers me, I answered dourly. Bedwin smiled, then took me into the courtyard that was now empty. Merlin was with you, he said, not as a question, but as a statement. Yes, Lord. And I told him how Merlin had claimed to be leaving the palace for just a few moments. Bedwin shook his head. He likes these games, he said despairingly. Tell me more. I told him all I could. We walked up and down the upper terrace through the smoke of the guttering torches, and I spoke of Father Selwyn and of Ban's library, and gave him the real story of the siege, and the truth about Lancelot, and I ended up by describing Calethin's scroll that Merlin had snatched from the fall of the city. He says, I told Bedwin, that it contains the knowledge of Britain. I pray God it does. May God forgive me, Bedwin said. Someone has to help us. Are things bad? Bedwin shrugged. He looked old and tired. His hair was wispy now, his beard thin and his face more haggard than I remembered. I suppose they could be worse, he admitted. But sadly they never get better. Things are really not much different from when you left, except that Ael grew stronger, so strong that he even dares call himself the Bretwalder now. Bedwin shuddered at the barbarous pretension. Bretwalda was a Saxon title and meant ruler of Britain. He captured all the land between Jericho Brevis and Corinium, Bedwin told me, and he probably would have captured both those fortresses if we hadn't purchased peace with the last of our gold. And then there's Cerdic in the south, and he's proving even more vicious than Ael. Doesn't Ael attack Powys? I asked. Gorfithid paid him gold, just like we did. I thought Gorfithid was sick. Oh, the plague passed, as plagues do. He recovered, and now he leads the men of Elmet along with the forces of Powys. He's doing better than we feared, Bedwin said bleakly. Perhaps because he's driven by hate. He doesn't drink like he used to, and he's sworn to avenge that lost arm on Arthur's head. Worse than that, Derfel. Gorfithid is doing what Arthur hoped to do, uniting the tribes, but sadly he's uniting them against us, and not against the Saxons. He pays Gunlius's Silurians and the Black Shield Irish to raid our coasts, and he bribes King Mark to help Cadui. And I dare say he's raising the money now to pay Ael to break our truce. Gorfithid rises, and we fall. In Powys they call Gorfithid the High King now, and he has Keenaglas as an heir, while we have poor little lame Mordred. Gorfithid collects an army, and we have warbands. And once this year's harvest is collected, Derfel, then Gorfithid will come south with the men of Elmet and Powys. Men say it will be the greatest army ever seen in Britain, and it's hardly a wonder that there are those, he lowered his voice, who say we should make peace on his terms. Which are? There is only one condition. Arthur's death. Gorfithid will never forgive Arthur for the slight to Kynwyn. Can you blame him? Bedwin shrugged and walked a few paces in silence. The real danger, he went on, is if Gorfithid does find the money to bring Ael back into the war. We can't pay more to the Saxons. We've nothing left. The treasury is empty. Who'll pay taxes to a dying regime? And we can't spare any spearmen to collect the taxes. There's plenty of gold in there, I said, jerking my head towards the hall where the sounds of the feast were loud. Lunette was wearing enough, I added sourly. The Princess Guinevere's ladies, Bedwin said bitterly, are not expected to contribute their jewels to the war. Even if they did, I doubt there'd be enough to bribe Ael again. And if he does attack us in the autumn, Derfel, then those men who want Arthur's life won't whisper their demand, they'll shout it from the ramparts. Arthur, of course, could simply leave. He could go to Broceliande, I suppose. Then Gorfithid would take young Mordred into his care, and we'd just be a client kingdom ruled from Powys. I paced in silence. I had no idea things were so desperate. Bedwin smiled sadly. So it seems, my young friend, that you have jumped from the seething pot into the fire. There will be work for your sword, Derfel, and soon, never fear. I had wanted time to visit Innis Widren, I said. To find Merlin again? To find Nimue, I said. He stopped. You hadn't heard? Something cold caressed my heart. I've heard nothing. I thought she might be here in the Nevaria. She was, Bedwin said. Princess Guinevere fetched her. I was surprised she came, but she did. You have to understand, Derfel, that Guinevere and Bishop Sansom, you remember him? How could you forget him? He and she are at odds. Nimue was Guinevere's weapon. God knows what she thought Nimue could do, but Sansom did not wait to find out. He preached against Nimue as a witch. Some of my fellow Christians, I fear, are not full of kindness, and Sansom preached that she should be stoned to death. No, I protested. No. He held up a hand to calm me. She fought back by bringing the pagans of the countryside into the town. They sacked Sansom's new chapel. There was a riot, and 12 people died, though neither she nor Sansom were hurt. The king's guards panicked, thinking it was an attack on Mordred. It wasn't, of course, but that didn't stop them using their spears. Then Numui was arrested by Nabur, the magistrate responsible for the king, and he found her guilty of stirring up revolt. He would, of course, being a Christian. Bishop Sansom demanded her death, and Princess Guinevere demanded Namui's release, and in between those two demands, Numui rotted in Nabur's cells. Bedwin paused, and I could see from his face that the worst was still to come. "She went mad, Derfel," the bishop at last continued. "It was like caging a falcon, you see, and she rebelled against her bars. She went screaming mad. No one could restrain her." I knew what was coming and shook my head. "No," I said. "The Isle of the Dead." Bedwin gave the awful news. "What else could they do?" "No," I protested again. For Numui was on the Isle of the Dead, lost among the broken ones, and I could not bear to think of that fate. "She has her third wound," I said softly. "What?" Bedwin cupped an ear. "Nothing," I said. "Does she live?" "Who knows? No living person goes there, or if they do, they cannot return." "But that's where Merlin must have gone," I cried in relief. Merlin had doubtless heard the news from the man he had been whispering with at the back of the courtyard, and Merlin could do what no other man or woman dare do. The Isle of the Dead would hold no terrors for Merlin. What else would have made him vanish so precipitately? In a day or two I thought he would return to Dernuvaria with Numui rescued and restored. It had to be thus. "Pray God it is," Bedwin said, "for her sake." "What happened to Sansom?" I asked vengefully. "He wasn't punished officially," Bedwin said, "but Guinevere persuaded Arthur to strip him of Mordred's chaplaincy. And then the old fellow who administered the shrine of the Holy Thorn at Inniswydran died, and I managed to persuade our young bishop to take over there. He wasn't happy, but he knew he'd made too many enemies in Dernuvaria, so he accepted." Bedwin was plainly delighted at Sansom's fall. "He certainly lost his power here, and I don't see him getting it back. Not unless he's a great deal more subtle than I think. He, of course, is one of those who whisper that Arthur should be sacrificed. Nabur is another. There's a Mordred faction in our kingdom, Derfel, and it asks why we should fight to preserve Arthur's life." I stepped round a puddle of vomit thrown up by a drunken soldier come from the hall. The man groaned, looked up at me, then retched again. "Who else could rule Dumnonia?" I asked Bedwin, when we were safely out of the drunk's hearing. "Oh, there's a good question, Derfel. Who indeed? Dorfithid, of course, or else his son Keenaglas. Some men whisper Geraint's name, but he doesn't want it. Nabur even suggested I might take over. He said nothing specific, of course, nothing but hints." Bedwin chuckled derisively. "But what use would I be against our enemies? We need Arthur. No one else could have held off this ring of enemies for so long, Derfel. But folk don't understand that. They blame him for the chaos, yet if anyone else was in power, the chaos would be worse. We're a kingdom without a proper king, so every ambitious rogue has his eye on Mordred's throne." I stopped beside the bronze bust that looked so like Gorfithid. "If Arthur had just married Kynwyn," I began. Bedwin interrupted me. "If, Derfel, if. If Mordred's father had lived, or if Arthur had killed Gorfithid instead of just taking his arm, everything would be different. History is nothing but ifs. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps if Arthur had married Kynwyn, we would be at peace now, and perhaps Eäl's head would be planted on a spear point in Caercadern. But how long do you think Gorfithid would have endured Arthur's success? And remind yourself why Gorfithid agreed to the marriage in the first place." "For peace," I suggested. "Oh, dear me, no. Gorfithid only allowed Kynwyn to be betrothed because he believed her son, his grandson, would rule Dumnonia instead of Mordred. I should have thought that was obvious." "Not to me," I said. "For a Caersus, when Arthur had been struck mad by love, I had been a mere spearman in the guard. not a captain who needed to probe the motives of kings and princes.
"We need Arthur,"
Bedwin said, looking up into my eyes.
"and if Arthur needs Guinevere, then so be it."
He shrugged and walked on.
"I would have preferred Cynwyn as his wife, but the choice and the marriage bed were not mine to make. Now, poor thing, she'll marry Gunlius."
"Gunlius?" I said too loudly, startling the sick soldier, who groaned over his vomit.
"Cynwyn will marry Gunlius?"
I asked Bedwin.
"Their betrothal ceremony is in 2 weeks," Bedwin said calmly, "during Lunasa."
Lunasa was the summer festival of Chlor, god of light, and was dedicated to fertility, and thus any betrothal made at the feast was considered particularly auspicious.
"They'll marry in late autumn, after the war."
He paused, aware that his last 3 words suggested that Gorfithid and Gunlius would win the war, and that the marriage ceremony would thus be a part of the victor's celebrations.
"Gorfithid has sworn to give them Arthur's head as a wedding gift," Bedwin added sadly.
"But Gunlius is already married," I protested, wondering why I was so indignant. Was it because I remembered Cynwyn's fragile beauty? I still wore her brooch inside my breastplate. But I told myself my indignation was not because of her, but simply because I hated Gunlius.
"Being married to Ladwis didn't stop Gunlius marrying Norwenna," Bedwin said scornfully. "He'll put Ladwis aside, go 3 times round the sacred rock, then kiss the magic toadstool or whatever else you pagans do to get divorced these days. He's not a Christian anymore, by the way. A pagan divorce, marry Cynwyn, serve her with an heir, then hurry back to Ladwis's bed. Well, that seems to be the way of things nowadays."
He paused, cocking an ear towards the sounds of laughter coming from the hall.
"Though maybe," he went on, "in years to come we shall think of these days as the last of the good times."
Something in his voice made my spirits sink even further.
"Are we doomed?" I asked him. "If Ael keeps his truce, we may last another year, but only if we defeat Gorfithid. And if not, then we must pray Merlin has brought us new life."
He shrugged, but did not seem very hopeful.
"He was not a good Christian, Bishop Bedwin, though he was a very good man. Sansom now tells me that Bedwin's goodness will not prevent his soul from roasting in hell. But that summer, fresh back from Bennewick, all our souls seemed doomed to perdition. The harvest was just beginning, but once it was gathered, Gorfithid's onslaught would come."
Part 4. The Isle of the Dead.
Igraine demanded to see Cynwyn's brooch. She held it in the window, turning it and gazing at its golden spirals. I could see the desire in her eyes. "You have many that are more beautiful," I told her gently.
"But none so full of story,"
she said, holding the brooch against her breast. "My story, dear Queen," I chided her, "not yours." She smiled.
"But what did you write? That if I were as kind as you know me to be, then I would let you keep it?"
"Did I write that?"
"Because you knew that would make me give it back to you. You are a cunning old man, Brother Derfel."
She held the brooch out to me, then folded her fingers over the gold before I could take it.
"Will it be mine one day?"
"No one else's, dear lady, I promise." She still held it.
"And you won't let Bishop Sansom take it?"
"Never," I said fervently. She dropped it into my hand.
"Did you really wear it under your breastplate?"
"Always," I said, tucking the brooch safe under my robe.
"Poor Innis Treebs."
She was sitting in her usual place on my window-sill, from where she could stare down Dinarax's valley towards the distant river that was swollen with an early summer rain. Was she imagining Frankish invaders crossing the ford and swarming up the slopes?
"What happened to Leonor?"
she asked, surprising me with the question. "The harpist. She died."
No, but I thought you said she escaped from Innistribes.
I nodded. Well, she did, but she sickened her first winter in Britain and died. Just died.
And what about your women?
Mine?
In Innistribes, you said that Galahad had Leonor, but that the rest of you all had women too. So who was yours? And what happened to her?
I don't know.
Oh, devil. She can't have been nothing.
I sighed. She was a fisherman's daughter. Her name was Helsin. Only everyone called her Puss. Her husband had drowned a year before I met her. She had a baby daughter, and when Killuch led our survivors to the boat, Puss fell off the cliff path. She was holding the baby, you see, and couldn't hold on to the rocks. There was chaos, and everyone was panicking and hurrying. It was no one's fault. Though if I had been there, I've often thought Helsin would have lived. She was a sturdy, bright-eyed girl with a quick laugh and an inexhaustible appetite for hard work. A good woman. But if I had saved her life, Merlin would have died. Fate is inexorable. Igraine must have been thinking the same.
I wish I'd met Merlin, she said wistfully.
He'd have liked you, I said. He always liked pretty women.
But so did Lancelot,
she asked quickly. Oh, yes.
Not boys?
Not boys. Igraine laughed. This day she was wearing an embroidered dress of blue-dyed linen that suited her fair skin and dark hair. 2 gold torques circled her neck, and a tangle of bracelets rattled on her slim wrist. She stank of feces, a fact I was diplomatic enough to ignore, for I realized she must be wearing a pessary of a newborn baby's first motions, an old remedy for a barren woman. Poor Igraine.
You hated Lancelot,
she suddenly accused me. Utterly.
That isn't fair.
She jumped up from the windowsill and paced to and fro in the small room.
People's stories shouldn't be told by their enemies. Supposing Niuech wrote mine.
Who is Niuech?
You don't know her,
she said, frowning. And I guessed Niuech was her husband's lover.
But it isn't fair, she insisted, because everyone knows Lancelot was the greatest of Arthur's soldiers. Everyone.
I don't.
But he must have been brave.
I stared through the window, trying to be fair, in my mind, trying to find something good to say about my worst enemy. He could be brave, I said, but he chose not to be. He fought sometimes, but usually he avoided battle. He was frightened of his face being scarred, you see. He was very vain about his looks. He collected Roman mirrors. The mirrored room in Benwick's palace was Lancelot's room. He could sit there and admire himself on every wall.
I don't believe he was as bad as you make him sound, Igraine protested.
Oh, I think he was worse, I said. I do not enjoy writing about Lancelot, for the memory of him lies like a stain on my life. Above everything, I told Igraine, he was dishonest. He told lies out of choice, because he wanted to hide the truth about himself. But he also knew how to make people like him when he wanted. He could charm the fish from the sea, my dear. She sniffed, unhappy at my judgment. Doubtless, when Dafeth ap Grufford translates these words, Lancelot will be burnished just as he would have liked. Shining Lancelot, upright Lancelot, handsome, dancing, smiling, witty, elegant Lancelot. He was the king without land, and the lord of lies. But if Igraine has her way, he will shine through the years as the very paragon of kingly warriors. Igraine peered through the window to where Sansom was driving a group of lepers from our gate. The saint was flinging clods of earth at them, screaming at them to go to the devil, and summoning our other brothers to help him. The novice, Tudwal, who daily grows ruder to the rest of us, danced beside his master and cheered him on. Igraine's guards, lolling at the kitchen door as usual, finally appeared and used their spears to rid the monastery of the diseased beggars.
"Did Sansom really want to sacrifice Arthur?" Igraine asked.
"So Bedwin told me." Igraine gave me a sly look.
"Does Sansom like boys, Derfel?"
"The saint loves everyone, dear Queen, even young women who ask impertinent questions." She smiled dutifully, then grimaced.
"I'm sure he doesn't like women. Why won't he let any of you marry? Other monks marry, but none here."
"The pious and beloved Sansom," I explained, "believes women distract us from our duty of adoring God, just like you distract me from my proper work." She laughed, then suddenly remembered an errand and looked serious.
"There are two words Dafydd did not understand in the last batch of skins, Derfel. He wants you to explain them. Catamite."
Tell him to ask someone else."
"I shall ask someone else, certainly," she said indignantly. "And camel. He says it isn't coal."
"A camel is a mythical beast, lady, with horns, wings, scales, a forked tail, and flames for breath."
"Sounds like Nilch," Igraine said.
"Ah! The gospel writers at work, my two evangelists." Sansom, his hands dirty from the earth he had thrown at the lepers, sidled into the room to give this present parchment a dubious look before wrinkling his nose. "Do I smell something foul?" he asked. I looked sheepish. "The beans at breakfast, Lord Bishop," I said. "I apologize." "I am astonished you can abide his company," Sansom said to Igraine. "And shouldn't you be in the chapel, my lady, praying for a baby? Is that not your business here?"
"It's certainly not yours," Igraine said tartly. "And if you must know, my Lord Bishop, we were discussing our Saviour's parables. Did you not once preach to us about the camel and the needle's eye?" Sansom grunted and looked over my shoulder. "And what, foul brother Derfel, is the Saxon word for camel?" "Niuch," I said. Igraine laughed, and Sansom glared at her. "My lady finds the words of our blessed Lord amusing." "I'm just happy to be here," Igraine said humbly. "But I would love to know what a camel is." "Everyone knows," Sansom said derisively. "A camel is a fish, a great fish, not unlike," he added slyly, "the salmon that your husband sometimes remembers to send to us poor monks." "I shall have him send more," Igraine said, "with the next batch of Derfel's skins. And I know he'll be sending some of those soon, for this Saxon gospel is very dear to the king." "It is?" Sansom asked suspiciously. "Very dear, my Lord Bishop," Igraine said firmly.
"Oh, she is a clever girl. Very clever. And beautiful, too. King Brockvale is a fool if he takes a lover as well as his queen. But men were ever fools for women. Or some men were. And chief of them, I suppose, was Arthur. Dear Arthur. My lord, my gift-giver, most generous of men, whose tale this is. It was strange to be home, especially as I had no home. I possessed some gold torques and scraps of jewellery, but those, save Kynwyn's brooch, I sold, so that my men would at least have food in their first days back in Britain. My other belongings had all been in Innistribes, and now they formed a part of some Franks' hoard. I was poor, homeless, with nothing more to give to my men, not even a hall in which to feast them. But they forgave me that. They were good men and sworn to my service. Like me, they had left behind anything they could not carry when Innistribes fell. Like me, they were poor, yet none of them complained. Cavan simply said a soldier must take his losses like he takes his plunder, lightly. Issa, a farm boy who was an extraordinary spearman, tried to return a narrow gold torque that I had given him. It was not just, he said, that a spearman should wear a gold torque when his captain did not. But I would not take it. So Issa gave it as a token to the girl he had brought home from Benwick. and the next day she ran off with a tramping priest and his band of whores. The countryside was full of such travelling Christians. Missionaries, they called themselves, and almost all of them had a band of women believers who were supposed to assist in the Christian rituals, but who, it was rumoured, were more likely to be used for the seduction of converts to the new religion. Arthur gave me a hall just north of Donavaria, not for my own, since it belonged to an heiress named Gilachd, an orphan, but Arthur made me her protector, a position which usually ended with the ruination of the child and the enrichment of the guardian. Gilad was scarcely 8 years old, and I could have married her had I wanted, and then disposed of her property. Or else I could have sold her hand in marriage to a man willing to buy the bride along with the farmland. But instead, as Arthur had intended, I lived off Gilad's rents and allowed her to grow in peace. Even so, her relatives protested at my appointment. That very same week of my return from Innistribes, when I had been in Gilachad's hall scarce 2 days, an uncle of hers, a Christian, appealed against my protectorship to Nabur, the Christian magistrate in Donavaria, saying that before his death Gilad's father had promised him the guardianship, and I only managed to keep Arthur's gift by posting my spearmen all around the courthouse. They were in full war gear, with spearheads whetted bright, and their presence somehow persuaded the uncle and his supporters not to press their suit. The town guards were summoned, but one look at my veterans persuaded them that maybe they had better business elsewhere. Nabur complained about returning soldiers committing thuggery in a peaceful town, but when my opponents did not appear in court, he weakly awarded me the judgment. I later heard the uncle had already purchased the opposite verdict from Nabur, and that he was never able to have his money refunded. I appointed one of my men, Tristan, who had lost a foot in a battle in Benoic's woods, as Gilad's steward, and he, like the heiress and her estate, prospered. Arthur summoned me the following week. I found him in the palace hall, where he was eating his midday meal with Guinevere. He ordered a couch and more food to be fetched for me. The courtyard outside was crowded with petitioners.
"Poor Arthur," Guinevere commented. "One visit home and suddenly every man is complaining about his neighbour or demanding a reduction in rent. Why don't they use the magistrates?"
"Because they're not rich enough to bribe them," Arthur said.
"Or powerful enough to surround the courthouse with iron-helmed men?" Guinevere added, smiling to show that she did not disapprove of my action. She wouldn't, for she was a sworn opponent of Nabur, who was a leader of the kingdom's Christian faction. "A spontaneous gesture of support by my men," I said blandly, and Arthur laughed. It was a happy meal. I was rarely alone with Arthur and Guinevere, yet when I was, I always saw how contented she made him. She had a barbed wit that he lacked, but liked, and she used it gently, as she knew he preferred it used. She flattered Arthur, yet she also gave him good advice. Arthur was ever ready to believe the best about people, and he needed Guinevere's scepticism to redress that optimism. She looked no older than the last time I had been so close to her, though maybe there was a new shrewdness in those green huntress eyes. I could see no evidence that she was pregnant. Her pale green dress lay flat over her belly, where a gold-tasselled rope hung like a loose belt. Her badge of the moon-crested stag hung around her neck beneath the heavy sun rays of the Saxon necklace that Arthur had sent her from Duroca Brevis. She had scorned the necklace when I had presented it to her, but now wore it proudly. The conversation at that midday meal was mostly light. Arthur wanted to know why the blackbirds and thrushes stopped singing in the summer, but neither of us had an answer, any more than we could tell him where the martins and swallows went in the winter. Though Merlin once told me they went to a great cave in the northern wilderness, where they slept in huge feathered clumps until the spring. Guinevere pressed me about Merlin, and I promised her upon my life that the Druid had indeed returned to Britain. "He's gone to the Isle of the Dead," I told her. "He's done what?"
Arthur asked, appalled. I explained about Nimue, and remembered to thank Guinevere for her efforts to save my friend from Sansom's revenge.
Poor Nimue, Guinevere said. But she is a fierce creature, isn't she? I liked her, but I don't think she liked us. We are all too frivolous. And I could not interest her in Isis. Isis, she'd tell me, is a foreign goddess. And then she would spit like a little cat and mutter a prayer to Manawyddan.
Arthur showed no reaction to the mention of Isis, and I supposed he had lost his fears of the strange goddess. I wish I knew Nimue better, he said instead.
You will, I said, when Merlin brings her back from the dead.
If he can, Arthur said dubiously. No one ever has come back from the Isle.
Nimue will,
I insisted.
She is extraordinary, Guinevere said, and if anyone can survive the Isle, she can.
With Merlin's help, I added. Only at the meal's end did our talk turn to Innis Treebs, and even then Arthur was careful not to mention the name Lancelot. Instead, he regretted that he had no gift with which he could reward me for my efforts.
Being home is reward enough, Lord Prince,
I said, remembering to use the title Guinevere preferred. I can at least call you Lord, Arthur said, and so you will be called from now on, Lord Derfel. I laughed, not because I was ungrateful, but because the reward of a warlord's title seemed too grand for my attainments. I was also proud. The man was called Lord for being a king, a prince, a chief, or because his sword had made him famous. I superstitiously touched Howlbane's hilt so that my luck would not be soured by the pride. Guinevere laughed at me, not out of spite, but with delight at my pleasure, and Arthur, who loved nothing more than seeing others happy, was pleased for both of us. He was happy himself that day, but Arthur's happiness was always quieter than other men's joy. At that time, when he first came back to Britain, I never saw him drunk, never saw him boisterous, and never saw him lose his self-possession, except on a battlefield. He had a stillness about him that some men found disconcerting, for they feared he read their souls. But I think that calm came from his desire to be different. He wanted admiration, and he loved rewarding the admiration with generosity. The noise of the waiting petitioners grew louder, and Arthur sighed as he thought of the work awaiting him. He pushed away his wine and gave me an apologetic glance. "You deserve to rest, Lord," he said, deliberately flattering me with my new title. "But alas, very soon I shall ask you to take your spears north."
"My spears are yours, Lord Prince,"
I said dutifully. He traced a circle on the marble tabletop with his finger. "We are surrounded by enemies," he said, "but the real danger is Powys. Gorfethid collects an army like Britain has never seen. That army will come south very soon, and King Tudric, I fear, has no stomach for the fight. I need to put as many spears as I can into Gwent to hold Tudric's loyalty staunch. Kai can hold Cadui. Malwus will have to do his best against Cerdic, and the rest of us will go to Gwent."
"What of Ael?" Guinevere asked meaningfully.
"He is at peace," Arthur insisted.
"He obeys the highest price," Guinevere said, "and Gorfethid will be raising the price very soon."
Arthur shrugged. "I cannot face both Gorfethid and Ael," he said softly. "It will take 300 spears to hold Ael's Saxons. Not defeat them, mark you, just hold them. The lack of those 300 spears will mean defeat in Gwent."
"Which Gorfethid knows," Guinevere pointed out.
"So what, my love, would you have me do?" Arthur asked her.
But Guinevere had no better answer than Arthur, and his answer was merely to hope and pray that the fragile peace held with Ael. The Saxon king had been bought with a cartload of gold, and no further price could be paid, for there was no gold left in the kingdom.
"We just have to hope Geraint can hold him," Arthur said, "while we destroy Gorfethid."
He pushed his couch back from the table and smiled at me.
"Rest till after Lunasa, Lord Derfel," he told me. "Then, as soon as the harvest's gathered, you can march north with me."
He clapped his hands to summon servants to clear away the remains of the meal and to let in the waiting petitioners. Guinevere beckoned me as the servants hurried about their work. "Can we talk?" she asked.
"Gladly, lady." She took off the heavy necklace, handed it to a slave, then led me up a flight of stone steps that ended at a door opening into an orchard, where 2 of her big deerhounds waited to greet her. Wasps buzzed around windfalls, and Guinevere demanded that slaves clear the rotting fruit away so we could walk unmolested. She fed the hounds scraps of chicken left from the midday meal, while a dozen slaves scooped the sodden, bruised fruit into the skirts of their robes, then scuttled away, well stung, to leave the 2 of us alone. Wicker frames of booths that would be decorated with flowers for the great feast of Lunacy had been erected all around the orchard wall.
"It looks pretty."
Guinevere spoke of the orchard.
"But I wish I was in Lindinus."
"Next year, lady," I said.
"It'll be in ruins,"
she said tartly.
"Hadn't you heard? Gunlius raided Lindinus. He didn't capture Kirkadern, but he did pull down my new palace. That was a year ago."
She grimaced.
"I hope Kynwyn makes him utterly miserable. But I doubt she will. She's an insipid little thing."
The leaf-filtered sun lit her red hair and cast strong shadows on her good face.
"I sometimes wish I was a man,"
she said, surprising me. "You do?"
"Do you know how hateful it is to wait for news?" she asked passionately. "In 2 or 3 weeks you'll all go north, and then we must just wait. Wait and wait. Wait to hear if Ael breaks his word. Wait to hear how huge Gorfithid's army really is."
She paused.
"Why is Gorfithid waiting? Why doesn't he attack now?"
"His levies are working on the harvest," I said. "Everything stops for harvest. His men will want to make sure of their harvest before they come to take ours."
"Can we stop them?"
she asked me abruptly. "In war, lady," I said, "it is not always a question of what we can do, but what we must do. We must stop them. Or die," I thought grimly. She walked in silence for a few paces, thrusting the excited dogs away from her feet.
"Do you know what people are saying about Arthur?"
she asked after a while. I nodded. "That it would be better if he fled to Brasiliand and yielded the kingdom to Gorfithid. They say the war is lost." She looked at me, overwhelming me with her huge eyes. At that moment, so close to her, alone with her in the warm garden and engulfed by her subtle scent, I understood why Arthur had risked a kingdom's peace for this woman.
"But you will fight for Arthur?"
she asked me. "To the end, lady," I said.
"And for you?"
I added awkwardly. She smiled.
"Thank you."
We turned a corner, walking towards the small spring that sprang from a rock in the corner of the Roman wall. The trickle of water irrigated the orchard, and someone had tucked votive ribbons into niches of the mossy rock. Guinevere lifted the golden hem of her apple-green dress as she stepped over the rivulet.
"There's a Mordred party in the kingdom,"
she told me, repeating what Bishop Bedwin had spoken of on the night of my return.
"They're Christians, mostly, and they're all praying for Arthur's defeat. If he was defeated, of course, they'd have to grovel to Gorfithid. But grovelling, I've noticed, comes naturally to Christians. If I were a man, Derfel Cadern, 3 heads would fall to my sword. Sansom, Nabur, and Mordred."
I did not doubt her words. "But if Nabur and Sansom are the best men the Mordred party can muster, lady," I said, "then Arthur need not worry about them."
"King Melwas too, I think," Guinevere said. "And who knows how many others. Almost every wandering priest in the kingdom spreads the pestilence, asking why men should die for Arthur. I'd strike all their heads off. The traitors don't reveal themselves, Lord Derfel. They wait in the dark and strike when you're not looking. But if Arthur defeats Gorfithid, they'll all sing his praises and pretend they were his supporters all the while."
She spat to avert evil, then gave me a sharp glance.
"Tell me about King Lancelot," she said suddenly.
I had an impression that we were at last reaching the real reason for this stroll beneath the apple and pear trees. "I don't really know him," I said evasively.
"He spoke well of you last night," she said.
"He did?" I responded sceptically. I knew Lancelot and his companions were still resident in Arthur's house. Indeed, I had been dreading meeting him and relieved that he had not been at the midday meal.
"He said you were a great soldier,"
Guinevere said. "It's nice to know," I answered sourly, "that he can sometimes tell the truth." I assumed that Lancelot, trimming his sails to a new wind, had tried to gain favour with Arthur by praising a man he knew to be Arthur's friend.
"Maybe," Guinevere said, "warriors who suffer a terrible defeat like the fall of Innistribes always end up squabbling."
"Suffer?" I said harshly. "I saw him leave Benwick, lady, but I don't remember him suffering, any more than I remember seeing that bandage on his hand when he left."
"He's no coward," she insisted warmly. "He wears warrior's rings thick on his left hand, Lord Derfel."
"Warrior rings," I said derisively, and plunged my hand into my belt pouch and brought out a fistful of the things. I had so many now that I no longer bothered to make them. I scattered the rings on the orchard's grass, startling the deerhounds that looked to their mistress for reassurance. "Anyone can find warrior rings, lady."
Guinevere stared at the fallen rings, then kicked one aside. "I like King Lancelot," she said defiantly,
thus warning me against any more disparaging remarks.
"And we have to look after him. Arthur feels we failed Benwick, and the least we can do is to treat its survivors with honour. I want you to be kind to Lancelot for my sake."
"Yes, lady," I said meekly.
"We must find him a rich wife," Guinevere said. "He must have land and men to command. Dumnonia is fortunate, I think, in having him come to our shores. We need good soldiers."
"Indeed we do, lady," I agreed. She caught the sarcasm in my voice and grimaced, but despite my hostility she persevered with the real reason she had invited me to this shadowed private orchard.
"King Lancelot," she said, "wants to be a worshipper of Mithras, and Arthur and I do not want him opposed."
I felt a flare of rage at my religion being taken so lightly. "Mithras, lady," I said coldly, "is a religion for the brave."
"Even you, Derfel Cadern, do not need more enemies," Guinevere replied just as coldly,
so I knew she would become my enemy if I blocked Lancelot's desires. And doubtless, I thought, Guinevere would deliver the same message to any other man who might oppose Lancelot's initiation into the Mithraic mysteries. "Nothing will be done till winter," I said, evading a firm commitment.
"But make sure it is done," she said,
then pushed open the hall door.
"Thank you, Lord Derfel."
"Thank you, lady," I said, and felt another surge of anger as I ran down the steps to the hall. 10 days, I thought. Just 10 days, and Lancelot had made Guinevere into his supporter. I cursed, vowing that I would become a miserable Christian before I ever saw Lancelot feasting in a cave beneath a bull's bloody head. I had broken 3 Saxon shield walls and buried Howlbane to her hilt in my country's enemies before I had been elected to Mithras's service, but all Lancelot had ever done was boast and posture. I entered the hall to find Bedwin seated beside Arthur. They were hearing petitioners, but Bedwin left the dais to draw me to a quiet spot beside the hall's outer door. "I hear you're a lord now," he said. "My congratulations." "A lord without land," I said bitterly, still upset by Guinevere's outrageous demand. "Land follows victory," Bedwin told me, "and victory follows battle. And of battle, Lord Derfel, you will have plenty this year." He stopped as the hall door was thrown open, and as Lancelot and his followers stalked in. Bedwin bowed to him, while I merely nodded. The King of Benwick seemed surprised to see me, but said nothing as he walked to join Arthur, who ordered a third chair arranged on the dais. "Is Lancelot a member of the council now?" I asked Bedwin angrily.
He's a king, Bedwin said patiently. You can't expect him to stand while we sit. I noticed that the King of Benwick still had a bandage on his right hand. I trust the king's wound will mean he can't come with us, I said acidly. I almost confessed to Bedwin how Guinevere had demanded that we elect Lancelot a Mithraist, but decided that news could wait. He won't come with us, Bedwin confirmed. He's to stay here as commander of Durnavaria's garrison. As what? I asked loudly, and so angrily that Arthur twisted in his chair to see what the commotion was about. If King Lancelot's men guard Guinevere and Mordred, Bedwin said wearily, it frees Lanval's and Llywelyn's men to fight against Gorfythyd. He hesitated, then laid a frail hand on my arm. There's something else I need to tell you, Lord Derfel. His voice was low and gentle. Merlin was in Inniswydren last week. With Nimue? I asked eagerly. He shook his head. He never went for her, Derfel. He went north instead, but why or where we do not know. The scar on my left hand throbbed. And Nimue? I asked, dreading to hear the answer. Still on the Isle, if she even lives. He paused. I'm sorry. I stared down the crowded hall. Did Merlin not know about Nimue? Or had he preferred to leave her among the dead? Much as I loved him, I sometimes thought that Merlin could be the cruelest man in all the world. If he had visited Inniswydren, then he must have known where Nimue was imprisoned. Yet he had done nothing. He had left her with the dead. And suddenly my fears were shrieking inside me like the cries of the dying children of Innistribes. For a few cold seconds I could neither move nor speak. Then I looked at Bedwin. Galahad will take my men north if I don't return, I told him. Derfel! He gripped my arm. No one comes back from the Isle of the Dead. No one. Does it matter? I asked him. For if all Dumnonia was lost, what did it matter? And Nimue was not dead. I knew that because the scar was pounding on my hand. And if Merlin did not care about her, I did. I cared more about Nimue than I cared about Gorfythyd or Ael or the wretched Lancelot with his ambitions to join Mithras's elect. I loved Nimue, even if she would never love me, and I was scar-sworn to be her protector, which meant that I must go where Merlin would not. I must go to the Isle of the Dead. The isle lay only 10 miles south of Durnavaria, no more than a morning's gentle walk. Yet for all I knew of the isle, it could have been on the far side of the moon. I did know it was no island, but rather a peninsula of hard pale stone that lay at the end of a long, narrow causeway. The Romans had quarried the isle, but we quarried their buildings rather than the earth, and so the quarries had closed, and the Isle of the Dead had been left empty. It became a prison. 3 walls were built across the causeway. Guards were set, and to the isle were sent those we wished to punish. In time, we sent others too. Those men and women whose wits had flown and who could not live in peace among us. They were the violent mad, sent to a kingdom of the mad, where no sane person lived and where their demon-haunted souls could not endanger the living. The Druids claimed the isle was the domain of Crom, Duv, the dark, crippled god. The Christians said it was the devil's foothold on earth, but both agreed that men or women sent across its causeways' walls were lost souls. They were dead, while their bodies still lived. And when their bodies did die, the demons and evil spirits would be trapped on the isle, so they could never return to haunt the living. Families would bring their mad to the isle, and there, at the third wall,
release them to the unknown horrors that waited at the causeway's end. Then, back on the mainland, the family would hold a death feast for their lost relative. Not all the mad were sent to the isle. Some of them were touched by the gods, and thus were sacred, and some families kept their mad locked up, as Merlin had penned poor Pellinore. But when the gods who touched the mad were malevolent, then the isle was the place where the captured soul must be sent. The sea broke white about the isle. At its seaward end, even in the calmest weather, there was a great maelstrom of whirlpools and seething water over the place where Croaken's cave led to the other world. Spray exploded from the sea above the cave, and waves clashed interminably to mark its horrid, unseen mouth. No fisherman would go near that maelstrom, for any boat that did get blown into its churning horror was surely lost. It would sink, and its crew would be sucked down to become shadows in the other world. The sun shone on the day I went to the isle. I carried halbane, but no other war gear, since no man-made shield or breastplate would protect me from the spirits and serpents of the isle. For supplies, I carried a skin of fresh water and a pouch of oatcakes, while for my talismans against the isle's demons, I wore Kynwyn's brooch and a sprig of garlic pinned to my green cloak. I passed the hall where the death feasts were held. The road beyond the hall was edged with skulls, human and animal, warnings to the unwary that they approached the kingdom of dead souls. To my left now was the sea, and to my right a brackish dark marsh where no birds sang. Beyond the marsh was a great shingle bank that curved away from the coast to become the causeway that joined the isle to the mainland. To approach the isle by the shingle bank meant a detour of many miles, so most traffic used the skull-edged road that led to a decaying timber quay, where a ferry crossed over to the beach. A sprawl of wattle guards' houses stood close to the quay. More guards patrolled the shingle bank. The guards on the quay were old men, or else wounded veterans who lived with their families in the huts. The men watched me approach, then barred my path with rusty spears. "My name is Lord Derfel," I said, "and I demand passage." The guard commander, a shabby man in an ancient iron breastplate and a mildewed leather helmet, bowed to me. "I am not empowered to stop you passing, Lord Derfel," he said, "but I cannot let you return." His men, astonished that anyone would voluntarily travel to the isle, gaped at me. "Then I shall pass," I said. Then the spearmen moved aside, as the guard commander shouted at them to man the small ferry-boat. "Do many ask to pass this way?" I asked the commander. "A few," he said. "Some are tired of living. Some think they can rule an isle of mad people. Few have ever lived long enough to beg me to let them out again." "Did you let them out?" I asked. "No," he said curtly. He watched as oars were brought from one of the huts. Then he frowned at me. "Are you sure, Lord?" he asked. "I'm sure." He was curious, but dared not ask my business. Instead, he helped me down the slippery steps of the quay and handed me into the pitch-blackened boat. "The rowers will let you through the first gate," he told me, then pointed further along the causeway that lay at the far side of the narrow channel. "After that you'll come to a second wall, then a third at the causeway's end. There are no gates in those walls, just steps across. You'll likely meet no dead souls between the walls, but after that, the gods only know. Do you truly want to go?" "Have you never been curious?" I asked him. "We're permitted to carry food and dead souls as far as the third wall, and I've no wish to go farther," he said grimly. "I'll reach the Bridge of Swords to the other world in my own time, Lord." He jerked his chin towards the causeway. "Croaken's cave lies beyond the isle, Lord, and only fools and desperate men seek death before their time. "I have reasons," I said, "and I shall see you again in this world of the living. Not if you cross the water, Lord." I stared at the isle's green and white slope that loomed above the causeway's walls. "I was in a death pit once," I told the guard commander, "and I crawled from there, as I shall crawl from here." I fished in my pouch and found a coin to give him. "We shall discuss my leaving when the time comes." "You're a dead man, Lord," he warned me one last time, "the very moment you cross that channel." "Death doesn't know how to take me," I said with foolish bravado, then ordered the oarsman to row me across the swirling channel. It took only a few strokes. Then the boat grounded on a bank of shelving mud, and we climbed to the archway in the first wall, where the two oarsmen lifted the bar, pulled the gates aside, and stood back to let me pass. A black threshold marked the divide between this world and the next. Once over that slab of blackened timber, I was counted as a dead man. For a second my fears made me hesitate. Then I stepped across. The gates crashed shut behind me. I shivered. I turned to examine the inner face of the main wall. It was 10 feet high, a barrier of smooth stone laid as clean as any Roman work, and so well made that not a single handhold showed on its white face. A ghost fence of skulls topped the wall to keep the dead souls from the world of the living. I said prayers to the gods. I said one to Bel, my special protector, and another to Manawyddan, the sea god who had saved Nimue in the past. And then I walked on down the causeway to where the second wall barred the road. This wall was a crude bank of sea-smooth stones that were, like the first wall, topped with a line of human skulls. I went down the steps on the wall's farther side. To my right, the west, the great waves crashed against the shingle, while to my left the shallow bay lay calm under the sun. A few fishing boats worked the bay, but all were staying well clear of the isle. Ahead of me was the third wall. I could see no man or woman waiting there. Gulls soared above me, their cries forlorn in the west wind. The causeway's sides were edged with tide lines of dark sea-wrack. I was frightened. In the years since Arthur had returned to Britain, I had faced countless shield walls and unnumbered men in battle. Yet at none of those fights, not even in burning Bennewick, had I felt a fear like the cold that gripped my heart now. I stopped and turned to stare at Dunnonia's soft green hills and the small fishing village in the eastern bay. Go back now, I thought. Go back. Nimue had been here 1 whole year, and I doubted if many souls survived that long in the Isle of the Dead, unless they were both savage and powerful. And even if I found her, she would be mad. She could not leave here. This was her kingdom, Death's dominion. Go back, I urged myself. Go back. But then the scar on my left palm pulsed, and I told myself that Nimue lived. A cackling howl startled me. I turned to see a black, ragged figure caper on the third wall's summit. Then the figure disappeared down the wall's farther side, and I prayed to the gods to give me strength. Nimue had always known she would suffer the 3 wounds, and the scar on my left hand was her surety that I would help her survive the ordeals. I walked on. I climbed the third wall, which was another bank of smooth grey stones, and saw a flight of crude steps leading down to the aisle. At the foot of the steps lay some empty baskets, evidently the means whereby the living delivered bread and salted meat to their dead relatives. The ragged figure had vanished, leaving only the towering hill above me and a tangle of brambles either side of a stony road that led to the isle's western flank, where I could just see a group of ruined buildings at the base of the great hill. The isle was a huge place. It would take a man 2 hours to walk from the third wall to where the sea seethed at the isle's southern tip, and as much time again to climb up over the spine of the great rock to cross from the isle's western to its eastern coast. I followed the road. Wind rustled the seagrass beyond the brambles. A bird screamed at me, then soared on outspread white wings into the sunny sky. The road turned so that I was walking directly towards the ancient town. It was a Roman town, but no glevum or Durnovaria, merely a squalid huddle of low stone buildings where once the quarry slaves had lived. The buildings' roofs were crude thatches, made from driftwood and dry seaweed. Poor shelters, even for the dead. Fear of what lay in the town made me falter. Then a sudden voice shouted in warning, and a stone sailed out of the scrub up the slope to my left and clattered on the road beside me. The warning provoked a swarm of ragged creatures to scuttle out of the huts to see who approached their settlement. The swarm was composed of men and women, mostly in rags, but some wore their rags with an air of grandeur, and walked towards me as though they were the greatest monarchs on earth. Their hair was crowned with wreaths of seaweed. A few of the men carried spears, and nearly all the people clutched stones. Some of them were naked. There were children among them, small, feral, and dangerous children. Some of the adults shook uncontrollably, others twitched, and all watched me with bright, hungry eyes.
"A sword!"
A huge man spoke.
"I'll have the sword! A sword!"
He shuffled towards me, and his followers advanced behind on bare feet. A woman hurled a stone, and suddenly they were all screaming with delight because they had a new soul to plunder. I drew halbane, but not one man, woman, or child was checked by the sight of her long blade. Then I fled. There could be no disgrace in a warrior fleeing the dead. I ran back up the road, and a clatter of stones landed at my heels. Then a dog leapt to bite at my green cloak. I beat the brute off with the sword, then reached the road's turning, where I plunged to my right, pushing through the brambles and scrub to reach the hillside. A thing reared in front of me, a naked thing with a man's face and a brute's body of hair and dirt. One of the thing's eyes was a running sore, its mouth was a pit of rotting gums, and it lunged at me with hands made into claws by hook-like nails. Halbane sliced bright. I was screaming with terror, certain that I faced one of the Isle's demons. But my instincts were still as sharp as my blade that cut through the brute's hairy arm and slashed into his skull. I leapt over him and climbed the hill, aware that a horde of famished souls was clambering behind me. A stone struck my back, another hit the rock beside me, but I was scrambling fast up the pillars and platforms of quarried rock until I found a narrow path that twisted like the paths of Innistribes around the hill's raw flank. I turned on the path to face my pursuers. They checked, frightened at last by the sword waiting for them on the narrow path, where only one of them could approach me at a time. The big man leered.
"Nice man," he called in a wheedling voice. "Come down, nice man."
He held up a gull's egg to tempt me.
"Come and eat."
An old woman lifted her skirts and thrust her loins at me.
"Come to me, my lover. Come to me, my darling. I knew you'd come."
She began to piss. A child laughed and flung a stone. I left them. Some followed me along the path, but after a while they became bored and went back to their ghostly settlement. The narrow path led between the sky and the sea. Every now and then it would be interrupted by an ancient quarry, where the marks of Roman tools scarred bulks of stone. But beyond each quarry, the path would wind on again through patches of thyme and spinneys of thorn. I saw no one, until suddenly a voice hailed me from one of the small quarries.
"You don't look mad,"
the voice said dubiously. I turned, sword raised, to see a courtly man in a dark cloak gazing gravely from the mouth of a cave. He raised a hand.
"Please, no weapons. My name is Maldin, and I greet you, stranger,
if you come in peace, and if not, then I beg you to pass us by."
I wiped the blood from Halbane and thrust her back into the scabbard.
"I come in peace," I said. "You are newly come to the Isle?" he asked as he approached me gingerly. He had a pleasant face, deeply lined and sad, with a manner that reminded me of Bishop Bedwin. "I arrived this hour," I answered. "And you were doubtless pursued by the rabble at the gate. Oh, I apologize for them, though the gods know I have no responsibility for those ghouls. They take the bread each week and make the rest of us pay for it. Fascinating, is it not, how even in a place of lost souls we form our hierarchies? There are rulers here. There are the strong and the weak. Some men dream of making paradises on this earth, and the first requirement of such paradises, or so I understand, is that we must be unshackled by laws. But I do suspect, my friend, that any place unshackled by laws will more resemble this isle than any paradise. I do not have the pleasure of your name."
"Derfel."
"Derfel." He frowned in thought. "A servant of the Druids?" "I was. Now I'm a warrior." "No, you are not," he corrected me. "You are dead. You have come to the Isle of the Dead. Please, come and sit. It's not much, but it is my home." He gestured into the cave, where 2 semi-dressed blocks of stone served as a chair and table. An old piece of cloth, perhaps dragged from the sea, half hid his sleeping quarter, where I could see a bed made from dried grass. He insisted I use the small stone block as my chair. "I can offer you rainwater to drink," he said, "and some 5-day-old bread to eat." I put an oat cake on the table. Maldin was plainly hungry, but he resisted the impulse to snatch the biscuit. Instead, he drew a small knife with a blade that had been sharpened so often that it had a wavy edge, and used it to divide the oatcake into halves. "At risk of sounding ungrateful," he said, "oats were never my favourite food. I prefer meat. Fresh meat. But still, I thank you, Derfel." He had been kneeling opposite me, but once the oatcake was eaten and the crumbs had been delicately dabbed from his lips, he stood and leaned against the cave's wall. "My mother made oatcakes," he told me, "but hers were tougher. I suspect the oats were not husked properly. Well, that one was delicious, and I shall now revise my opinion of oats. Thank you again." He bowed. "You don't seem mad," I said. He smiled. He was middle-aged, with a distinguished face, clever eyes, and a white beard that he tried to keep trimmed. His cave had been swept clean with a brush of twigs that leaned against the wall. "It is not just the mad who are sent here, Derfel," he said reprovingly. "Some who want to punish the sane send them here also. Alas, I offended Uther." He paused ruefully. "I was a counsellor," he went on, "a great man even. But when I told Uther that his son Mordred was a fool, I ended here. But I was right. Mordred was a fool. Even at 10 years old he was a fool." "You've been here that long?" I asked in astonishment. "Alas, yes." "How do you survive?" He offered me a self-deprecating shrug. "The gate-keeping ghouls believe I can work magic. I threaten to restore their wits if they offend me, and so they take good care to keep me happy. They are happier mad, believe me. Any man who possessed his wits would pray to go insane on this isle. And you, friend Derfel, might I inquire what brings you here?" "I search for a woman." "Ah, we have plenty, and most are unconstrained by modesty. Such women, I believe, are another requisite of earthly paradises, but alas, the reality proves otherwise. They are certainly immodest, but they are also filthy. Their conversation is tedious, and the pleasure to be derived from them is as momentary as it is shameful. If you seek such a woman, Derfel,
then you will find them here in abundance." "I'm searching for a woman called Nimue," I said. "Nimue," he said, frowning as he tried to remember the name. "Nimue. Yes, indeed, I do recall her now. A one-eyed girl with black hair. She's gone to the sea folk." "Drowned?" I asked, appalled. "Oh, no, no." He shook his head. "You must understand we have our own communities on the isle. You have already made the acquaintance of the gate ghouls. We here in the quarries are the hermits, a small group who prefer our solitude, and so inhabit the caves on this side of the isle. On the far side are the beasts. You may imagine what they're like. At the southern end are the sea folk. They fish with lines of human hair, using thorns for hooks, and are, I must say, the best behaved of the isle's tribes, though none are exactly famed for their hospitality. They all fight each other, of course. Do you see how we have everything here that the land of the living offers? Except perhaps religion, although one or two of our inhabitants do believe themselves to be gods. And who is to deny them?" "You've never tried to leave?" "I did," he said sadly, "a long time ago. I once tried to swim across the bay, but they watch us, and a spear butt on the head is an efficient reminder that we are not supposed to leave the isle, and I turned back long before they could administer such a blow. Most drown who try to escape that way. A few go along the causeway, and some of them perhaps do get back among the living, but only if they succeed in passing the gate ghouls first. And if they survive that ordeal, they have to avoid the guards waiting on the beach. Those skulls you saw as you crossed the causeway, they are all men and women who tried to escape. Poor souls." He went silent, and I thought for a second he was about to weep. Then he pushed himself briskly off the wall. "What am I thinking about? Do I have no manners? I must offer you water. See, my cistern." He gestured proudly towards a wooden barrel that stood just outside the cave mouth, and which was placed to catch the water that cascaded off the quarry's sides during rainstorms. He had a ladle with which he filled 2 wooden cups with water. "The barrel and ladle came from a fishing boat that was wrecked here. When? Let me see. 2 years ago? Poor people. 3 men and 2 boys. One man tried to swim away and was drowned, and the other 2 died under a hail of stones. And the 2 boys were carried off. You can imagine what happened to them. There may be women aplenty, but a clean young fisher boy's flesh is a rare treat on this isle." He put the cup in front of me and shook his head. "It is a terrible place, my friend, and you have been foolish to come here." "Or were you sent?" "I came by choice." "Then you belong here anyway, for you're plainly mad." He drank his water. "Tell me," he said, "the news of Britain." I told him. He had heard of Uther's death and Arthur's coming, but not much else. He frowned when I said King Mordred was maimed, but was pleased when he heard that Bedwin still lived. "I like Bedwin," he said. "Liked, rather. We have to learn to talk here as though we were dead. He must be old." "Not so old as Merlin." "Merlin lives?" he asked in surprise. "He does." "Dear me. So Merlin is alive." He seemed pleased. "I once gave him an eagle stone, and he was so grateful. I have another here somewhere. Where now?" He searched among a small pile of rocks and scraps of wood that made a collection beside the cave door. "Is it over there?" He pointed towards the bed curtain. "Can you see it?" I turned away to look for the precious rattling stone, and the moment I looked away, Maldin leapt on my back and tried to drag his small knife's ragged edge across my throat. "I'll eat you!" he cried in triumph. "Eat you!" But I had somehow caught his knife hand with my left and managed to keep the blade away from my windpipe. He wrestled me to the floor and tried to bite my ear. He was slavering above me, his appetite whetted by the thought of new, clean, human flesh to eat. I hit him once, twice, managed to twist around and bring up my knee, then hit him again. But the wretch had remarkable strength, and the sound of our fight brought more men running from other caves.
I had only a few seconds before I would be overpowered by the newcomers, and so I gave one last desperate heave, then butted Maldin's head with mine and finally threw him off. I kicked him away, scrambled desperately back from the onrush of his friends, then stood in the entrance to his bedchamber, where I at last had room to draw Howlbane. The hermit shrank away from the sword's bright blade. Maldin, his mouth bleeding, lay at the side of the cave.
"Not even a scrap of fresh liver," he begged me. "Just a morsel, please."
I left him. The other hermits plucked at my cloak as I passed through the quarry, but none tried to stop me. One of them laughed as I left.
"You'll have to come back,"
the man called to me.
"and we'll be hungrier then."
"Eat Maldin," I told them bitterly. I climbed to the isle's ridge, where gorse grew among rocks. I could see from the summit that the great rock hill did not extend all the way to the isle's southern tip, but fell steeply to a long plain that was hatched by a tangle of ancient stone walls, evidence that ordinary men and women had once lived on the isle, and farmed the stony plateau that sloped towards the sea. There were settlements still on the plateau, the homes, I supposed, of the sea folk. A group of those dead souls watched me from their cluster of round huts that stood at the hill's base, and their presence persuaded me to stay where I was and wait for dawn. Life creeps slow in the early morning, which is why soldiers like to attack in the first light, and why I would search for my lost Nimue when the mad denizens of the isle were still sluggish and bemused with sleep. It was a hard night, a bad night. The stars wheeled above me, bright homes from where the spirits look down on feeble earth. I prayed to Bel, begging for strength, and sometimes I slept, though every rustle of grass or fall of stone brought me wide awake. I had sheltered in a narrow crack of rock that would restrict any attack, and as a result I was confident I could protect myself, though only Bel knew how I would ever leave the isle, or whether I would ever find my Nimue. I crept from my rock niche before the dawn. A fog hung over the sea beyond the sullen turmoil that marked the entrance of Cruachan's cave, and a weak grey light made the isle look flat and cold. I could see no one as I walked downhill. The sun had still not risen as I entered the first small village of crude huts. Yesterday, I decided, I had been too timid with the isle's denizens. Today, I would treat the dead like the carrion they were. The huts were wattle and mud, thatched with branches and grass. I kicked in a ramshackle wooden door, stooped inside the hut and grabbed the first sleeping form I found. I hurled that creature outside, kicked another, then slashed a hole in the roof with Howlbane. Things that had once been human untangled themselves and slithered away from me. I kicked a man in the head, slapped another with the flat of Howlbane's blade, then dragged a third man out into the sickly light. I threw him to the ground, put my foot on his chest, and held Howlbane's tip at his throat. "I seek a woman named Nimue," I said. He stammered gibberish at me. He could not speak, or rather he could only talk in a language of his own devising, and so I left him and ran after a woman who was limping into the bushes. She screamed as I caught her, and screamed again as I placed the steel at her throat. "Do you know a woman called Nimue?" She was too terrified to speak. Instead, she lifted her filthy skirts and offered me a toothless leer, so I slapped her face with the flat of the sword's blade. "Nimue!" I shouted at her. "A girl with one eye called Nimue. Do you know her?" The woman still could not speak, but she pointed south, jabbing her hand towards the isle's seaward tip in a frantic effort to make me relent. I took the sword away and kicked the skirts back over her thighs. The woman scrambled away into a patch of thorns. The other frightened souls stared from their huts as I followed the path south towards the churning sea. I passed 2 other tiny settlements, but no one tried to stop me now. I had become part of the Isle of the Dead's living nightmare, a creature in the dawn with naked steel. I walked through fields of pale grass, dotted with birdsfoot trefoil,
blue milkwort and the crimson spikes of orchids, and told myself I should have known that Nimue, a creature of Manawydan's, would have found her refuge as close to the sea as she could find it. The isle's southern shore was a tangle of rocks, edging a low cliff. Great waves crashed into foam, sucked through gullies and shattered white into clouds of spray. The cauldron swirled and spat offshore. It was a summer morning, but the sea was grey like iron. The wind was cold, and the seabirds loud with laments. I jumped from rock to rock, going down towards that deathly sea. My ragged cloak lifted in the wind as I turned around a pillar of pale stone to see a cave that lay a few feet above the dark line of oarweed and bladderwrack, stranded by the highest tides. A ledge led to the cave, and on the ledge were piled the bones of birds and animals. The piles had been made by human hands, for they were regularly spaced, and each heap was braced by a careful latticework of longer bones and topped by a skull. I stopped, fear surging in me like the surge of the sea, as I stared at the refuge as close to the sea as any place could be on this isle of doomed souls. "Nimue!" I called as I summoned the courage to approach the ledge. "Nimue!" I climbed to the narrow rock platform and walked slowly between the heaped bones. I feared what I would find in the cave. "Nimue!" I called. Beneath me a wave roared across a spur of rock and clawed white fingers towards the ledge. The water fell back and drained in dark sluices to the sea, before another roller thundered on the headland stone and across the glistening rocks. The cave was dark and silent. "Nimue?" I said again, my voice faltering. The cave's mouth was guarded by two human skulls that had been forced into niches, so that their broken teeth grinned into the moaning wind either side of the entrance. "Nimue?" There was no answer, except for the wind's howl and the birds' laments and the suck and shudder of the ghastly sea. I stepped inside. It was cold in the cave, and the light was sickly. The walls were damp. The shingle floor rose in front of me and forced me to stoop beneath the roof's heavy loom as I stepped cautiously forward. The cave narrowed and twisted sharply to the left. A third yellowing skull guarded the bend, where I waited as my eyes settled to the gloom. Then I turned past the guardian skull to see the cave dwindling towards a dead, dark end. And there, at the cave's dark limit, she lay. My Nimue. I thought at first she was dead, for she was naked and huddled with her dark hair filthy across her face, and with her thin legs drawn up to her breasts, and her pale arms clutching her shins. Sometimes, in the green hills, we would risk the barrow wights to dig into the grassy mounds and seek the old people's gold, and we would find their bones in just such a huddle as they crouched in the earth to fend off the spirits through all eternity. Nimue? I was forced to go on hands and knees to crawl the last few feet to where she lay. "Nimue," I said again. This time her name caught in my throat, for I was sure she must be dead. But then I saw her ribs move. She breathed, but was otherwise still as death. I put Howlbane down and reached a hand to touch her cold white shoulder. "Nimue." She sprang towards me, hissing, teeth bared, one eye a livid red socket, and the other turned so that only the white of its eyeball showed. She tried to bite me, she clawed at me, she keened a curse in a whining voice, then spat it at me, and afterward she slashed her long nails at my eyes. "Nimue!" I yelled. She was spitting, drooling, fighting and snapping with filthy teeth at my face. "Nimue!" She screamed another curse and put her right hand at my throat. She had the strength of the mad, and her scream rose in triumph as her fingers closed on my windpipe. Then, suddenly, I knew just what I had to do. I seized her left hand, ignored the pain in my throat, and laid my own scarred palm across her scar. I laid it there. I left it there. I did not move. and slowly, slowly, the right hand at my throat weakened. Slowly, slowly her good eye rolled so that I could see my love's bright soul once more. She stared at me, and then she began to cry. "Nimue," I said, and she put her arms around my neck and clung to me. She was sobbing now, in great heaves that racked her thin ribs as I held her, stroked her, and spoke her name. The sobs slowed and at last ended. She hung on my neck for a long time. Then I felt her head move. "Where's Merlin?" she asked in a small child's voice. "Here in Britain," I said. "Then we must go." She took her arms from around my neck and settled on her haunches so she could stare into my face. "I dreamed that you'd come," she said. "I do love you," I said. I'd not meant to say it, even if it was true. "That's why you came?" she said, as though it were obvious. "Do you have any clothes?" I asked. "I have your cloak," she said. "I need nothing else except your hand." I crawled out of the cave, sheathed Howlbane and wrapped my green cloak around her pale, shivering body. She pushed an arm through a rent in the cloak's ragged wool, and then, her hand in mine, we walked between the bones and climbed the hill to where the sea folk watched. They parted as we reached the cliff's top, and did not follow as we walked slowly down the isle's eastern side. Nimue said nothing. Her madness had fled the moment my hand touched hers, but it had left her horribly weak. I helped her on the steeper portions of the path. We passed through the hermit's caves without being troubled. Perhaps they were all asleep, or else the gods had put the isle under a spell as we two walked our way north, away from the dead souls. The sun rose. I could see now that Nimue's hair was matted with dirt and crawling with lice. Her skin was filthy, and she had lost her golden eye. She was so weak she could hardly walk, and as we descended the hill towards the causeway, I picked her up in my arms and found she weighed less than a 10-year-old child. "You're weak," I said. "I was born weak, Derfel," she said, "and life is spent pretending otherwise." "You need some rest," I said. "I know." She leaned her head against my chest, and for once in her life she was utterly content to be looked after. I carried her to the causeway and over the first wall. The sea broke on our left, and the bay glimmered a reflection of the rising sun on our right. I did not know how I was to take her past the guards. All I knew was that we had to leave the isle because that was her fate, and I was the instrument of that fate. And so I walked content that the gods would solve the problem when I reached the final barrier. I carried her over the middle wall, with its row of skulls, and walked towards Dumnonia's dawn-green hills. I could see a single spearman silhouetted above the final wall's sheer, smooth face of stone, and I supposed some of the guards had rowed across the channel when they saw me leaving the isle. More guards were standing on the shingle bank. They had stationed themselves to bar my passage to the mainland. If I have to kill, I thought, then kill I shall. This was the god's will, not mine, and Howlbane would cut with a god's skill and strength. But as I walked towards the final wall, with my burden light in my arms, the gates of life and death swung open to receive me. I half expected the guard commander to be there with his rusty spear, ready to turn me back. Instead, it was Galahad and Cavan who waited on the black threshold, with their swords drawn and battle-shields on their arms. "We followed you," Galahad said. "Bedouin sent us," Cavan said. I covered Nimue's awful hair with the cloak's hood, so my friends would not see her degradation, and she clung to me, trying to hide herself. Galahad and Cavan had brought my men, who had commandeered the ferry and were holding the isle's guardians at spear point on the channel's farther bank. "We would have come looking for you today," Galahad said. then made the sign of the cross as he stared down the causeway. He gave me a curious look, as though he feared I might have come back from the Isle a different man. "I should have known you would be here," I told him. "Yes," he said. "You should." There were tears in his eyes, tears of happiness. We rowed across the channel, and I carried Nimue up the road of skulls to the feast hall at the road's end, where I found a man loading a cart with salt to carry to Dernovaria. I laid Nimue on his cargo and walked behind her as the cart creaked north towards the town. I had brought Nimue out of the Isle of the Dead, back to a land at war. I took Nimue to Khiled's farm. I did not put her in the big hall, but rather used an abandoned shepherd's cottage, where the two of us could be alone. I fed her on broth and milk, but first I washed her clean, washed every inch of her, washed her twice, and then washed her black hair, and afterwards used a bone comb to tease the tangles free. Some of the tangles were so tight they needed to be cut, but most came free, and when her hair hung wet and straight, I used the comb to find and kill the lice before I washed her once again. She endured the process like a small, obedient child, and when she was clean, I wrapped her in a great woolen blanket and took the broth off the fire and made her eat, while I washed myself and hunted down the lice that had gone from her body onto mine. By the time I had finished, it was dusk, and she was fast asleep on a bed made from newly cut bracken. She slept all night, and in the morning ate 6 eggs I had stirred in a pan over the fire. Then she slept again, while I took a knife and a piece of leather and cut an eye patch with a lace she could tie around her hair. I had one of Khiled's slaves bring clothes and sent Issa into town to find what news he could. He was a clever lad with an easy, open manner, so that even strangers were happy to confide in him across a tavern's table. "Well, half the town says the war's already lost, Lord," he told me on his return. Nimue was sleeping, and we spoke beside the stream which ran close beside the cottage. "And the other half?" I asked. He grinned. "Looking forward to Lunacy, Lord. They're not thinking beyond that, but the half that are thinking are all Christians." He spat into the stream. "They say Lunacy's an evil feast, and that King Gorfethid is coming to punish our sins." "In which case," I said, "we'd better make sure we commit enough sins to deserve the punishment." He laughed. "Some say Lord Arthur daren't leave town for fear there'd be a revolt once his soldiers are gone." I shook my head. "He wants to be with Guinevere at Lunacy." "Who wouldn't?" Issa asked. "Did you see the goldsmith?" I asked. He nodded. "Well, he says he can't make an eye in under 2 weeks because he's never done one before, but he'll find a corpse and cut out its eye to get the size right. I told him he'd better make it a child's corpse, for the lady isn't big, is she?" He jerked his head towards the cottage. "You told him the eye had to be hollow." "I did, Lord." "You did well," I told him. "And now I suppose you want to do your worst and celebrate Lunacy." He grinned. "Yes, Lord." Lunacy was supposedly a celebration of the imminent harvest, yet the young have always made it a feast of fertility, and their festivities would begin this night, the feast's eve. "Then go," I told him. "I'll stay here." That afternoon I made Nimue her own bower for Lunacy. I doubted somehow that she would appreciate it, but I wanted to do it, and so I made a small lodge beside the stream, cutting the withies and bending them into a hooded shelter, into which I wove cornflowers, poppies, ox-eyes, foxgloves, and long tangling swathes of pink convolvulus. Such booths were being made all across Britain for the feast, and all across Britain, late next spring, hundreds of Lunacy babies would be born. The spring was reckoned a good time to be born, for the child would come into a world waking to summer's plenty, though whether this year's planting would lead to a lucky crop depended on the battles that must be fought after harvest. Nimue emerged from the hut just as I was weaving the last foxgloves into the bower's summit.
"Is it Luna, sir?"
she asked in surprise. "Tomorrow." She laughed shyly.
"No one ever made me a bar."
"You never wanted one."
"I do now," she said,
and sat under the flowery shade with such a look of delight that my heart leapt. She had found the eye patch, and donned one of the dresses Khilad's maid had brought to the hut. It was a slave's dress of ordinary brown cloth, yet it suited her as simple things always did. She was pale and thin, but she was clean, and there was a blush of colour in her cheeks.
"I don't know what happened to the golden eye,"
she said ruefully, touching her new patch. "I'm having another eye made," I told her, but did not add that the goldsmith's deposit had taken the last of my coins. I desperately needed a battle's plunder, I thought, to replenish my purse.
"And I'm hungry,"
Nimue said, with a touch of her old mischievousness. I put some birch twigs in the bottom of the pan so the broth would not stick, then poured in the last of the broth and set it on the fire. She ate it all, and afterward she stretched out in the Lunasa bower and watched the stream. Bubbles showed where an otter swam under water. I'd seen him earlier, an old dog with a hide scarred by battle and near misses from hunters' spears. Nimue watched his bubble trail disappear beneath a fallen willow, and then began to talk. She always had an appetite for talk, but that evening it was insatiable. She wanted news, and I gave it to her. But then she wanted more detail, always more detail, and every detail she obsessively fitted inside a scheme of her own devising, so that the story of the last year became, at least for her, like a great tiled floor, where any one tile might seem insignificant, but added to the others it became a part of an intricate and meaningful whole. She was most interested in Merlin and the scroll he had snatched from Ban's doomed library.
"You didn't read it?"
she asked. "No."
"I will,"
she said fervently. I hesitated a moment, then spoke my mind. "I thought Merlin would come to the Isle to fetch you," I said. I was risking offending her twice, first by implicitly criticizing Merlin, and secondly by mentioning the one subject she did not talk about, the Isle of the Dead. But she did not seem to mind.
"Merlin would reckon I can look after myself," she said,
then smiled.
"And he knows I have you."
It was dark by then, and the stream rippled silver under Lunasa's moon. There were a dozen questions I wanted to ask, but dared not. But suddenly she began to answer them anyway. She spoke of the Isle, or rather she spoke of how one tiny part of her soul had always been aware of the Isle's horror, even as the rest of her had abandoned itself to its doom.
"I thought madness would be like death," she said, "and that I wouldn't know there was an alternative to being mad. But you do know. You really do. It's as though you watch yourself and cannot help yourself. You forsake yourself," she said,
then stopped, and I saw the tears at her one good eye. "Don't," I said, suddenly not wanting to know.
"And sometimes," she went on, "I would sit on my rock and watch the sea, and I would know I was sane, and I would wonder what purpose was being served. And then I knew. I would have to be mad, because if I was not, then it was all to no purpose."
"There was no purpose," I said angrily.
"Oh, Derfel, dear Derfel, you have a mind like a stone falling off a cliff."
She smiled.
"It's the same purpose that made Merlin find Calethan's skull. Don't you understand? The gods play games with us, but if we open ourselves, then we can become a part of the game instead of its victims. Madness has a purpose. It's a gift from the gods, and like all their gifts, it comes with a price, but I've paid it now."
She spoke passionately, but suddenly I felt a yawn threatening me, and try as I might, I could not check it. I did try to hide it, but she saw anyway.
"You need some sleep," she said.
"No," I protested.
"Did you sleep last night?"
a little. I had sat at the cottage door and dozed fitfully as I listened to the mice scrabbling in the thatch.
"Then go to bed now," she said firmly, "and leave me here to think."
I was so tired I could scarcely undress, but at last I lay on the bracken bed where I slept like the dead. It was a great deep sleep, like the rest that comes in safety after battle, when the bad sleep, the one interrupted by nightmare reminders of near spear thrusts and sword blows, has been washed away from the soul. Thus I slept, and in the night Nimue came to me, and at first I thought it was a dream, but then I woke with a start to find her chill, naked skin next to mine.
"It's all right, Derfel," she whispered. "Go to sleep."
And I slept again, with my arms around her thin body. We woke in Lunas's perfect dawn. There have been times in my life of pure happiness, and that was one. There are times, I suppose, when love is in step with life, or perhaps when the gods want us to be fools, and nothing is so sweet as Lunas's foolishness. The sun shone, filtering its light through the flowers in our bower, where we made love. Then afterwards we played like children in the stream, where I tried to make otter bubbles under water, and came up choking to find Nimue laughing. A kingfisher raced between the willows, its colours bright as a dream cloak. The only people we saw all day were a pair of horsemen who rode up the stream's far bank with falcons on their wrists. They did not see us, and we lay quietly and watched as one of their birds struck down a heron, a good omen. For that one perfect day, Nimue and I were lovers, even though we were denied the second pleasure of love, which is the certain knowledge of a shared future spent in a happiness as great as love's beginning. But I had no future with Nimue. Her future lay in the paths of the gods, and I had no talent for those roads. Yet even Nimue was tempted from those paths. In Lunas's evening, when the long light was shadowing the trees on the western slopes, she lay curled in my arms beneath the bower, and spoke of all that might be. A small house, a piece of land, children and flocks.
"We could go to Curnow," she said dreamily. "Merlin always says Curnow is the blessed place. It's a long way from the Saxons."
"Ireland," I said, "is further." I felt the shake of her head on my chest.
"Ireland is cursed."
"Why?" I asked.
"They own the treasures of Britain," she said, "and let them go."
I did not want to talk of the treasures of Britain, nor of the gods, nor of anything that would spoil this moment. "Curnow, then," I agreed.
"A small house," she said.
Then listed all the things a small house needed: jars, pans, spits, winnowing sheets, sieves, yew-pails, reaping hooks, croppers, a spindle, a skein winder, a salmon net, a barrel, a hearth, a bed. Had she dreamed of such things in her damp, cold cave above the cauldron?
"And no Saxons," she said. "And no Christians either. Maybe we should go to the Isles in the Western Sea, to the Isles beyond Curnow, to Lyonesse."
She spoke the lovely name softly.
"To live and love in Lyonesse," she added.
Then laughed. "Why do you laugh?" She lay silent for a while, then shrugged.
"Lyonesse is for another life," she said.
And with that bleak statement she broke the spell. At least she did for me, because I thought I heard Merlin's mocking laughter cackling in the summer leaves. And so I let the dream fade as we lay unmoving in the long, soft light. 2 swans flew north up the valley, going towards the great phallic image of the god Seukelos that was carved in the chalk hillside just north of Krilad's land. Sansom had wanted to obliterate the bold image, Guinevere had stopped him, though she had not been able to prevent him from building a small shrine at the foot of the hill. I had a mind to buy the land when I could, not to farm, but to stop the Christians grassing over the chalk or digging up the god's image.
"Where's Sansom?"
Nimue asked. She had been reading my thoughts. He's the guardian of the Holy Thorn now.
May prick him,
she said vengefully. She uncurled from my arms and sat up, pulling the blanket up to our necks.
"And Gunlius is betrothed today?"
"Yes."
"He won't live to enjoy his bride,"
she said, more in hope, I feared, than in prophecy. "He will if Arthur can't beat their army," I said. And next day, the hopes of that victory seemed gone forever. I was making things ready for Chilad's harvest, sharpening the sickles and nailing the wooden threshing flails to their leather hinges, when a messenger arrived in Durnavaria from Durocorbrivis. Issa brought us the messenger's news from town, and it was dreadful. Ael had broken the truce. On Lunasa's eve, a swarm of Saxons had attacked Geraint's fortress and overrun its walls. Prince Geraint was dead, Durocorbrivis had fallen, and Dumnonia's client, Prince Meriadoc of Strongnor, was a fugitive, and the last remnants of his kingdom had become a part of Hrogir. Now, as well as facing Gorfithid's army, Arthur must fight the Saxon war host. Dumnonia was surely doomed. Nimue scorned my pessimism.
"The gods won't end the game this soon," she claimed.
"Well, then the gods had better fill our treasury," I said sharply, "because we can't defeat both Ael and Gorfithid, which means we have to buy the Saxons off or else go down to death."
"Little minds worry about money,"
Nimue said. "Then thank the gods for little minds," I retorted. I worried about money endlessly.
"There's money in Dumnonia if you need it,"
Nimue said carelessly. "Guinevere's," I said, shaking my head. "Arthur won't touch it." At that time, none of us knew how big was the treasure Lancelot had fetched back from Innistribes. That treasure might have sufficed to buy Ael's peace, but the exiled king of Benwick was keeping it well hidden.
"Not Guinevere's gold,"
Nimue said. And then she told me where a Saxon's blood price might be found, and I cursed myself for not thinking of it sooner. There was a chance, after all, I thought. Just a chance. So long as the gods gave us time, and Ael's price was not impossibly high. I reckoned it would take Ael's men a week to sober up after their sack of Durocorbrivis, so we had just 1 week to work our miracle. I took Nimue to Arthur. There would be no idyll in Lyonesse, no sieve or winnowing sheet, and no bed beside the sea. Merlin had gone north to save Britain. Now Nimue must work her own sorcery in the south. We went to buy a Saxon's peace, while behind us, on the bank of our summer stream, the flowers of Lunasa wilted. Arthur and his guard rode north on the Fosse Way. 60 horsemen, caparisoned in leather and iron, were going to war, and with them were 50 spearmen, 6 mine and the rest led by Lanval, Guinevere's erstwhile guard commander, whose job and purpose had been usurped by Lancelot, king of Benwick, who, with his men, was now the protector of all the high people living in Durnavaria. Galahad had taken the rest of my men north to Gwent, and it was a measure of our urgency that we all marched before the harvest. But Ael's treachery gave us no choice. I marched with Arthur and Nimue. She had insisted on accompanying me, even though she was still far from strong, but nothing would have kept her away from the war that was about to begin. We marched 2 days after Lunasa, and, perhaps as a portent of what was to come, the sky had clouded over to threaten a heavy rain. The horsemen, with their grooms and pack-mules, together with Lanval's spearmen, waited on the Fosse Way, while Arthur crossed the land bridge to Inniswydren. Nimue and I went with him, taking only my 6 spearmen as an escort. It was strange to be back beneath the Tor's looming peak, where Gwilithyn had rebuilt Merlin's halls so that the Tor's summit looked almost as it had on the day when Nimue and I had fled from Gunlius's savagery. Even the tower had been rebuilt, and I wondered if, like the first tower, it was a dream chamber in which the whispers of the gods would echo to the sleeping wizard. But our business was not with the Tor, but with the shrine of the Holy Thorn. 5 of my men stayed outside the shrine's gates, while Arthur, Nimue, and I walked into the compound. Nimue's head was shrouded with a hood so that her face with its leather eye patch could not be seen. Sansom hurried to meet us. He looked in fine condition for a man who was ostensibly in disgrace for rousing Dernovaria to deadly riot. He was plumper than I remembered, and wore a new black gown that was half covered with a cope, lavishly embroidered with golden crosses and silver thorns. A heavy golden cross hung on a golden chain at his breast, while a torque of thick gold shone at his neck. His mouse-like face, with its stiffly tonsured brush, offered us a smirk that was intended as a smile.
"The honour you do us!"
he cried, his hands flying apart in welcome.
"The honour! Dare I hope, Lord Arthur, that you come to worship our dear lord? That is his sacred thorn, a reminder of the thorns that pricked his head as he suffered for your sins."
He gestured towards the drooping tree with its small, sad leaves. A group of pilgrims surrounding the tree had draped its pathetic limbs with votive offerings. Seeing us, those pilgrims shuffled away, not realizing that the poorly dressed farm boy who worshipped with them was one of our men. It was Issa, whom I had sent on ahead with a small offering of coins for the shrine.
"Some wine, perhaps?"
Sansom now offered us.
"And food. We have cold salmon, new bread, some strawberries even."
"You live well, Sansom," Arthur said, looking around the shrine. It had grown since I had last been in Iniswydran. The stone church had been extended, and 2 new buildings constructed, one a dormitory for the monks, and the other a house for Sansom himself. Both buildings were of stone, and had roofs made of tiles taken from Roman villas. Sansom raised his eyes to the threatening clouds.
"We are merely humble servants of the great God, Lord, and our life on earth is all due to his grace and providence. Your esteemed wife is well, I pray?"
"Very, thank you."
"The news brings joy to us, Lord."
Sansom lied.
"And our king, he is well too?"
"The boy grows, Sansom."
"And in the true faith, I trust."
Sansom was backing away as we advanced.
"So what, Lord, brings you to our small settlement?"
Arthur smiled. "Need, Bishop, need."
"Of spiritual grace?"
Sansom inquired. "Of money." Sansom threw up his hands.
"Would a man searching for fish climb to a mountain top, or a man panting for water go to a desert? Why come to us, Lord Arthur? We brothers are vowed to poverty, and what meagre crumbs the dear Lord does permit to fall into our laps we give to the poor."
He closed his hands gracefully together. "Then I am come, dear Sansom," Arthur said, "to make certain that you are keeping your vows of poverty. The war goes hard. It needs money. The treasury is empty, and you will have the honour of making your king alone." Nimue, who now shuffled humbly behind us like a cowled servant, had reminded Arthur of the church's wealth. How she must have been enjoying Sansom's discomfort.
"The church had been spared these enforced loans,"
Sansom said sharply, and putting a scornful bite on the last word.
"High King Uther, may his soul rest in peace, exempted the church from all such exactions, just as the pagan shrines," he crossed himself, "are shamefully and sinfully exempted."
"King Mordred's council," Arthur said, "has rescinded the exemption, and your shrine, Bishop, is known as the wealthiest in Dumnonia." Sansom raised his eyes to the sky again.
"If we possessed so much as 1 gold coin, Lord, I would take pleasure in giving it to you as an outright gift. But we are poor. You should seek your loan on the hill."
He gestured to the Tor.
"The pagans there, Lord, have been hoarding infidel gold for centuries."
The Tor, I intervened coldly, was raided by Gunlius when Norwenna was killed. What little gold was there, and it was little, was stolen. Sansom pretended to have just noticed me. "It's Derfel, isn't it? I thought so. Welcome home, Derfel." "Lord Derfel," Arthur corrected Sansom. Sansom's small eyes opened wide. "Praise God! Praise him! You rise in the world, Lord Derfel, and what satisfaction that gives me. An humble churchman who will now be able to boast that he knew you when you were but a common spearman. A lord now. What a blessing, and what honour your presence does us. But even you know, my dear Lord Derfel, that when King Gunlius raided the Tor, he also raided the poor monks here. Alas, what depredations they made! The shrine suffered for Christ, and it has never recovered." "Gunlius went to the Tor first," I said. "I know, because I was there. And by so doing he gave the monks here time to hide their treasures." "Such fantasies you pagans hold about we Christians. Do you still claim we eat babies at our love feasts?" Sansom laughed. Arthur sighed. "Dear Bishop Sansom," he said, "I know my request is hard for you. I know it is your job to preserve the wealth of your church, so that it can grow and reflect the glory of God. All that I know. But I also know that if we do not have the money to fight our enemies, then the enemy will come here, and there will be no church. There will be no holy thorn, and the shrine's bishop," he prodded a finger into Sansom's ribs, "will be nothing but dry bones pecked clean by ravens." "There are other ways to keep the enemy from our gates," Sansom said, unwisely hinting that Arthur was the cause of the war, and that if Arthur simply left Dumnonia, then Gofithid would be satisfied. Arthur did not become angry. He simply smiled. "Your treasury is needed for Dumnonia, Bishop." "We have no treasury, alas." Sansom made the sign of the cross. "As God is my witness, Lord, we possess nothing." I strolled across to the thorn. "The monks of Ivinium," I said, referring to a monastery some miles to the south, "are better gardeners than you, Bishop." I scraped Howlbane from her scabbard and prodded her tip into the soil beside the sorry tree. "Maybe we should dig up the holy thorn and take it to Ivinium's care. I'm sure their monks would pay highly for the privilege." "And the thorn would be further from the Saxons," Arthur said brightly. "Surely you approve of our plan, Bishop?" Sansom was waving his hands desperately. "The monks at Ivinium are ignorant fools, Lord, mere mumblers of prayers. If your lordships would wait in the church, maybe I can find some few coins for your purpose." "Do," Arthur said. The three of us were ushered into the church. It was a plain building with a stone floor, stone walls, and a beamed roof. It was a gloomy place, for only a little light came through the small high windows where sparrows bickered and wallflowers grew. At the church's far end was a stone table, on which stood a crucifix. Nimue, the hood thrown back from her hair, spat at the crucifix, while Arthur strolled to the table, then hitched himself up so he could sit on its edge. "I take no pleasure in this, Derfel," he said. "Why should you, Lord?" "It does not do to offend gods," Arthur said gloomily.
"This God," Nimue said contemptuously, "is said to be a forgiving one. Better offend that kind than any other."
Arthur smiled. He was wearing a simple jerkin, trousers, boots, a cloak, and Excalibur. He wore no gold, nor armour, but there was no mistaking his authority, nor, at that moment, his unease. He sat in silence for a time, then looked up at me. Nimue was exploring the small rooms at the back of the church, and we were alone together. "Perhaps I should leave Britain," Arthur said. "And yield Dumnonia to Gofithid?" "Gofithid will enthrone Mordred in time," Arthur said, "and that is all that matters." "He says as much?" I asked. "He does." "And what else would he say?" I argued, appalled that my lord should even contemplate exile. "But the truth," I added forcefully, "is that Mordred will be Gofithid's client.
And why should Gorfithid enthrone a client? Why not put one of his own relatives on the throne? Why not put his son, Keenaglas, on our throne?
Keenaglas is honourable, Arthur insisted.
Keenaglas will do whatever his father tells him, I said scornfully. And Gorfithid wants to be High King, which means he certainly won't want the old High King's heir growing to be a rival. Besides, do you think Gorfithid's druids will let a maimed king live? If you go, Lord, I number Mordred's days. Arthur did not respond. He sat there, his hands on the table's edge and his head down as he stared at the floor. He knew I was right, just as he knew that he alone of Britain's warlords fought for Mordred. The rest of Britain wanted their own man on Dumnonia's throne, while Guinevere wanted Arthur himself to sit there. He looked up at me.
"Did Guinevere—"
he began. "Yes," I interrupted him bleakly. I had supposed he was referring to Guinevere's ambition to place him on Dumnonia's throne, but he had been thinking of another matter entirely. He jumped off the table and began pacing up and down.
"I understand your feelings for Lancelot," he said, surprising me. "But consider this, Derfel. Suppose that Benwick had been your kingdom, and supposing that you believed I would save it for you. Indeed, you knew that I was oath-bound to save it, and then I did not, and Benwick was destroyed. Would that not make you bitter? Would it not make you distrustful? King Lancelot has suffered greatly, and the suffering was at my hands. Mine. And I want, if I can, to make his losses good. I can't recapture Benwick, but I can perhaps give him another kingdom."
"Which?" I asked. He smiled slyly. He had the whole scheme worked out, and he was taking an immense pleasure in revealing it to me.
"Siluria," he said. "Let us suppose we can defeat Gorfithid, and with him Gundlius. Gundlius has no heir, Derfel, so if we can kill Gundlius, a throne is vacant. We have a king without a throne. They have a throne without a king. More, we have an unmarried king. Offer Lancelot as husband to Kynwyn, and Gorfithid will have his daughter as a queen, and we shall have our friend on the Silurian throne. Peace, Derfel." He spoke with all his old enthusiasm, building a wonderful vision with his words. "A union. The marriage union I never made, but now we can make it again. Lancelot and Kynwyn. And to achieve it, we only need to kill one man. Just one." And as many other men who needed to die in battle, I thought, but said nothing. Somewhere to the north a rumble of thunder sounded. The god Tyrannus was aware of us, I thought, and I hoped he was on our side. The sky through the tiny high windows was black as night. "Well?" Arthur pressed me. I had not spoken because the thought of Lancelot wedding Kynwyn was so bitter that I could not trust myself to speak. But now I forced myself to sound civil. "We have to buy off the Saxons and defeat Gorfithid first," I said sourly. "But if we do?" he asked impatiently, as though my objections were trivial obstacles. I shrugged, as though the idea of the marriage was far beyond my competency to judge. "Lancelot likes the idea," Arthur said, "and his mother does too. Guinevere approves as well, but then she would, because it was her idea to marry Kynwyn to Lancelot in the first place. She's a clever girl. Very clever." He smiled, as he always did when he thought of his wife. "But even your clever wife, Lord," I dared to say, "cannot dictate Mithras's adherence." He jerked his head, as though I had struck him. "Mithras?" he said angrily. "Why can't Lancelot join?" "Because he's a coward," I snarled, unable to hide my bitterness any longer. "Bors says not. So do a dozen other men," Arthur challenged me. "Ask Galahad," I said, "or your cousin Killock." Rain sounded sudden on the roof, and a moment later began to drip from the high window-sills. Nimue had reappeared in the small arched door beside the stone table, where she pulled the hood over her face again. "If Lancelot proves himself, will you relent?" Arthur asked me after a while.
If Lancelot shows himself to be a fighter, Lord, I shall relent. But I thought he was your palace guard now.
His wish is to command in Denavaria only until his wounded hand heals, Arthur explained. But if he does fight Derfel, then will you elect him?
If he fights well, I promised reluctantly.
Yes. I was fairly sure it was a promise I would never have to keep.
Good, Arthur said, pleased as always to have found a measure of agreement. Then he turned as the church door banged open with a gust of rainy wind, and Sansom ran inside, followed by 2 monks. The 2 monks were carrying leather bags. Very small leather bags. Sansom shook water off his robe as he hurried up the church.
"We have searched, Lord," he said breathlessly. "We have hunted, we have pecked high and low, and we have assembled what little treasures our poultry house possesses, which treasures we now lay before you in humble but reluctant duty." He shook his head sadly. "We shall go hungry this season as a result of our generosity, but where a sword commands, we mere servants of God must obey."
His monks poured the contents of the 2 bags onto the flagstones. A coin rolled across the floor until I trapped it with my foot.
"Gold, from the Emperor Hadrian,"
Sansom said of the coin. I picked it up. It was a brass sesterce with the Emperor Hadrian's head on one side and an image of Britannia with her trident and shield on the other. I bent the coin double between my finger and thumb and tossed it to Sansom. "Fool's gold, Bishop," I said. The rest of the treasure was not much better. There were some worn coins, mostly copper, with a few of silver, some iron bars that were commonly used as currency, a brooch of poor gold, and some thin golden links from a broken chain. The whole collection was perhaps worth 12 gold pieces.
"Is this all?" Arthur asked.
"We gave it to the poor, Lord," Sansom said. "Though, if your needs are pressing, then maybe I could add this."
He lifted the golden cross from around his neck. The heavy cross and its thick chain were easily worth 40 or 50 gold pieces, and now, reluctantly, the bishop held them out to Arthur.
"My personal loan for your warlord," he suggested.
Arthur reached for the chain, and Sansom immediately jerked it back.
"Lord,"
he dropped his voice so that only Arthur and I could hear him,
"I was unjustly treated last year. For the loan of this chain,"
he twitched it so that the heavy links clinked together,
"I would demand that my appointment as King Mordred's personal chaplain be honoured. My place is at the king's side, Lord, not here in this pestilential marshland."
Before Arthur could respond, the door of the church opened once again, and a rain-soaked Issa shambled inside. Sansom turned furiously on the newcomer.
"The church is not open to pilgrims," the bishop snapped. "There are regular services. Now get out! Out!"
Issa pushed wet hair away from his face, grinned, and spoke to me.
"They hide all their goods beside the pond, behind the big house, Lord. All of it under a pile of rocks. I watched them put today's tribute there."
Arthur plucked the heavy chain from Sansom's hand.
"You may keep those other treasures."
He gestured at the shabby collection on the floor.
"To feed your poultry house through the winter, Bishop. And keep your talk as a reminder that your neck is in my gift."
He strode towards the door.
"Lord!"
Sansom shouted in protest.
"I beg you!"
"Beg?" Numui interrupted him, pushing the hood back from her face.
"Beg, you dog!"
She turned and spat on the crucifix, then onto the church floor, then a third time at Sansom.
"Beg, you piece of dirt!" she snarled at him. "Dear God!"
Sansom blanched at the sight of his enemy. He reeled backward, making the sign of the cross on his thin chest. For a moment he seemed too terrified to even speak. He must have thought Numui lost forever on the Isle of the Dead. Yet here she was, spitting in triumph. He crossed himself a third time, then wheeled on Arthur.
"You dare bring a witch into God's house!" he screamed. "This is sacrilege! Oh, sweet Christ!"
He dropped to his knees and gazed up at the rafters. "Cast fire from heaven! Cast it now!" Arthur ignored him, plunging instead into the pelting rain that was bedraggling the pathetic votive ribbons draped on the holy thorn. "Call the other spearmen inside," Arthur ordered Issa. My men had waited outside the shrine in case Sansom had attempted to hide his treasures beyond the encircling wall. But now the spearmen came into the enclosure to help drive the frantic monks away from the pile of rocks that hid their secret treasury. Some of the monks dropped to their knees as they saw Nimue. They knew who she was. Sansom ran from the church and threw himself onto the rocks, dramatically decreeing that he would sacrifice his life to preserve God's money. Arthur shook his head sadly. "Are you sure of this sacrifice, Lord Bishop?"
"Dear sweet God!"
Sansom bellowed.
"Thy servant comes, slaughtered by wicked men and their foul witch. All I did was obey your word. Receive me, Lord. Receive thy humble servant."
This was followed by a scream as he anticipated his death, but it was only Issa lifting him by the scruff of his neck and the seat of his robe and carrying him gently away from the stone pile to the pond, where he dropped Sansom into the shallow, muddy water.
"I'm drowning, Lord!"
Sansom shouted.
"Cast into mighty waters like Jonah into the ocean. A martyr for Christ. As Paul and Peter were martyred, Lord, so now I come."
He blew some urgent bubbles, but no one beside his God was taking any notice, and so he slowly dragged himself out of the muddy duckweed to spit curses at my men, who were eagerly dragging the stones aside. Beneath the rock pile was a cover of wooden boards that lifted to reveal a stone cistern crammed with leather sacks, and in the sacks was gold. Thick gold coins, gold chains, gold statues, gold torques, gold brooches, gold bracelets, gold pins. The gold fetched here by hundreds of pilgrims seeking the blessing of the thorn that Arthur now insisted a monk count and weigh, so that a proper receipt could be issued to the monastery. He left my men to supervise the tally, while he led a damp and protesting Sansom across the compound to the holy thorn. "You must learn to grow thorn trees before you meddle in the affairs of kings, my lord bishop," Arthur said. "You are not restored to the king's chaplaincy, but will stay here and learn husbandry." "Mulch the next tree," I advised him. "Let the roots stay damp while it settles in. And don't transplant a tree in flower, Bishop. They don't like it. That's been the trouble with the last few thorns you planted here. You dug them out of the woods at the wrong time. Bring them across in winter and dig them a good hole with some dung and mulch, and you might get a real miracle."
"Forgive them, Lord,"
Sansom said, dropping to his knees and gazing into the damp heavens. Arthur wanted to visit the tor, though first he stood beside Norwenna's grave that had become a place of veneration for Christians. "She was an ill-used woman," he told me. "All women are," Nimue said. She had followed us to the grave that stood close beside the holy thorn. "No," Arthur insisted. "Maybe most people are, but not all women any more than all men. But this woman was, and we still have to avenge her." "You had your chance of vengeance once," Nimue accused him harshly, "and you let Gundlius live." "Because I hope for peace," Arthur said. "But next time he dies—" "Your wife," Nimue said, "promised him to me." Arthur shuddered, knowing what cruelty lay behind Nimue's desire. But he nodded. "He is yours," he said. "I promise it." He turned and led the two of us through the pouring rain to the tor's summit. Nimue and I were going home, Arthur to see Morgan. He embraced his sister in the hall. Morgan's gold mask shone dully in the stormy light, while round her neck she wore the bear claws set in gold that Arthur had brought her from Benwick so very long ago. She clung to him, desperate for affection, and I left them alone. Nimue, almost as though she had never been away from the tor, ducked through the small door into Merlin's rebuilt chambers, while I ran through the rain to Godovan's hut. I found the old clerk sitting at his desk,
but not working, for he was blinded with cataracts, though he said he could still make out light and dark.
"And mostly it's dark now," he said sadly,
then smiled.
"I suppose you're too big to hit now, Derfel."
"You can try, Godovin," I said, "but it won't do you much good any more."
"Did it ever?"
He chuckled.
"Merlin spoke of you when he was here last week. Not that he stayed long. He came, he talked with us, he left us another cat, as if we didn't have enough cats already, and then he left. He didn't even stay the night, he was in such a hurry."
"Do you know where he went?" I asked.
"He wouldn't say. But where do you think he went?"
Godovin asked with a touch of his old asperity.
"Chasing Nimue. At least I suppose that's what he's doing, though why he should chase that silly girl I don't know. He should take a slave."
He paused and suddenly seemed on the edge of tears.
"You know Sybil died," he went on. "Poor woman. She was murdered, Derfel. Murdered. Had her throat slit. No one knows who did it. Some traveller, I assume. The world goes to the dogs, Derfel. To the dogs."
For a moment he seemed lost. Then he found the thread of his thoughts again.
"Merlin should use a slave. Nothing wrong with a willing slave, and there are plenty in town who oblige for a small coin. I use the house down by Gwilithan's old workshop. There's a nice woman there, though these days we tend to talk more than we bump about the bed. I'll get old, Derfel."
"You don't look old. And Merlin isn't chasing Nimue. She's here." Thunder sounded again, and Godovin's hand found a small piece of iron that he stroked for protection against evil.
"Nimue? Here?" he asked in amazement. "But we heard she was on the Isle."
He touched the iron again. "She was," I said flatly, "but isn't now."
"Nimue?"
He said the name almost in disbelief.
"Is she staying?"
"No. We all go east today."
"And leaving us alone?"
he asked petulantly.
"I miss Howl."
"So do I." He sighed.
"Times change, Derfel. The tour isn't what it was. We're all old now, and there are no children left. I miss them. And poor Druiden has no one to chase. Pellinore rants to emptiness, while Morgan is bitter."
"Wasn't she always?" I asked lightly.
"She's lost her power," he explained. "Not her power to tell dreams or heal the sick, but the power she enjoyed when Merlin was here and Uther was on the throne. She resents that, Derfel, just as she resents your Nimue."
He paused, thinking.
"She was especially angry when Guinevere sent for Nimue to fight Sansom about that church in Durnavaria. Morgan believes she should have been summoned, but we hear that the Lady Guinevere wants no one but the beautiful around her. And where does that leave Morgan?"
He chuckled at the question.
"But she's still a strong woman, Derfel, and she has her brother's ambitions, so she won't be content to stay here listening to the dreams of peasants and grinding herbs to cure the milk fever. She's bored. So bored that she even plays throwboard with that wretched Bishop Sansom from the shrine. Why did they send him to Innisridren?"
"Because they didn't want him in Durnavaria. Does he really come here to play games with Morgan?" Godovin nodded.
"He says he needs intelligent company, and that she has the cleverest mind in Innisridren. And I dare say he's right. He preaches to her, of course, endless nonsense about a virgin whelping a god who gets nailed to a cross, but Morgan just lets it roll past her mask. At least I hope she does."
He paused and sipped from a horn of mead, in which a wasp was struggling as it drowned. When he put the horn down, I fished the wasp out and squashed it on his desk.
"Christianity gains converts, Derfel," Godovin went on. "Even Glwithan's wife, that nice woman Ralla, has converted, which probably means that Gwilithan and the 2 children will follow her. I don't mind, but why do they have to sing so much?"
"You don't like singing?" I teased him.
"No one loves a good song better than I," he said stoutly. "The battle song of Uther, Or the slaughter chant of Tyrannus? Oh, that's what I call a song, not this whining and moaning about being sinners in need of grace."
He sighed and shook his head.
"I hear you were in Innistribes," he asked.
I told him the tale of the city's fall. It seemed an appropriate story as we sat there with the rain falling on the fields outside and a gloom lowering over all Dumnonia. When the tale was told, Godovin stared sightlessly through the door, saying nothing. I thought he might have fallen asleep, but when I rose from the stool he waved me down.
"Are things as bad as Bishop Sansom claims?" he asked.
"They're bad, my friend," I admitted.
"Tell me."
I told him how the Irish and the Cornish were raiding in the west, where Cadui still pretended to rule an independent kingdom. Tristan did his best to restrain his father's soldiers, but King Mark could not resist enriching his poor kingdom by stealing from a weakened Dumnonia. I told him how Aiel's Saxons had broken the truce, but added that Gorfithid's army still posed the greatest threat. "He's assembled the men of Elmit, Powys, and Siluria," I told Godovin, "and once the harvest is gathered, he'll lead them all south."
"And Aiel doesn't fight against Gorfithid?" the old scribe asked.
"Gorfithid has purchased peace from Aiel."
"And will Gorfithid win?"
Godovin asked. I paused a long time. "No," I finally said. Not because it was the truth, but because I did not want this old friend to worry that his last glimpse of this life would be a flash of light as a warrior's sword swung towards his blinded eyes. "Arthur will fight them," I said, "and Arthur has yet to be beaten."
"You'll fight them too?"
"It's my job now, Godovin."
"You would have made a good clerk," he said sadly, "and it is an honourable and useful profession, even though no one makes us lords because of it."
I thought he had not known of my honour, and I suddenly felt ashamed of being so proud of it. Godovin groped for his mead and took another sip.
"If you see Merlin," he said, "tell him to come back. The Tor is dead without him."
"I'll tell him."
"Goodbye, Lord Derfel,"
Godovin said, and I sensed he knew we would never meet again in this world. I tried to embrace the old man, but he waved me away for fear of betraying his emotions. Arthur was waiting at the sea gate, where he stared westward across the marshes that were being storm-swept by great pale waves of rain. "This will be bad for the harvest," he said bleakly. Lightning flickered above the Severn Sea. "There was a storm like this after Uther died," I said. Arthur pulled his cloak tight around his body. "If Uther's son had lived," he said, then fell silent rather than finish the thought. His mood was as dark and bleak as the weather. "Uther's son could not have fought Gorfithid, Lord," I said, "nor Aiel." "Nor Cadui," he added bitterly, "nor Cerdic, so many enemies, Derfel." "Then be glad you have friends, Lord." He acknowledged that truth with a smile, then turned to gaze northwards. "I worry about one friend," he said softly. "I worry that Tudric won't fight. He's tired of war, and I can't blame him for that. Gwent has suffered much worse than Dumnonia." He looked at me, and there were tears in his eyes. Or maybe it was just the rain. "I wanted to do such great things, Derfel," he said. "Such great things. And in the end it was I who betrayed them, wasn't it?" "No, Lord," I said firmly. "A friend should speak the truth," he chided me gently. "You needed Guinevere," I said, embarrassed to be speaking thus. "And you were meant to be with her. Else why would the gods have brought her to the feasting hall on the night of your betrothal? It isn't for us, Lord, to read the minds of gods, just to live our fate fully." He grimaced at that, for he liked to believe he was master of his own fate. "You think we should all rush madly down the paths of destiny?" "I think, Lord, that when fate grips you, you do well to put reason aside." "And I did," he said quietly, then smiled at me. "Do you love someone, Derfel?" he asked. "The only women I love, Lord, are not for me," I answered in self-pity. He frowned, then shook his head in commiseration. "Poor Derfel," he said softly, and something about his tone made me look at him. Could he believe I had meant to include Guinevere among those women? I blushed and wondered what I should say, but Arthur had already turned to watch as Nimue came from the hall. "You must tell me about the Isle of the Dead sometime," he said, "when we have the time." "I shall tell you, Lord, after your victory," I said, "when you need good tales to fill long winter evenings." "Yes," he said, "after our victory." Though he did not sound hopeful. Gorfithid's army was so huge, and ours so small. But before we could fight Gorfithid, we had to buy a Saxon's peace with God's money. And so we travelled towards Llogir. We smelt Duroca Brevis long before we came near the town. That smell came on our second day of travel, and we were still a half-day's journey from the captured town. But the wind was in the east, and it carried the sour reek of death and smoke far across the deserted farmlands. The fields were ready for harvest, but the people had fled in terror of the Saxons. At Cunitio, a small Roman-built town where we had spent the night, refugees filled the streets, and their livestock had been crowded into hastily re-erected winter sheep pens. No one had cheered Arthur in Cunitio, and no wonder, for he was blamed for both the war's length and its disasters. Men grumbled that there had been peace under Uther, and nothing but war under Arthur. Arthur's horsemen led our silent column. They wore their armour, they carried spears and swords, but their shields were slung upside down, and green branches were tied to their spear tips as signs that we came in peace. Behind the vanguard marched Lanval's spearmen, and after them came 200 of baggage mules that were loaded with Sansom's gold, and with all the heavy leather shields that Arthur's horses wore in battle. A second smaller contingent of horsemen formed the rearguard. Arthur himself walked with my wolf-tailed spearmen just behind his banner-holder, who rode with the leading group of horsemen. Arthur's black mare, Chlamre, was led by Chigwith, his servant, and with him was a stranger I took to be another servant. Nimue walked with us, and, like Arthur, tried to learn some Saxon from me, but neither was a good pupil. Nimue was soon bored by the coarse tongue, while Arthur had too much on his mind, though he duly learned a few words: peace, land, spear, food, mother, father. I was to be his interpreter, the first of many times that I spoke for Arthur and returned his enemy's words. We met the enemy at midday as we descended a long, gentle hill where woods grew on either side of the road. An arrow suddenly flickered from the trees and slashed into the turf, just ahead of our leading man, Sagramore. He raised a hand, and Arthur shouted at every man in the column to be still.
"No swords!"
he ordered.
"Just wait!"
The Saxons must have been watching us all morning, for they had assembled a small war band to face us. Those men, 60 or 70 strong, trailed out of the trees behind their leader, a broad-chested man who walked beneath a chieftain's banner of deer antlers, from which hung shreds of tanned human skin. The chieftain had the Saxon's love of fur, a sensible affection, for few things stop a sword stroke so well as a thick, rich pelt. This man had a collar of heavy black fur about his neck, and strips of fur around his upper arms and thighs. The rest of his clothing was leather or wool, a jerkin, trousers, boots, and a leather helmet crested with a tuft of black fur. At his waist hung a long sword, while in his hand was that favourite Saxon weapon, the broad-bladed axe.
"Are you lost, Vilhas?"
he shouted. Vilhas was their word for us Britons. It means foreigners, and has a derisive ring, just as our word Sace does for them. Or are you just tired of life? He stood firmly in our road, feet apart, head up and with his axe resting on his shoulder. He had a brown beard and a mass of brown hair that jutted sharply out from under his helmet's rim. His men, some in iron helmets, some in leather, and almost all carrying axes, formed a shield wall across the road. A few had huge leashed dogs, beasts the size of wolves, and of late, we had heard, the Sace had been using such dogs as weapons, releasing them against our shield walls just a few seconds before they struck with axe and spear. The dogs frightened some of our men far more than the Saxons did. I walked with Arthur, stopping a few paces short of the defiant Saxon. Neither of us carried spear or shield, and our swords rested in their scabbards. "My lord," I said in Saxon, "is Arthur, protector of Dumnonia, who comes to you in peace." "For the moment," the man said, "peace is yours, but only for the moment." He spoke defiantly, but he had been impressed by Arthur's name, and he gave my lord a long, curious inspection before glancing back to me. "Are you Saxon?" he asked. "I was born one. Now I am British." "Can a wolf become a toad?" he asked with a scowl. "Why not become a Saxon again?" "Because I am sworn to Arthur's service," I said, "and that service is to bring your king a great gift of gold." "For a toad," the man said, "you howl well. I am Thedig." I'd never heard of him. "Your fame," I said, "gives nightmares to our children." He laughed. "Well spoken, Toad. So who is our king?" "Ael," I said. "I didn't hear you, Toad." I sighed. "The Bretwalder, Ael." "Well said, Toad," Thurdig said. We Britons did not recognize the title Bretwalder, but I used it to placate the Saxon chief. Arthur, who understood nothing of our talk, patiently waited until I was ready to translate something. He had trust in those he appointed, and would not hurry me or intervene. "The Bretwalder," Thurdig said, "is some hours from here. Can you give me some reason, Toad, why I should disturb his day with news that a plague of rats, mice, and grubs have crawled into his land?" "We bring the Bretwalder more gold, Thurdig," I said, "than you can dream of. Gold for your men, for your wives, for your daughters, even enough for your slaves. Is that reason enough?" "Show me, Toad." It was a risk, but Arthur willingly took it, taking Thurdig and 6 of his men back to the mules, and there revealing the great hoard stowed in the sacks. The risk was that Thurdig might decide the fortune was worth a fight there and then, but we outnumbered him, and the sight of Arthur's men on their big horses was a fearsome deterrent. So he merely took 3 gold coins and said he would report our presence to the Bretwalder. "You will wait at the stones," he ordered us. "Be there by evening, and my king shall come to you in the morning." The command told us that Ael must have been warned of our approach, and must also have guessed what our business was. "You may stay at the stones in peace," Thurdig told us, "until the Bretwalder decides your fate." That evening, for it took us all afternoon to reach the stones, was the first time I ever saw the great ring. Merlin had often spoken of them, and Nimue had heard of their power, but no one knew who had made them or why the great dressed boulders were arrayed in their towering circle. Nimue was sure that only the gods could have made such a place, and so she chanted prayers as we approached the grey, lonely monoliths whose evening shadows stretched dark and long across the pale grassland. A ditch surrounded the stones that were formed into a great circle of pillars, with other stones forming lintels above, while inside that massive and crude arcade were more vast upright rocks that stood close around a slab-like altar. There were plenty of other stone circles in Britain, some even larger in their circumference, but none of such mystery and majesty, and all of us were awed and silent as we approached. Nimue cast her spells, then told us it was safe to cross the ditch, and so we wandered in wonder among these boulders of the gods. Lichens grew thick on the stones, some of which had canted or even fallen over the long years, while others were deeply carved with Roman names and numerals. Geraint had held the lordship of these stones, an office devised by Uther to reward the man responsible for holding our eastern border against the Saxons, though now a new man would have to take the title and try to thrust Ael back beyond burned Dura Brevis. It was shameful, Nimue told me, that Ael had demanded to meet us here, so deep inside Dumnonia. There were woods in a valley a mile to the south, and we used the mules to fetch enough timber to make a fire that burned bright through all that ghost-haunted night. More fires burned just beyond our eastern skyline, evidence that the Saxons had followed us. It was a nervous night. Our fire burned like a blaze of Beltane, but the flame shadows on the stones still unnerved us. Nimue cast spells of safety around the ditch, and that precaution calmed our men. But the picketed horses whinnied and trampled the turf all night long. Arthur suspected they could smell the Saxon war dogs, but Nimue was certain that the spirits of the dead were whirling all about us. Our sentries gripped their spear shafts and challenged every wind that sighed across the grave mounds surrounding the stones. But no dog, ghoul, or warrior disturbed us, though few of our number slept. Arthur slept not at all. At one point in the night he asked me to walk with him, and I paced beside him around the outer circle of big stones. He walked without speaking for a while, his head bare to the stars. "I was here once before." He broke his silence abruptly. "When, Lord?" I asked. 10 years ago. Maybe 11. He shrugged as though the number of years was not important. Merlin brought me here. He fell silent again, and I said nothing, for I sensed from his last words that this place held a special place in his memory. It did, too, for he at last stopped pacing and pointed toward the grey rock that lay like an altar at the heart of the stones. "It was there, Derfel, that Merlin gave me Caledfulk." I glanced down at the sword's cross-hatched scabbard. "A noble gift, Lord," I said. "A heavy one, Derfel. It came with a burden." He plucked my arm so that we continued walking. "He gave it to me on condition that I did what he ordered me to do, and I obeyed him. I went to Benwick and I learned from Ban what a king's duties are. I learned that a king is only as good as the poorest man under his rule. That was Ban's lesson." "It wasn't a lesson that Ban learned himself," I said bitterly, thinking how Ban had ignored his people to enrich Innistribes. Arthur smiled. "Some men are better at knowing than doing, Derfel. Ban was very wise, but not practical. I have to be both." "To be king?" I dared to ask, for stating such an ambition was counter to everything Arthur claimed about his destiny. But Arthur took no offence at my words. "To be a ruler," he said. He had stopped again and was staring over the dark cloaked shapes of his sleeping men at the stone in the circle's centre. And to me it seemed as if the slab of rock shimmered in the moonlight, or perhaps that was just my heightened imagination. "Merlin made me strip naked and stand on that stone all night long," Arthur went on. "There was rain on the wind and it was cold. He chanted spells and made me hold the sword at arm's length and keep it there. I remember my arm was like fire, and then at last it went numb, But still he would not let me drop Coledfolk. "Hold it!" he shouted at me. "Hold it!" And I stood there, quivering while he summoned the dead to witness his gift. And they came, Derfel. Rank on rank of the dead. Warriors with empty eyes and rusted helmets who rose from the other world to see the sword given to me.
He shook his head at the memory.
Or perhaps I just dreamed those worm-eaten men. I was young, you see, and very impressionable. And Merlin does know how to put the fear of the gods into young minds. Once he'd scared me with the throng of dead witnesses, though he told me how to lead men, how to find warriors who need leaders, and how to fight battles. He told me my destiny, Derfel.
He fell silent again, his long face very grim in the moonlight. Then he smiled ruefully.
More nonsense.
His last two words had been spoken so softly that I had almost not heard them.
Nonsense? I asked,
unable to hide my disapproval.
I am to yield Britain back to her gods, Arthur said, mocking the duty by the tone of his voice.
You will, Lord, I said.
He shrugged. Merlin wanted a strong arm to hold a good sword, he said. But what the gods want, Derfel, I do not know. If they want Britain, why do they need me? Or Merlin? Do gods need men? Or are we like dogs barking for masters who don't want to listen?
We aren't dogs, I said. We're the creatures of the gods. They must have a purpose for us.
Must they? Maybe we just make them laugh.
Merlin says we've lost touch with the gods, I said stubbornly.
Just as Merlin has lost touch with us, Arthur said firmly. You saw how he ran from Dunovaria that night you returned from Innistribes. Merlin's too busy, Derfel. Merlin is chasing his treasures of Britain, and what we do in Dumnonia is of no consequence to him. I could make a great kingdom for Mordred. I could establish justice. I could bring peace. I could have Christians and pagans dancing in the moonlight together. And none of that would interest Merlin. Merlin only yearns for the moment when all of it is given back to the gods. And when that moment comes, he'll demand I give Coledfolk back to him. And that was his other condition. I could take the sword of the gods, he said, so long as I gave it back when he needed it.
He had spoken with a trace of mockery that had disturbed me. "Don't you believe in Merlin's dream?" I asked.
"I believe Merlin is the wisest man in Britain," Arthur said seriously, "and that he knows more than I might ever hope to know. I also know that my fate is twisted into his, just as yours, I think, is twisted into Nemui's. But I also think that Merlin was bored from the moment he was born. So Merlin is doing what the gods do. He's amusing himself at our expense. Which means, Derfel, that when the moment comes to return Coledfolk, it will be at a time when I need the sword most."
"So what will you do?"
"I've no idea. None."
He seemed to find that thought amusing, for he smiled, then put a hand on my shoulder.
"Go and sleep, Derfel. I need your tongue tomorrow, and I don't want it slurred by tiredness."
I left him, and somehow I did snatch a few moments' sleep in the moon-cast shadow of a looming stone. Though before I slept, I lay thinking about that far-off night when Merlin had made Arthur's arm ache with the weight of the sword, and his soul heavy with the greater burden of fate. Why had Merlin chosen Arthur, I wondered? For it seemed to me now that Arthur and Merlin were opposed. Merlin believed that chaos could only be defeated by harnessing the powers of mystery, while Arthur believed in the powers of men. It could be, I thought, that Merlin had trained Arthur to rule men so as to leave himself free to rule the dark powers. But I also realized, however dimly, that the moment might come when we would all have to choose between them. And I feared that moment. I prayed it would never come.
Then I slept until the sun rose, to lance the shadow of a single stone pillar that stood isolated outside the circle, straight into the very heart of the stones, where we tired warriors guarded a kingdom's ransom. We drank water, ate hard bread, then buckled on our swords before spreading the gold on the dew-wet grass beside the altar stone. "What's to stop Ael taking the gold and continuing his war?" I asked Arthur, as we waited for the Saxons' arrival. Ael, after all, had taken gold from us before, and that had not stopped him from burning Dura Brevis. Arthur shrugged. He was wearing his spare armour, a coat of Roman mail that was dented and scarred from frequent fights. He wore the heavy mail under one of his white cloaks. "Nothing," he answered, "except what little honour he might have, which is why we might have to offer him more than gold." "More?" I asked. But Arthur did not reply, because on the dawn-blazoned eastern skyline the Saxons had appeared. They came in a long line spread across the horizon, with their war drums beating and their spearmen arrayed for battle, though their weapons were tipped by leaves to show that they meant us no immediate harm. Ael led them. He was the first of the two men I ever met who claimed the title of Bretwalder. The other came later, and was to give us more trouble. But Ael was trouble enough. He was a tall man with a flat, hard face and dark eyes that revealed none of his thoughts. His beard was black, his cheeks were scarred from battle, and 2 fingers were missing from his right hand. He wore a coat of black cloth that was belted with leather, boots of leather, an iron helmet on which bull horns were mounted, and over it all a bearskin cloak that he dropped when the heat of the day became too much for such a flamboyant garment. His banner was a blood-daubed bull's skull, held aloft on a spear shaft. His warband numbered 200 men, maybe a few more, and over half those men had great war dogs leashed with leather ropes. Behind the warriors was a horde of women, children, and slaves. There were more than enough Saxons to overwhelm us now, but Ael had given his word that we were at peace, at least until he had decided our fate, and his men made no hostile show. Their line stopped outside the circling ditch, while Ael, his council, an interpreter, and a pair of wizards came to meet Arthur. The wizards had hair stiffened into spikes with dung, and wore ragged cloaks of wolfskin. When they whirled around to say their charms, the legs, tails, and faces of the wolves flared out from their painted bodies. They shouted those charms as they came closer, nullifying any magic we might be working against their leader. Nimue crouched behind us and chanted her own counter-charms. The 2 leaders weighed each other up. Arthur was taller than Ael, broader. Arthur's face was striking, but Ael's was terrifying. It was implacable, the face of a man who had come from beyond the sea to carve out a kingdom in a strange land. And he had made that kingdom with a savage and direct brutality. "I should kill you now, Arthur," he said, "and have one less enemy to destroy." His wizards, naked beneath their moth-eaten skins, crouched behind him. One chewed a mouthful of earth, the other rolled his eyes, while Nimue, her empty eye socket bared, hissed at them. The struggle between Nimue and the wizards was a private war that the 2 leaders ignored. "The time will come, Ael," Arthur said, "when maybe we shall meet in battle. But for now I offer you peace." I had half expected Arthur to bow to Ael, who was, unlike Arthur, a king. But Arthur treated the Bretwalder as an equal, and Ael accepted the treatment without protest. "Why?" Ael asked bluntly. Ael used no circumlocutions like we British favoured. I came to notice that difference between ourselves and the Saxons. The British thought in curves, like the intricate whorls of their jewellery, while Saxons were blunt and straight, as crude as their heavy gold brooches and chunky neck chains. Britons rarely broached the subject headlong, but talked around it, wrapping it with hints and allusions, always looking for manoeuvre. But Saxons thrust subtlety aside. Arthur once claimed I had that same Saxon straightforwardness, and I think he meant it as a compliment. Arthur ignored Eyol's question. I thought we had peace already. We had an agreement sealed with gold. Eyol's face betrayed no shame at having broken the truce. He merely shrugged, as though a broken peace was a small thing. So, if one truce fails, why buy another? He asked. Because I have a quarrel with Gorfithid, Arthur replied, adopting the Saxon's blunt manner, and I seek your help in that quarrel. Eyol nodded. But if I help you destroy Gorfithid, I make you stronger. Why should I do that? Because if you do not, then Gorfithid will destroy me, and he will then be stronger. Eyol laughed, displaying a mouth of rotting teeth. Does a dog care which of two rats it kills? He asked. I translated that as, does a dog care which stag it pulls down? It seemed more tactful, and I noted that Eyol's interpreter, a British slave, did not tell his master. No, Arthur allowed, but the stags are not equal. Eyol's interpreter said the rats were not equal, and I did not tell Arthur. At best, Lord Eyol, Arthur went on, I preserve Dumnonia and make Powys and Siluria my allies. But if Gorfithid wins, he will unite Elmit, Chreged, Powys, Siluria, and Dumnonia against you. But you will also have Gwent on your side, Eyol said. He was a shrewd man, and quick. True. But so will Gorfithid if it comes to a war between the British and the Saxons. Eyol grunted. The present situation, with the British fighting amongst themselves, served him best, but he knew that the British wars would eventually cease. Since it now seemed Gorfithid must win those wars soon, Arthur's presence gave him a way of prolonging his enemy's conflict. So, what do you want of me? He asked. His wizards were now leaping up and down on all fours like human grasshoppers, while Nimue was arranging pebbles on the ground. The pebbles' pattern must have disturbed the Saxon sorcerers, for they began to utter small yelps of distress. Eyol ignored them. I want you to give Dumnonia and Gwent 3 moons of peace, Arthur said. You're only buying peace? Eyol roared the words, and even Nimue was startled. The Saxon threw a gloved hand towards his warband that squatted with their women, dogs, and slaves beyond the shallow ditch. What does an army do in peace? Tell me that. I promise them more than gold. I promise them land. I promise them slaves. I promise them Vilhas blood. And you give me peace? He spat. In the name of Thor, Arthur, I will give you peace. But the peace will be across your bones, and my men will take turns with your wife. That's my peace. He spat on the turf, then looked at me. Tell your master, dog, he said, that half my men have just arrived in boats. They have no harvest gathered, and no means to feed their folk through winter. They cannot eat gold. If we don't take land and grains, then we starve. What good is peace to a starved man? I translated for Arthur, leaving out the more egregious insults. A look of pain crossed Arthur's face. Eyol saw the look, translated it as weakness, and so turned scornfully away. I will give you 2 hours' start, vermin, he called over his shoulder. Then I shall pursue you. Rat-eye, Arthur said, without even waiting for me to translate Eyol's threat. The Saxon turned back. He said nothing, but just stared into Arthur's face. The stench of his bearskin robe was appalling, a mix of sweat, dung, and grease. He waited. Rat-eye, Arthur said again. Tell him it can be taken. Tell him it is full of all the things he desires. Tell him the land it guards will be his. Rat-eye was the fortress that protected Gorfithid's easternmost border with the Saxons. And if Gorfithid lost that fortress, then the Saxons moved 20 miles closer to Powys's heartland. I translated. It took me some time to identify Rat-eye to Eyol, but at last he understood. He was not happy, for it seemed Rat-eye was a formidable Roman fortress that Gorfithid had strengthened with a massive earth wall. Arthur explained that Gorfythed had taken the garrison's best spearmen to add to the army he had collected for his invasion of Gwent and Dumnonia. He did not need to explain that Gorfythed had only risked that move because of the peace he believed he had purchased from Ael, a peace that Arthur was now outbidding. Arthur revealed that a Christian community at Rattay had built a monastery just outside the fort's earth walls, and the comings and goings of the monks had worn a passage through the ramparts. The fortress commander, he explained, was one of Gorfythed's rare Christians, and had given his blessing to the monastery.
"How does he know?"
Ael demanded of me.
"Tell him I have a man with me, a man from Rattay, who knows how the monastery can be approached and who is willing to serve as a guide. Tell him I ask only that the man is rewarded with his life."
I realized then who the stranger must be who had been walking with Higwyth. I realized, too, that Arthur had known he would have to sacrifice Rattay even before he left Donovaria. Ael demanded no more about the traitor, and Arthur told how the man had deserted Powys and come to Dumnonia seeking revenge because his wife had abandoned him for one of Gorfythed's chieftains. Ael spoke with his council while the two wizards gibbered at Nimue. One of them pointed a human thigh bone at her, but Nimue merely spat. That gesture seemed to conclude their war of sorcery, for the two wizards shuffled backwards as Nimue stood up and brushed her hands. Ael's council haggled with us. At one point they insisted that we yield all the big war horses to them, but Arthur demanded all their war dogs in return. Then finally, in the afternoon, the Saxons accepted the offer of Rattay and Arthur's gold. It was, maybe, the greatest hoard of gold ever paid from a Briton to a Saxon, but Ael also insisted on taking 2 hostages, who, he promised, would be released if the attack on Rattay did not prove to be a trap laid by Gorfythed and Arthur together. He chose at random, picking 2 of Arthur's warriors, Balin and Lanval. That night we ate with the Saxons. I was curious to meet these men who were my birth brothers, and even feared I might feel some kinship with them. But in truth I found their company repellent. Their humour was coarse, their manners loutish, and the smell of their fur-wrapped flesh sickening. Some of them mocked me by saying I resembled their king, Ael, but I could see no likeness between his flat, hard features and what I believed my own face to be. Ael finally snarled at my mockers to be silent, then gave me a cold stare before bidding me to invite Arthur's men to share an evening meal of huge cuts of roasted meat, which we ate with gloved hands, gnawing into the scalding flesh until the bloody juices dripped from our beards. We gave them mead. They gave us ale. A few drunken fights started, but no one was killed. Ael, like Arthur, stayed sober, though the Bredvalder's 2 wizards became foully drunk, and after they fell asleep beside their own vomit, Ael explained that they were madmen in touch with the gods. He possessed other priests, he said, who were sane, but the lunatics were thought to possess a special power that the Saxons might need.
"We feared you would bring Merlin," he explained. "Merlin is his own master," Arthur answered, "but this is his priestess."
He gestured at Nimue, who stared one-eyed at the Saxon. Ael made a gesture that must have been his way of averting evil. He feared Nimue because of Merlin, and that was good to know.
"But Merlin is in Britain?"
Ael asked fearfully. "Some men say so," I answered for Arthur, "and some say not. Who knows? Maybe he is out there, in the dark." I jerked my head towards the blackness beyond the firelit stones. Ael used a spear shaft to prod one of his mad wizards awake. The man yowled piteously, and Ael seemed content that the sound would avert any mischief. The Bredvalder had hung Sansom's cross about his neck, while others of his men wore Innis Widren's heavy gold torques. Later in the night, when most of the Saxons were snoring, some of their slaves told us the tale of Durocobrevus's fall, and how Prince Geraint had been taken alive and then tortured to death. The tale made Arthur weep. None of us had known Geraint well, but he had been a modest, unambitious man who had tried his best to hold back the growing Saxon forces. Some of the slaves begged us to take them away with us, but we dared not offend our hosts by granting the request. "We shall come for you one day," Arthur promised the slaves. "We shall come." The Saxons left next afternoon. Bael insisted we wait another whole night before leaving the stones, to make certain we did not follow him, and he took Balin, Lanval, and the man from Powys with his warband. Nimue, consulted by Arthur on whether Ael would keep his word, nodded, and said she had dreamed of the Saxons' compliance and of the safe return of our hostages.
"But Ratai's blood is on your hands," she said ominously.
We packed and made ready for our own journey, which would not begin until the next day's dawn. Arthur was never happy when forced to idleness, and as evening came he asked that Sagramore and I walk with him to the southern woods. For a time it seemed that we wandered aimlessly, but at last Arthur stopped beneath a huge oak, hung with long beards of grey lichen. "I feel dirty," he said. "I failed to keep my oath to Benwick. Now I am buying the death of hundreds of Britons." "You could not have saved Benwick," I insisted. "A land that buys poets instead of spearmen does not deserve to survive," Sagramore added. "Whether I could have saved it or not," Arthur said, "does not matter. I took an oath to ban and did not keep it." "A man whose house is burning to the ground does not carry water to his neighbour's fire," Sagramore said. His black face, as impenetrably tough as Ael's, had fascinated the Saxons. Many had fought against him in the last years, and believed him to be some kind of demon summoned by Merlin, and Arthur had played on those fears by hinting that he would leave Sagramore to defend the new frontier. In truth, Arthur would take Sagramore to Gwent, for he needed all his best men to fight Gorfithid. "You weren't able to keep your oath to Benwick," Sagramore went on, "so the gods will forgive you." Sagramore had a robustly pragmatic view of gods and man. It was one of his strengths. "The gods may forgive me," Arthur said, "but I don't. And now I pay Saxons to kill Britons." He shuddered at the very thought. "I found myself wishing for Merlin last night," he said, "to know that he would approve of what we are doing." "He would," I said. Nimue might not have approved of sacrificing Ratai, but Nimue was always purer than Merlin. She understood the necessity of paying Saxons, but revolted at the thought of paying with British blood, even if that blood did belong to our enemies. "But it doesn't matter what Merlin thinks," Arthur said angrily. "It wouldn't matter if every priest, druid, and bard in Britain agreed with me. To ask another man's blessing is simply to avoid taking the responsibility. Nimue is right. I shall be responsible for all the deaths in Ratai." "What else could you do?" I asked. "You don't understand, Derfel," Arthur accused me bitterly, though in truth he was accusing himself. "I always knew Ael would want something more than gold. They're Saxons. They don't want peace, they want land. I knew that. Why else would I have brought that poor man from Ratai? Before Ael ever asked, I was ready to give. And how many men will die for that foresight? 300? And how many women taken into slavery? 200? How many children? How many families will be broken apart? And for what? To prove I'm a better leader than Gorfithid? Is my life worth so many souls?" "Those souls," I said, "will keep Mordred on his throne." "Another oath," Arthur said bitterly. "All these oaths that bind us. I am oath-bound to Uther to put his grandson on the throne. Oath-bound to Leoduggan to retake Henniswaeren." He stopped abruptly, and Sagramore looked at me with an alarmed face, for it was the first either of us had ever heard about an oath to fight Diranak, the dread Irish king of Clane, who had taken Leodegan's land. Yet of all men, Arthur said miserably, I break oaths so easily. I broke the oath to Ban, and I broke my oath to Cynwyn. Poor Cynwyn. It was the first time any of us had ever heard him so openly lament that broken promise. I had thought Guinevere was a sun so bright in Arthur's firmament that she had dimmed Cynwyn's paler lustre into invisibility. But it seemed the memory of Powys's princess could still gall Arthur's conscience like a spur, just as the thought of Ratai's doom galled him now. Maybe I should send them a warning, he said. And lose the hostages? Sagramore asked. Arthur shook his head. I'll exchange myself for Balin and Lanville. He was thinking of doing just that, I could tell. The agony of remorse was biting at him, and he was seeking a way out of that tangle of conscience and duty, even at the price of his own life. Merlin would laugh at me now, he said. Yes, I agreed. He would. Merlin's conscience, if he possessed one at all, was merely a guide to how lesser men thought, and thus served as a goad for Merlin to behave in the contrary manner. Merlin's conscience was a jest to amuse the gods. Arthur's was a burden. Now he stared at the mossy ground beneath the oak's shadow. The day was settling into twilight as Arthur's mind sank into gloom. Was he truly tempted to abandon everything? To ride to Ael's fastness and exchange his existence for the lives of Ratai's souls? I think he was. But then the insidious logic of his ambition rose to overcome his despair, like a tide flooding Innistriebe's bleak sands. 100 years ago, he said slowly, this land had peace. It had justice. A man could clear land in the happy knowledge that his grandsons would live to tell it. But those grandsons are dead, killed by Saxons or their own kind. If we do nothing, then the chaos will spread until there's nothing left but prancing Saxons and their mad wizards. If Gorfithid wins, he'll strip Dumnonia of its wealth. But if I win, I shall embrace Powys like a brother. I hate what we're doing. But if we do it, then we can put things right. He looked up at us both. We are all of Mithras, he said, so you can witness this oath made to him. He paused. He was learning to hate oaths and their duties. But such was his state after that meeting with Ael, that he was willing to burden himself with a new one. Find me a stone, Derfel, he ordered. I kicked a stone out of the soil and brushed the earth from it. Then, at Arthur's bidding, I scratched Ael's name on the stone with the point of my knife. Arthur used his own knife to dig a deep hole at the foot of the oak, then stood. My oath is this, he said, that if I survive this battle with Gorfithid, then I shall avenge the innocent souls I have condemned at Ratai. I will kill Ael. I shall destroy him and his men. I shall feed them to the ravens and give their wealth to the children of Ratai. You are my witnesses, and if I fail in this oath, you are both released from all the bonds you owe to me. He dropped the stone into the hole, and the three of us kicked earth over it. May the gods forgive me, Arthur said, for the deaths I have just caused. Then we went to cause some more. We travelled to Gwent through Corinium. Eileen still lived there, and though Arthur saw his sons, he did not receive their mother, so that no word of any such meeting could hurt his Guinevere, though he did send me with a gift for Eileen. She received me with kindness, but shrugged when she saw Arthur's present, a small brooch of enamelled silver depicting an animal very like a hare, though with shorter legs and ears. It had come from the treasures of Sansam's shrine, though Arthur had punctiliously replaced the cost of the brooch with coins from his pouch. He wishes he had something better to send you, I said, delivering Arthur's message. But alas, the Saxons must have our best jewels these days.
There was a time, she said bitterly, when his gifts came from love, not guilt.
Eileen was still a striking woman, though her hair was now touched with grey, and her eyes clouded with resignation. She was clothed in a long blue woolen dress, and wore her hair in twin coils above her ears. She peered at the strange enamelled animal.
"What do you think it is?" she asked me. "It's not a hare. Is it a cat?"
Sagramore says it's called a rabbit. He's seen them in Cappadocia, wherever that is.
"You mustn't believe everything Sagramore tells you,"
Eileen chided me as she pinned the small brooch to her gown.
"I have jewellery enough for a queen,"
she added, as she led me to the small courtyard of her Roman house.
"But I'm still a slave."
"Arthur didn't free you?" I asked, shocked.
"He worries I would move back to Armorica, or to Ireland, and so take the twins away from him."
She shrugged.
"On the day the boys are of age, Arthur will give me my freedom. And do you know what I shall do? I shall stay right here."
She gestured me to a chair that stood in the shade of a vine.
"You look older," she said,
as she poured a straw-coloured wine from a wicker-wrapped flask.
"I hear Lynette has left you,"
she added, as she handed me a horn beaker. "We left each other, I think."
"I hear she is now a priestess of Isis,"
Eileen said mockingly.
"I hear a lot from Dernevaria, and dare not believe the half of it."
"Such as what?" I asked.
"If you don't know, Derfel, then you're best left in ignorance."
She sipped the wine and grimaced at its taste.
"So is Arthur. He never wants to hear bad news, only good. He even believes there is goodness in the twins."
It shocked me to hear a mother speak of her sons in such a way. "I'm sure there is," I said. She gave me a level, amused look.
"The boys are no better, Derfel, than they ever were, and they were never good. They resent their father. They think they should be princes, and so behave like princes. There is no mischief in this town which they don't begin or encourage, and if I try to control them, they call me a whore."
She crumbled a fragment of cake and threw its scraps to some scavenging sparrows. A servant swept the courtyard's far side with a bundle of broom twigs, until Eileen ordered the man to leave us alone. Then she asked me about the war, and I tried to hide my pessimism about Gorfithid's huge army.
"Can't you take Amhar and Loholt with you?"
Eileen asked me after a while.
"They might make good soldiers."
"I doubt their father thinks they're old enough," I said.
"If he thinks about them at all. He sends them money. I wish he didn't."
She fingered her new brooch.
"The Christians in the town all say that Arthur is doomed."
"Not yet, lady." She smiled.
"Not for a long time, Derfel. People underestimate Arthur. They see his goodness, hear his kindness, listen to his talk of justice, and none of them, not even you, knows what burns inside him."
"Which is?"
"Ambition," she said flatly,
then thought for a second.
"His soul," she went on, "is a chariot drawn by 2 horses, ambition and conscience. But I tell you, Derfel, the horse of ambition is in the right-hand harness, and it will always outpull the other. And he's able. So very able."
She smiled sadly.
"Just watch him, Derfel, when he seems doomed, when everything is at its darkest, and then he will astonish you. I've seen it before. He'll win. But then the horse of conscience will tug at its reins, and Arthur will make his usual mistake of forgiving his enemies."
"Is that bad?"
"It isn't a question of good or bad, Derfel, but of practicality. We Irish know one thing above all others. An enemy forgiven is an enemy who will have to be fought over and over again. Arthur confuses morality with power, and he worsens the mix by always believing that people are inherently good, even the worst of them. And that is why, mark my words, he will never have peace. He longs for peace. He talks of peace. But his own trusting soul is the reason he will always have enemies. Unless Guinevere manages to put some flint into his soul. And she may. Do you know who she reminds me of?
I didn't think you'd met her, I said.
I never met the person she reminds me of either. But I hear things, and I do know Arthur very well. She sounds like his mother. Very striking and very strong, and I suspect he will do anything to please her.
Even at the price of his conscience? Eileen smiled at the question.
You should know, Derfel, that some women always want their men to pay an exorbitant price. The more the man pays, the greater the woman's worth. And I suspect Guinevere is a lady who values herself very highly. And so she should. So should we all.
She said the last words sadly, then rose from her chair.
Give him my love,
she told me as we walked back through the house.
And tell him, please, to take his sons to war.
Arthur would not take them. Give them another year, he told me, as we marched away next morning. He had dined with the twins and given them small gifts, but all of us had noted the sullenness with which Amhar and Loholt had received their father's affection. Arthur had noticed it too, which was why he was unnaturally dour as we marched west. Children born to unwed mothers, he said after a long silence, have parts of their souls missing.
What about your soul, Lord? I asked.
I patch it every morning, Derfel, piece by piece. He sighed. I shall have to give time to Amhar and Loholt, and the gods only know where I shall find it, because in 4 or 5 months I shall be a father again. If I live, he added bleakly.
So Lunette had been right, and Guinevere was pregnant.
I'm happy for you, Lord, I said, though I was thinking of Lunette's comment on how unhappy Guinevere was at her condition. I'm happy for me. He laughed, his black mood abruptly vanquished. And happy for Guinevere. It'll be good for her. And in 10 years' time, Derfel, Mordred will be on the throne, and Guinevere and I can find some happy place to rear our cattle, children, and pigs. I shall be happy then. I shall train Chlamri to pull a cart and use Excalibur as a goad for my plough oxen. I tried to imagine Guinevere as a farm wife, even as a rich farm wife, and somehow I could not conjure the image, but I kept my peace. From Corinium we went to Glevum, then crossed the Severn and marched through Gwent's heartland. We made a fine sight, for Arthur deliberately rode with banners flying and his horsemen armoured for combat. We marched in that high style, for we wanted to give the local people a new confidence. They had none now. Everyone assumed that Gorfithid would be victorious, and even though it was harvest time, the countryside was sullen. We passed a threshing floor, and the chanter was singing the Lament of Iseult, instead of the usual cheerful song that gave rhythm to the flails. We also noted how every villa, house, and cottage was strangely bare of anything valuable. Possessions were being hidden, buried probably, so that Gorfithid's invaders would not strip the populace bare. The moles are getting rich again, Arthur said sourly. Arthur alone did not ride in his best armour. Morfans has the scale armour, he told me, when I asked why he was wearing his spare coat of mail. Morfans was the ugly warrior who had befriended me at the feast that had followed Arthur's arrival at Caer-Cedern so many years before. Morfans? I asked, astonished. How did he earn such a gift? It's not a gift, Derfel. Morfans is just borrowing it. And every day for the past week he has been riding close to Gorfithid's men. They think I'm already there, and maybe that has given them pause. So far, at least, we have no news of any attack. I had to laugh at the thought of Morfans's ugly face being concealed beneath the cheek pieces of Arthur's helmet, and maybe the deception worked, For when we joined King Tudric at the Roman fort of Magnus, the enemy had still not sallied from their strongholds in Powys's hills. Tudric, dressed in his fine Roman armour, looked almost an old man. His hair had gone grey, and there was a stoop in his carriage that had not been there when I had last seen him. He greeted the news about Ael with a grunt, then made an effort to be more complimentary. "Good news," he said curtly, then rubbed his eyes. "Though God knows Gorfithid never needed Saxon help to beat us, he has men to spare." The Roman fort seethed. Armourers were making spearheads, and every pollard ash for miles had been stripped for shafts. Carts of newly harvested grain arrived hourly, and the bakers' ovens burned as fierce as the blacksmiths' furnaces, so that a constant pyre of smoke hung above the palisaded walls. Yet despite the new harvest, the gathering army was hungry. Most of the spearmen were camped outside the walls, some were miles away, and there were constant arguments about the distribution of the hard-baked bread and dried beans. Other contingents complained of water fouled by the latrines of men camped upstream. There was disease, hunger, and desertion. Evidence that neither Tudric nor Arthur had ever had to grapple with the problems of commanding an army so large. "But if we have difficulties," Arthur said optimistically, "imagine Gorfithid's troubles." "I would rather have his problems than mine," Tudric said gloomily. My spearmen, still under Galahad's command, were camped 8 miles to the north of Magnus, where Agricola, Tudric's commander, kept a close watch on the hills that marked the frontier between Gwent and Powys. I felt a pang of happiness at seeing their wolf-tail helmets again. After the defeatism of the countryside, it was suddenly good to think that here at least were men who would never be beaten. Nimue came with me, and my men clustered about her so she could touch their spearheads and sword blades to give them power. Even the Christians, I noted, wanted her pagan touch. She was doing Merlin's business, and because she was known to have come from the Isle of the Dead, she was thought to be almost as powerful as her master. Agricola received me inside a tent, the first I had ever seen. It was a wondrous affair, with a tall central pole and 4 cornerstaffs holding up a linen canopy that filtered the sunlight so that Agricola's short grey hair looked oddly yellow. He was in his Roman armour and sitting at a table covered in scraps of parchment. He was a stern man, and his greeting was perfunctory, though he did add a compliment about my men. "They're confident, but so are the enemy, and there are many more of them than there are of us." His tone was grim. "How many?" I asked. Agricola seemed offended by my bluntness, but I was no longer the boy I had been when I had first seen Gwent's warlord. I was a lord myself now, a commander of men, and I had a right to know what odds those men faced. Or maybe it was not my directness that irritated Agricola, but rather that he did not want to be reminded of the enemy's preponderance. Finally, however, he gave me the tally. "According to our spies," he said, "Powys has assembled 600 spearmen from their own land. Gunlius has brought another 250 from Siluria, maybe more. Ganval of Elmet has sent 200 men, and the gods alone know how many masterless men have gone to Gorfethid's banner for a share of the spoils." Masterless men were rogues, exiles, murderers and savages, who were drawn to an army for the plunder they could gain in battle. Such men were feared, for they had nothing to lose and everything to gain. I doubted we had many such on our side, not just because we were expected to lose, but because both Tudric and Arthur were ill-disposed towards such lordless creatures. Curiously, though, many of Arthur's best horsemen had once been just such men. Warriors like Sagramor had fought in the Roman armies that had been shattered by the heathen invaders of Italy, and it had been Arthur's youthful genius to harness such lordless mercenaries into a warband. "There's more," Agricola went on ominously. "The kingdom of Cornovia has donated men, And just yesterday we heard that Oengus mac Eirim of Demetia has come with a warband of his Black Shields, maybe 100 strong. And another report says the men of Gwynedd have joined Gorfithid.
Levies? I asked.
Agricola shrugged. 500-600, maybe even 1,000. But they won't come until the harvest's finished.
I was beginning to wish I had not asked. And our numbers, Lord?
Now that Arthur has arrived.
He paused.
700 spears.
I said nothing.
It was no wonder I thought that men in Gwent and Dumnonia buried their treasures and whispered that Arthur should leave Britain. We were faced by a horde. I would be grateful, Agricola said acidly, as though the thought of gratitude was utterly alien to his thinking, if you did not bruit the numbers about. We've had desertions enough already. More, and we might as well dig our own graves.
No deserters from my men, I insisted.
No,
he allowed.
Not yet.
He stood and took his short Roman sword from where it hung on a tent pole, then paused in the doorway from where he cast a baleful eye towards the enemy hills.
Men say you're a friend of Merlin.
Yes, Lord.
Will he come?
I don't know, Lord.
Agricola grunted. I pray he does. Someone needs to talk sense into this army. All commanders are summoned to Magnus tonight. A council of war.
He said it bitterly, as though he knew that such councils produced more quarrels than comradeship.
Be there by sunset.
Galahad came with me. Numui stayed with my men, for her presence gave them confidence, and I was glad she did not come, for the council was opened by a prayer from Bishop Conrad of Gwent, who seemed imbued with defeatism as he begged his god to give us strength to face the overmighty foe. Galahad, his arms spread in the Christian pose of prayer, murmured along with the bishop, while we pagans grumbled that we should not pray for strength but victory. I wished we had some druids among us, but Tudric, a Christian, employed none, and Belize, the old man who had attended Mordred's acclamation, had died during the first winter I was in Benwick. Agricola was right to hope that Merlin would come, for an army without druids was giving away an advantage to its enemy. There were some 40 or 50 men at the council, all of us chieftains or leaders. We met in the bare stone hall of Magnus's bathhouse that reminded me of Innis Widren's church. King Tudric, Arthur, Agricola, and Tudric's son, the Edling, Murig, sat at a table on a stone dais. Murig had grown into a pale, thin creature who looked unhappy in his ill-fitting Roman armour. He was just old enough to fight, but with his nervous air he looked very unfit for battle. He blinked constantly, as if he had just come into sunlight from a very dark room, and he kept fidgeting with a heavy gold cross that hung around his neck. Arthur alone of the commanders was not in war gear, but looked relaxed in his countryman's clothes. The warriors cheered and stamped their spear butts when King Tudric announced that the Saxons were believed to have withdrawn from the eastern frontier. But that was the last cheering for a long while that night, because Agricola then stood and gave his blunt assessment of the two armies. He did not list all the enemy's smaller contingents, but even without those additions it was clear that Gorfithid's army would outnumber ours by 2 to 1.
"We'll just have to kill twice as fast,"
Morfan shouted from the back. He had returned the scale armour to Arthur, swearing that only a hero could wear that armour of metal and still fight. Agricola ignored the interruption, adding instead that the harvest should be complete in a week, and that the levies of Gwent would then swell our numbers. No one seemed too cheered by that news. King Tudric proposed that we should fight Gorfithid under the walls of Magnus. "Give me a week," he said, "and I will so fill this fortress with the new harvest that Gorfithid will never pitch us out. Fight here." He gestured towards the dark beyond the hall doors. "And if the battle goes ill, we pull inside the gates and let them waste their spears on wooden palisades." It was the way of war Tudric preferred, and had long perfected. Siege warfare,
where he could use the work of long-dead Roman engineers to frustrate spears and swords. A murmur of agreement sounded in the room, and that murmur swelled when Chudric told the council that Ael might well be planning to attack Rattay.
"Hold Gorfethid here," one man said, "and he'll run back north when he hears Ael's coming through his back door."
"Ael will not fight my battle." Arthur spoke for the first time, and the room became still. Arthur seemed embarrassed at having spoken so firmly. He smiled apologetically at King Chudric, and asked exactly where the enemy forces were gathered. Arthur already knew, of course, but he was asking the question so that the rest of us would hear the answer. Agricola answered for Chudric.
"The forward men are strung between Coles Hill and Caer Lud," he said, "while the main army gathers at Branogenium. More men are marching from Caer Sus."
The names meant little to us, but Arthur seemed to understand the geography.
"So they guard the hills between us and Branogenium."
"Every pass," Agricola confirmed, "and every hilltop."
"How many at Lug Vale?"
Arthur asked.
"At least 200 of their best spearmen. They're not fools, Lord,"
Agricola added sourly. Arthur stood. He was at his best at these councils, easily dominating crowds of fractious men. He smiled at us.
"The Christians will understand this best," he said,
subtly flattering the men most likely to oppose him.
"Imagine a Christian cross. Here at Magnus we are at the foot of the cross. The cross's shaft is the Roman road that runs north from Magnus to Branogenium, and the crosspiece is made by the hills that bar that road. Coles Hill is at the left of the crosspiece, Caer Lud at the right, and Lug Vale is at the cross's centre. The vale is where the road and river pass through the hills."
He walked out from behind the table and perched himself on its front so he was closer to his audience.
"I want you to think about something," he said.
The flame light from the becketed torches cast shadows on his long cheeks, but his eyes were bright and his tone energetic.
"Everyone knows we must lose this battle," he said. "We are outnumbered. We wait here for Gorfethid to attack us. We wait, and some of us become dispirited and carry our spears home. Others fall ill, and all of us brood on that great army gathering in the bowl of the hills around Branogenium. And we try not to imagine our shield wall outflanked, and the enemy coming at us from 3 sides at once. But think of the enemy. They wait too. But as they wait, they get stronger. Men come from Cornovia, from Elmet, from Demetia, from Gwyneth. Landless men come to gain land, and masterless men to take plunder. They know they will win, and they know we wait like mice trapped by a tribe of cats."
He smiled again and stood up.
"But we're not mice. We have some of the greatest warriors ever to lift a spear. We have champions."
The cheering began.
"We can kill cats, and we know how to skin them too. But—"
That last word stopped the next cheer just as it began.
"But," Arthur went on, "not if we wait here to be attacked. Wait here behind Magnus's walls, and what happens? The enemy will march around us. Our homes, our wives, our children, our lands, our flocks, and our new harvest become theirs, and all we become are mice in a trap. We must attack, and attack soon."
Agricola waited for the Dumnonian cheers to die.
"Attack where?" he asked sourly. "Where they least expect it, Lord. In their strongest place. Lug Vale. Straight up the cross. Straight to the heart."
He held up a hand to stop any cheering.
"The Vale is a narrow place," he said, "where no shield line can be outflanked. The road fords the river north of the valley."
He was frowning as he spoke, trying to remember a place he had seen only once in his life. But Arthur had a soldier's memory for terrain, and only needed to see a place once. We would need to put men on the western hill to stop their archers raining arrows down, but once in the vale, I swear we cannot be moved." Agricola objected. "We can hold there," he agreed. "But how do we fight our way in? They have 200 spearmen there, maybe more. But even 100 men can hold that valley all day. By the time we've fought to the vale's far end, Gorfethid will have brought his horde down from Branaginium. Worse, the Black Shield Irish who garrison Coles Hill can march south of the hills and take our rear. We might not be moved, Lord, but would be killed where we stand." "The Irish on Coles Hill don't matter," Arthur said carelessly. He was excited and could not stay still. He began pacing up and down the dais, explaining and cajoling. "Think, I beg you, Lord King," he spoke to Tudric. "What happens if we stay here? The enemy will come. We shall retreat behind impregnable walls, and they will raid our lands. By midwinter, we'll be alive, but will anyone else in Gwent or Dumnonia still live? No. Those hills south of Branaginium are Gorfethid's walls. If we breach those walls, he has to fight us, and if he fights in Lugvale, he is a defeated man." "His 200 men in Lugvale will stop us," Agricola insisted. "They will vanish like the mist," Arthur proclaimed confidently. "They are 200 men who have never faced armoured horse in battle." Agricola shook his head. "The vale is barred by a wall of felled trees. Armoured horse will be stopped." He paused to ram his fist into an upraised palm. "Dead." He said the word flatly, and the finality of his tone made Arthur sit. There was the smell of defeat in the hall. From outside the baths, where the blacksmiths worked day and night, I heard the hiss of a newly forged blade being quenched in water.
"Perhaps I might be permitted to speak?"
The speaker was Murig, Tudric's son. He had a strangely high voice, almost petulant in its tone, and he was evidently short-sighted, for he screwed up his eyes and cocked his head whenever he wanted to look at a man in the main part of the hall.
"What I would like to ask,"
he said, when his father had given him permission to address the council,
"is why we fight at all."
He blinked rapidly when the question was asked. No one answered. Maybe we were all too astonished at the question.
Allow me to explain,"
Murig said in a pedantic tone. He might have been young, but he possessed the confidence of a prince, though I found the false modesty with which he cloaked his pronouncements irritating.
"We fight Gorfethid, correct me if I'm wrong, out of our long-standing alliance with Dumnonia. That alliance has served us well, I doubt not, but Gorfethid, as I understand it, has no designs upon the Dumnonian throne."
A growl came from we Dumnonians, but Arthur held up his hand for silence, then gestured for Murig to continue. Murig blinked and tugged at his cross.
"I just wonder why we fight. What, if I might phrase it thus, is our casus belli?"
"Cow's belly?" Keelock shouted. Keelock had seen me when I arrived and had crossed the hall to welcome me. Now he put his mouth close to my ear. "Bastards have got thin shields, Derfel," he said, "and they're looking for a way out." Arthur stood again and spoke courteously to Murig. "The cause of the Warlord, Prince, is your father's oath to preserve King Mordred's throne, and King Gorfethid's evident desire to take that throne from my king." Murig shrugged.
But correct me, please, I beg you. But as I understand these things, Gorfethid does not seek to dethrone King Mordred."
"You know that?" Keelock shouted.
"There are indications,"
Murig said irritably. "Bastards have been talking to the enemy," Keelock whispered in my ear. "Ever had a knife in the back, Derfel? Arthur's getting one now." Arthur stayed calm. "What indications?" he asked mildly. King Tudric had stayed silent as his son spoke, evidence that he had given his permission for Murig to suggest, however delicately, that Gorfethid should be appeased rather than confronted. But now, looking old and tired, the king took control of the hall. "There are no indications, Lord, upon which I would want to depend my strategy. Nevertheless, And when Tudrick pronounced that word so emphatically, we all knew Arthur had lost the debate. Nevertheless, Lord, I am convinced that we need not provoke Powys unnecessarily. Let us see whether we cannot have peace. He paused, almost as if he feared the word would anger Arthur. But Arthur said nothing. Tudrick sighed. Gorfethid fights, he said slowly and carefully, because of an insult done to his family. Again he paused, fearing that his bluntness might have offended Arthur. But Arthur was never a man to evade responsibility, and he nodded his reluctant agreement with Tudrick's frankness. While we, Tudrick continued, fight to keep the oath we gave to High King Uther, an oath by which we promised to preserve Mordred's throne. I, for one, will not break that oath. Nor I, Arthur said loudly. But what, Lord Arthur, if King Gorfethid has no designs on that throne? King Tudrick asked. If he means to keep Mordred as king, then why do we fight? There was uproar in the hall. We Dumnonians smelled treachery. The men of Gwent smelled an escape from the war, and for a time we shouted at each other, until at last Arthur regained order by slapping his hand on the table. The last envoy I sent to Gorfethid, Arthur said, had his head sent back in a sack. Are you suggesting, Lord King, we send another? Tudrick shook his head. Gorfethid is refusing to receive my envoys. They are turned back at the frontier. But if we wait here and let his army waste its efforts against our walls, then I believe he will become discouraged, and will then negotiate. His men murmured agreement. Arthur tried one more time to dissuade Tudrick. He conjured a picture of our army rooted behind walls, while Gorfethid's horde ravaged the newly harvested farms. But the men of Gwent would not be moved by his oratory or his passion. They only saw outflanked shield walls and fields of dead men, and so they seized on their king's belief that peace would come if only they retreated into Magnus and let Gorfethid weary his men by battering its strong walls. They began to demand Arthur's agreement for their strategy, and I saw the hurt on his face. He had lost. If he waited here, then Gorfethid would demand his head. If he ran to Armorica, he would live, but he would be abandoning Mordred and his own dream of a just, united Britain. The clamour in the hall grew louder, and it was then that Galahad stood and shouted for a chance to be heard. Tudrick pointed at Galahad, who first introduced himself. I am Galahad, Lord King, he said, a prince of Benwick. If King Gorfethid will receive no envoys from Gwent or Dumnonia, then surely he will not refuse one from Armorica. Let me go, Lord King, to Caer Sus, and inquire what Gorfethid intends to do with Mordred. And if I do go, Lord King, will you accept my word as to his verdict? Tudrick was happy to accept. He was happy with anything that might avert war, but he was still anxious for Arthur's agreement. Suppose Gorfethid decrees that Mordred is safe, he suggested to Arthur. What will you do then? Arthur stared at the table. He was losing his dream, but he could not tell a lie to save that dream, and so he looked up with a rueful smile. In that case, Lord King, I would leave Britain, and I would entrust Mordred to your keeping. Once again we Dumnonians shouted our protests, but this time Tudrick silenced us. We do not know what answer Prince Galahad will bring, he said. But this I promise. If Mordred's throne is threatened, then I, King Tudrick, will fight. If not, I see no reason to fight. And with that promise we had to be content. The war, it seemed, hung on Gorfethid's answer. To find it, next morning, Galahad rode north. I rode with Galahad. He had not wanted me to come, saying that my life would be in danger, but I argued with him as I had never argued before. I also pleaded with Arthur, saying that at least one Dumnonian should hear Gorfethid declare his intentions about our king, and Arthur pleaded my case with Galahad, who at last relented. We were friends, after all, though for my own safety Galahad insisted that I travel as his servant, and that I carry his symbol on my shield. "You have no symbol," I told him. "I do now," he said, and ordered that our shields be painted with crosses. "Why not?" he asked me. "I'm a Christian." "It looks wrong," I said. I was accustomed to warriors' shields being blazoned with bulls, eagles, dragons, and stags, not with some desiccated piece of religious geometry. "I like it," he said. "And besides, you are now my humble servant, Derfel, so your opinion is of no interest to me. None." He laughed and skipped away from a blow I aimed at his arm. I was forced to ride to Caersus. In all my years with Arthur, I never did accustom myself to sitting on a horse's back. To me, it always seemed a natural thing to sit well back on a horse, but sitting thus, it was impossible to grip the animal's flanks with your knees, for which you had to slide forward until you were perched just behind its neck, with your feet dangling in the air behind its forelegs. In the end, I used to tuck one foot into the saddle girth to give me an anchoring point, a shift that offended Galahad, who was proud of his horsemanship. "Ride it properly," he would say. "But there's nowhere to put my feet. The horse has got 4. How many more do you want?" We rode to Caer Lud, Gorfethid's major fortress in the border hills. The town stood on a hill in a river bend, and we reckoned its sentries would be less wary than those who guarded the Roman road at Lug Vale. Even so, we did not state our real business in Powys, but simply declared ourselves as landless men from Armorica seeking entry into Gorfethid's country. The guards, discovering Galahad was a prince, insisted on escorting him to the town's commander, and so led us through the town that was filled with armed men, whose spears were stacked at every door, and whose helmets were piled under all the tavern benches. The town commander was a harassed man who plainly hated the responsibilities of governing a garrison swollen by the imminence of war. "I knew you must be from Armorica when I saw your shields, Lord Prince," he told Galahad. "An outlandish symbol to our provincial eyes." "An honoured one in mine," Galahad said gravely, not catching my eye. To be sure, the commander said. His name was Halcid. "And of course you are welcome, Lord Prince. Our High King is welcoming all." He paused, embarrassed. He had been about to say that Gorfethid was welcoming all landless warriors, but that phrase cut too close to insult when uttered to a dispossessed prince of an Armorican kingdom. "All brave men," the commander said instead. "You were not thinking of staying here by any chance?" He was worried that we would prove 2 more hungry mouths in a town already hard-pressed to feed its existing garrison. "I would ride to Caersus," Galahad announced, "with my servant." He gestured towards me. "May the gods speed your path, Lord Prince." And thus we entered the enemy country. We rode through quiet valleys where newly stooped corn patterned the fields, and orchards hung heavy with ripening apples. The next day we were among the hills, following an earth road that wound through great tracts of damp woodland, until at last we climbed above the trees and crossed the pass that led down to Gorfethid's capital. I felt a shudder of nerves as I saw Caersus's raw earth walls. Gorfethid's army might be gathering in Branogenium, some 40 miles away, but still the land around Caersus was thick with soldiers. The troops had thrown up crude shelters with walls of stone roofed with turf, and the shelters surrounded the fort that flew 8 banners from its walls, to show that the men of 8 kingdoms served in Gorfethid's growing ranks. 8? Galahad asked. Powys, Siluria, Elmet, but who else? Cornovia, Demetia, Gwyneth, Hreged, and Demetia's Blackshields, I said, finishing off the grim list.
No wonder Tudric wants peace, Galahad said softly, marvelling at the host of men camped on either side of the river that ran beside the enemy's capital. We rode down into that hive of iron. Children followed us, curious about our strange shields, while their mothers watched us suspiciously from the shadowed openings of their shelters. The men gave us brief glances, taking in our strange insignia and noting the quality of our weapons. But none challenged us until we reached the gates of Caersus, where Gorfethid's royal guard barred our way with polished spearheads. "I am Galahad, Prince of Benwick," Galahad announced grandly. "Come to see my cousin, the High King."
"Is he a cousin?" I whispered.
"It's how we royalty talk," he whispered back. The scene inside the compound went some way to explaining why so many soldiers were gathered at Caersus. 3 tall stakes had been driven into the earth, and now waited for the formal ceremonies that preceded war. Powys was one of the least Christian kingdoms, and the old rituals were done carefully here, and I suspected that many of the soldiers camped outside the walls had been fetched back from Brenogenium specifically to witness the rites, and so to inform their comrades that the gods had been placated. There was to be nothing hasty about Gorfethid's invasion. Everything would be done methodically, and Arthur, I thought, was probably right in thinking that such a pedestrian endeavour could be tipped off balance by a surprise attack. Our horses were taken by servants. Then, after a counsellor had questioned Galahad and determined that he was indeed who he claimed to be, we were ushered into the great feasting hall. The doorkeeper took our swords, shields, and spears, and added them to the stacks of similar weapons belonging to the men already gathered in Gorfethid's hall. Over 100 men were assembled between the squat oak pillars that were hung with human skulls to show that the kingdom was at war. The men beneath those grinning bones were the kings, princes, lords, chiefs, and champions of the assembled armies. The only furniture in the hall was the row of thrones placed on a dais at the far dark end, where Gorfethid sat beneath his symbol of the eagle, while next to him, but on a lower throne, sat Gunlius. The very sight of the Silurian king made the scar on my left hand pulse. Tanabers squatted beside Gunlius, while Gorfethid had Eorweth, his own druid, at his right side. Keenaglas, Powys's edling, sat on a third throne, and was flanked by kings I did not recognize. No women were present. This was doubtless a council of war, or at least a chance for men to gloat over the victory that was about to be theirs. The men were dressed in mail coats and leather armour. We paused at the back of the hall, and I saw Galahad mouth a silent prayer to his god. A wolfhound, with a chewed ear and scarred haunches, sniffed our boots, then loped back to its master, who stood with the other warriors on the rush-covered earth floor. In a far corner of the hall, a bard softly chanted a war song, though his staccato recitation was ignored by the men who were listening to Gunlius describing the forces he expected to come from Demetia. One chief, evidently a man who had suffered from the Irish in the past, protested that Powys had no need of the Blackshield's help to defeat Arthur and Tudric, but his protest was stilled by an abrupt gesture from Gorfethid. I half expected that we would be forced to linger while the council finished its other business, but we did not have to wait more than a minute before we were conducted down the hall's centre to the open space in front of Gorfethid. I looked at both Gunlius and Tanabers, but neither recognized me. We fell to our knees and waited.
"Arise,"
Gorfethid said. We obeyed, and once again I looked into his bitter face. He had not changed much in the years since I had seen him last. His face was as pouchy and suspicious as when Arthur had come to claim Kynwyn's hand, though his sickness in the last few years had turned his hair and beard white. The beard was skimpy, and could not hide a goiter that now disfigured his throat. He looked at us warily.
"Galahad," he said in a hoarse voice.
"Prince of Benwick, we have heard of your brother Lancelot, but not of you. Are you, like your brother, one of Arthur's whelps?"
"I am oath-bound to no man, Lord King," Galahad said, "except to my father, whose bones were trampled by his enemies. I am landless."
Gorfethid shifted in his throne. His empty left sleeve hung beside the armrest, an ever-present reminder of his hated foe, Arthur.
"So, you come to me for land, Galahad of Benwick?" he asked. "Many others have come for the same purpose," he warned, gesturing about the crowded hall, "though I dare say there is land enough for all in Dumnonia."
"I come to you, Lord King, with greetings, freely carried from King Tudric of Gwent."
That caused a stir in the hall. Men at the back who had not heard Galahad's announcement asked for it to be repeated, and the murmur of conversation went on for several seconds. Keenaglas, Gorfethid's son, looked up sharply. His round face, with its long, dark moustaches, looked worried, and no wonder, I thought, for Keenaglas was like Arthur, a man who craved peace. But when Arthur spurned Cynwyn, he had also destroyed Keenaglas's hopes. And now the Edling of Powys could only follow his father into a war that threatened to lay waste the southern kingdoms.
"Our enemies, it seems, are losing their hunger for battle," Gorfethid said. "Why else does Tudric send greetings?"
"King Tudric, High King, fears no man, but loves peace more," Galahad said,
carefully using the title Gorfethid had bestowed on himself in anticipation of his victory. Gorfethid's body heaved, and for a second I thought he was about to vomit. Then I realized he was laughing.
"We kings only love peace," Gorfethid said at last, "when war becomes inconvenient to us. This gathering, Galahad of Benwick," he gestured at the throng of chiefs and princes, "will explain Tudric's new love of peace."
He paused, gathering breath.
"Till now, Galahad of Benwick, I have refused to receive Tudric's messages. Why should I receive them? Does an eagle listen to a lamb bleating for mercy? In a few days, I intend to listen to all Gwent's men bleating to me for peace. But for now, since you have come this far, you may amuse me. What does Tudric offer?"
"Peace, Lord King. Just peace."
Gorfethid spat.
"You are landless, Galahad, and empty-handed. Does Tudric think peace is for the asking? Does Tudric think I have expended my kingdom's gold on an army for no cause? Does he think I'm a fool?"
"He thinks, Lord King, that bloodshed between Britons is wasted blood."
"You talk like a woman, Galahad of Benwick."
Gorfethid spoke the insult in a deliberately loud voice, so that the raftered hall echoed with jeers and laughter.
"Still,"
he went on when the laughter had subsided,
"you must take some answer to Gwent's king, so let it be this."
He paused to compose his thoughts.
"Tell Tudric that he is a lamb, sucking at Dumnonia's dry teat. Tell him my quarrel is not with him, but with Arthur. So tell Tudric that he may have his peace on these two conditions. First, that he lets my army pass through his land without hindrance, and second, that he gives me enough grain to feed 1,000 men for 10 days.
The warriors in the hall gasped, for they were generous terms, but also clever. If Tudric accepted, then he would avoid the sack of his country, and make Gorfethid's invasion of Dumnonia easier.
"Are you empowered, Galahad of Benwick," Gorfethid asked, "to accept these terms?"
"No, Lord King. Only to inquire what terms you would offer, and to ask what you intend to do with Mordred, King of Dumnonia, whom Tudric is sworn to protect."
Gorfethid adopted a hurt look.
"Do I look like a man who makes war on children?" he asked,
then stood and advanced to the edge of the throne dais.
"My quarrel is with Arthur," he said,
not just to us, but to the whole hall,
"who preferred to marry a whore out of Hennis Roirin rather than wed my daughter. Would any man leave such an insult unavenged?"
The hall roared its answer. "Arthur is an upstart!" Gorfethid shouted. "Whelped on a whore mother, and to a whore he has returned. So long as Gwent protects the whore lover, so long is Gwent our enemy. So long as Dumnonia fights for the whore lover, so long is Dumnonia our enemy. And our enemy will be the generous provider of our gold, our slaves, our food, our land, our women, and our glory. Arthur we will kill, and his whore we shall put to work in our barracks." He waited until the cheers had died away, then stared imperiously down on Galahad. "Tell that to Tudric, Galahad of Benwick, and after that, tell it to Arthur." "Derfel can tell it to Arthur." A voice spoke from the hall, and I turned to see Legesac. Sly Legesac, once commander of Norwenna's guard and now a traitor in Gunglius's service. He pointed to me. "That man is Arthur's sworn man, High King. I swear it on my life." The hall seethed with noise. I could hear men shouting that I was a spy, and others demanding my death. Tanabers was staring at me intently, trying to see past my long fair beard and thick moustaches. Then suddenly he recognized me, and screamed, "Kill him! Kill him!" Gorfethid's guards, the only armed men in the hall, ran towards me. Gorfethid checked his spearmen with his raised hand that slowly silenced the noisy crowd. "Are you oath-bound to the whore lover?" the king asked me in a dangerous voice. "Derfel is in my service, High King," Galahad insisted. Gorfethid pointed at me. "He will answer," he said. "Are you oath-bound to Arthur?" I could not lie about an oath. "Yes, Lord King," I admitted. Gorfethid stepped heavily off the platform and stretched his one arm towards a guard, though he still stared at me. "Do you know, you dog, what we did to Arthur's last messenger?" "You killed him, Lord King," I said. "I sent his maggot-ridden head to your whore lover. That's what I did. Come on, hurry!" He snapped at the nearest guard, who had not known what to put in his king's outstretched hand. "Your sword, fool!" Gorfethid said, and the guard hastily drew his sword and gave it hilt first to the king. "Lord King!" Galahad stepped forward, but Gorfethid whirled the blade so that it quivered just inches from Galahad's eyes. "Be careful what you see in my hall, Galahad of Benwick," Gorfethid growled. "I plead for Derfel's life," Galahad said. "He's not here as a spy, but as an emissary of peace." "I don't want peace!" Gorfethid shouted at Galahad. "Peace is not my pleasure. I want to see Arthur weeping, as my daughter once wept. Do you understand that? I want to see his tears. I want to see him pleading as she pleaded with me. I want to see him grovel. I want to see him dead, and his whore pleasuring my men. No emissary from Arthur is welcome here, and Arthur knows that. And you knew that!" He shouted the last 4 words at me, as he turned the sword towards my face. "Kill him! Kill him!" Tanabers, in his raggedly embroidered robe, leapt up and down so that the bones in his hair rattled like dried beans in a pot. "Touch him, Gorfethid," said a new voice in the hall, "and your life is mine. I shall bury it in the dung-heap of Caer Idion, and call the dogs to piss on it. I shall give your soul to the spirit children who lack playthings. I shall keep you in darkness till the last day is done, and then I shall spit on you till the next era begins. And even then, Lord King, your torments will hardly have begun." I felt the tension sweep out of me like a rush of water. Only one man would dare speak to a high king thus. It was Merlin. Merlin! Merlin, who now walked slow and tall up the hall's central aisle. Merlin, who walked past me, and with a gesture more royal than anything Gorfethid could manage, used his black staff to thrust the king's sword aside. Merlin, who now walked to Tanabers and whispered in his ear, so that the lesser druid screamed and fled from the hall. It was Merlin, who could change like no other man. He loved to pretend, to confuse and to deceive. He could be abrupt, mischievous, patient, or lordly. But this day he had chosen to appear in stark, cold majesty. There was no smile on his dark face, no hint of joy in his deep eyes, just a look of such arrogant authority that the men closest to him instinctively sank to their knees, and even King Gorfithid, who a moment before had been ready to thrust the sword into my neck, lowered the blade.
"You speak for this man, Lord Merlin?"
Gorfithid asked.
"Are you deaf, Gorfithid?" Merlin snapped. "Derfel Cadern shall live. He shall be your honoured guest. He shall eat of your food and drink of your wine. He shall sleep in your beds and take your slave women if he desires. Derfel Cadern and Galahad of Benwick are under my protection."
He turned to stare at the whole hall, daring any man to oppose him.
"Derfel Cadern and Galahad of Benwick are under my protection," he repeated.
And this time he raised his black staff, and you could feel the warriors quake beneath its threat.
"Without Derfel Cadern and Galahad of Benwick," Merlin said, "there would be no knowledge of Britain. I would be dead in Benwick, and you would all be doomed to slavery under Saxon rule."
He turned back to Gorfithid.
"They need food. And stop staring at me, Derfel," he added, without even looking at me.
I had been staring at him, as much with astonishment as with relief, but I was also wondering just what Merlin was doing in this citadel of the enemy. Druids, of course, were free to travel where they liked, even in enemy territory, but his presence at Caer Sus at such a time seemed strange and even dangerous. For though Gorfethid's men were cowed by the Druid's presence, they were also resentful of his interference, and some, safe at the hall's rear, growled that he should mind his own business. Merlin turned on them.
"My business,"
he said in a low voice that nevertheless stopped the small protest dead,
"is the care of your souls. And if I care to drown those souls in misery, then you will wish your mothers had never given birth."
"Fools!" This last word was snapped loudly, and accompanied by a gesture from the staff that made the armoured men struggle down to their knees. None of the kings dared to intervene, as Merlin swept the staff to give one of the skulls hanging from a pillar a sharp crack.
"You pray for victory," Merlin said. "But over what? Over your kin, and not your enemies. Your enemies are Saxons. For years we suffered under Roman rule, but at last the gods saw fit to take the Roman vermin away, and what do? We fight among ourselves, and let a new enemy take our land, rape our women, and harvest our corn. So fight your war, fools. Fight it and win, and still you shall not have victory."
"But my daughter shall be avenged,"
Gorfithid said behind Merlin.
"Your daughter, Gorfithid," Merlin said, turning, "will avenge her own hurt. You want to know her fate?"
He asked the question mockingly, but answered it soberly, and in a voice that had the lilt of a prophetic utterance.
"She will never be high, and she will never be low, but she will be happy. Her soul, Gorfithid, is blessed, and if you had the sense of a flea, you would be content with that."
"I shall be content with Arthur's skull,"
Gorfithid said defiantly.
"Then go and fetch it,"
Merlin said scornfully, then plucked me by the elbow.
"Come, Derfel, and enjoy your enemy's hospitality."
He led us out of the hall, walking unconcernedly through the iron and leather ranks of the enemy. The warriors watched us resentfully, but there was nothing they could do to stop us leaving, nor to prevent us taking one of Gorfethid's guest chambers that Merlin had evidently been using himself.
"So, Tudric wants peace, does he?" he asked us.
Yes, Lord, I answered. Chudrick would. He's a Christian. So he thinks he knows better than the gods. And you know the minds of the gods, Lord? Galahad asked. I believe the gods hate to be bored, so I do my best to amuse them. That way they smile on me. Your god, Merlin said sourly, despises amusement, demanding grovelling worship instead. He must be a very sorry creature. He's probably rather like Gorfethid, endlessly suspicious and foully jealous of his reputation. Aren't you both lucky that I was here? He grinned at us, suddenly and mischievously, and I saw how much he had enjoyed his public humiliation of Gorfethid. Part of Merlin's reputation was made by his performances. Some druids, like Eorweth, worked quietly. Others, like Tanaburs, relied on a sinister wiliness. But Merlin liked to dominate and dazzle, and humbling an ambitious king was as pleasurable to him as it was instinctive. "Is Cynwyn really blessed?" I asked him. He looked astonished at my unexpected question. "Why should it matter to you?" "But she's a pretty girl, and I confess that pretty girls are a weakness of mine, so I shall weave her a charm of bliss." "I did the same for you once, Derfel, though not because you are pretty." He laughed, then glanced through the window to judge the length of the sun's shadow. "I must be on my way soon." "What brought you here, Lord?" Galahad asked. "I needed to talk to Eorweth," Merlin said, looking around to make sure that he had collected all his belongings. "He might be a bumbling idiot, but he does possess the odd scrap of knowledge I might have momentarily forgotten. He proved knowledgeable about the Ring of Eluned. I have it somewhere." He patted the pocket sewn into the lining of his robe. "Well, I did have it," he said carelessly, though I suspected the indifference was merely a pretense. "What is the Ring of Eluned?" Galahad asked. Merlin scowled at my friend's ignorance, then decided to indulge it. "The Ring of Eluned," he announced grandly, "is one of the 13 treasures of Britain. We've always known about the treasures, of course. At least those of us who recognize the true gods," he added pointedly, glancing at Galahad. "But none of us were sure what their real power was." "And the scroll told you?" I asked. Merlin smiled wolfishly. His long white hair was neatly bound in black ribbon at the back of his neck, while his beard was plaited in tight pigtails. "The scroll," he said, "confirmed everything I either suspected or knew, and it even suggested 1 or 2 new scraps of knowledge. Ah, here it is." He had been searching his pockets for the ring, which he now produced. To me, the treasure looked like any ordinary warrior's ring made of iron, but Merlin held it in his palm as though it was the greatest jewel of Britain. "The Ring of Eluned," Merlin said, "forged in the other world at the beginning of time. Piece of metal, really. Nothing special." He tossed it to me, and I made a hasty catch. "By itself," Merlin said, "the ring has no power. None of the treasures has power by themselves. The mantle of invisibility won't make you invisible, any more than the horn of Bran Galad sounds any better than any other hunting horn. Oh, by the way, Derfel, did you fetch Nimue?" "Yes." "Well done. I thought you would. Interesting place, the Isle of the Dead, don't you think? I go there when I need some stimulating company. Where was I? Oh, yes, the treasures. Worthless rubbish, really. You wouldn't give the coat of Padern to a beggar, not if you were kind, yet it's still one of the treasures." "Then what use are they?" Galahad asked. He had taken the ring from me, but now handed it back to the druid. "They command the gods, of course," Merlin snapped, as though the answer should have been obvious. "By themselves, they're tawdry nothings, but put them all together and you can have the gods hopping like frogs. It isn't enough just to gather the treasures, of course," he added hastily. "There are 1 or 2 other rituals that are needed. And who knows if it will all work? No one has ever tried, so far as I know. Is Nimue well?" he asked me earnestly. "She is now." "You sound resentful. You think I should have gone to fetch her?" My dear Derfel, I am quite busy enough without running around Britain after Nimue. If the girl can't cope with the Isle of the Dead, then what earthly use is she?"
"She could have died," I accused him, thinking of the ghouls and cannibals of the Isle.
"Of course she could. What's the point of an ordeal if there's no danger? You do have infantile ideas, Derfel."
Merlin shook his head pityingly, then slipped the ring onto one of his long, bony fingers. He stared solemnly at us, and we each waited awestruck for some manifestation of supernatural power. But after a few ominous seconds, Merlin just laughed at our expressions.
"I told you," he said. "The treasures are nothing special."
"How many of the treasures do you have?" Galahad asked.
"Several," Merlin answered evasively. "But even if I had 12 of the 13, I would still be in trouble, unless I could find the 13th. And that, Derfel, is the missing treasure. The cauldron of Clithno Ethin. Without the cauldron, we are lost."
"We're lost anyway," I said bitterly. Merlin peered at me as though I were being particularly obtuse.
"The war,"
he said after a few seconds.
"Is that why you came here? To plead for peace? Oh, what fools the two of you are. Gorfethid doesn't want peace. The man's a brute. He has the brains of an ox, and a not very clever ox at that. He wants to be High King, which means he has to rule Dumnonia."
"He says he'll leave Mordred on the throne," Galahad said.
"Of course he says that," Merlin said scornfully. "What else would he say? But the minute he gets his hands on that wretched child's neck, he'll wring it like a chicken. And a good thing, too."
"You want Gorfethid to win?" I asked, appalled. He sighed.
Derfel, he said. "You're so like Arthur. You think the world is simple, that good is good and bad is bad, that up is up and down is down. You ask what I want. I tell you what I want. I want the 13 treasures, and I shall use them to bring the gods back to Britain, and then I shall command them to restore Britain to the blessed condition it enjoyed before the Romans came. No more Christians." He pointed a finger at Galahad. "And no Mithraists either." He pointed at me. "Just the people of the gods in the country of the gods. That, Derfel, is what I want."
"Then what of Arthur?" I asked.
"What of him? He's a man. He's got a sword. He can look after himself. Fate is inexorable, Derfel. If fate means Arthur to win this war, then it doesn't matter if Gorfethid masses the armies of the world against him. If I had nothing better to do, then I confess I would help Arthur, because I like him. But fate has decreed that I am an old man, increasingly feeble and possessed of a bladder like a leaking water-skin, and I must therefore husband my waning energies."
He proclaimed this pathetic state in a vigorous tone.
"Even I cannot win Arthur's wars, heal Nimue's mind, and discover the treasures all at the same time. Of course, if I find that saving Arthur's life helps me find the treasures, then be assured I shall come to the battle. But otherwise—"
He shrugged as though the war was of no importance to him. Nor, I suppose, was it. He turned to the small window and peered at the 3 stakes that had been erected in the compound.
"You'll stay to see the formalities, I hope?"
"Should we?" I asked.
"Of course you should, if Gorfethid allows you. All experience is useful, however ugly. I've performed the rites often enough, so I won't stay to be amused, but be assured you will be safe here. I shall turn Gorfethid into a slug if he touches a hair of your foolish heads. But for now I have to go. Iorweth thinks there's an old woman on the Demetian border who might remember something useful. If she's alive, of course, and kept her memory. Oh, I do hate talking to old women. They're so grateful for company that they never stop chattering, and never keep to the subject either. What a prospect. Tell Nimue I look forward to seeing her."
And with those words he was out of the door and striding across the fort's inner compound. The sky clouded that afternoon, and a grey, ugly drizzle soaked the fort before evening. The druid Iorweth came to us and assured us we were safe, but tactfully suggested that we would strain Gorfethid's reluctant hospitality if we attended the evening's feast that marked the last gathering of Gorfethid's allies and chiefs before the men at Caer Sus marched south to join the rest of the army at Branuginium. We assured Eorwith we had no wish to attend the feast. The druid smiled his thanks, then sat on a bench beside the door.
"You're friends of Merlin?" he asked.
"Lord Derfel is," Galahad said. Eorwith rubbed his eyes tiredly. He was old, with a friendly, mild face and a bald head, on which a ghost of a tonsure showed just above each ear.
"I cannot help thinking," he said, "that my brother Merlin expects too much of the gods. He believes the world can be made anew, and that history can be rubbed out like a line drawn in the mud. Yet it isn't so."
He scratched at a louse in his beard, then looked at Galahad, who wore a cross about his neck. He shook his head.
"I envy your Christian God. He is three, and he is one. He is dead, and he is alive. He is everywhere, and he is nowhere, and he demands that you worship him, but claims nothing else is worthy of worship. There's room in those contradictions for a man to believe in anything or nothing. But not with our gods. They are like kings, fickle and powerful, and if they want to forget us, they do. It doesn't matter what we believe, only what they want. Our spells only work when the gods permit. Merlin disagrees, of course. He thinks that if we shout loud enough, we'll get their attention. But what do you do to a child who shouts?"
"Give it attention," I suggested.
"You hit it, Lord Derfel," Eorwith said. "You hit it until it is quiet. I fear Lord Merlin may shout too loud for too long."
He stood and picked up his staff.
"I apologize that you cannot eat with the warriors tonight, but the Princess Cheleth says you are very welcome to dine with her household."
Cheleth of Elmet was the wife of Keenaglas, and her invitation was not necessarily a compliment. Indeed, the invitation could have been a measured insult devised by Gorfethid to imply that we were only fit to dine with women and children. But Galahad said we would be honoured to accept. And there, in Cheleth's small hall, was Cynwyn. I had wanted to see her again. I had wanted it ever since Galahad had first ventured the suggestion that he make an embassy to Powys, and that was why I had made such strenuous efforts to accompany him. I had not come to Caer Sws to make peace, but to see Cynwyn's face again. And now, in the flickering rushlight of Cheleth's hall, I saw her. The years had not changed her. Her face was as sweet, her manner as demure, her hair as bright and her smile as lovely. When we entered the room, she was fussing with a small child, trying to feed him scraps of apple. The child was Keenaglas's son, Perthel.
"I've told him if he won't eat his apple, then the horrid Unknownians will take him away," she said with a smile. "I think he must want to go with you, for he won't eat a thing."
Cheleth of Elmet, Perthel's mother, was a tall woman with a heavy jaw and pale eyes. She made us welcome, ordering a maidservant to pour us mead, then introduced us to two of her aunts, Tonwyn and Elsel, who looked at us resentfully. We had evidently interrupted a conversation they were relishing, and the aunts' sour glances suggested we should leave, but Cheleth was more generous.
"Do you know the Princess Cynwyn?"
she asked us. Galahad bowed to her, then squatted beside Perthel. He always liked children, who in turn trusted him on sight. Before a moment had passed, the two princes were playing with the apple scraps as though they were foxes, with Perthel's mouth the fox's den, and Galahad's fingers the hounds chasing the fox. The pieces of apple disappeared.
"Why didn't I think of that?"
Cynwyn asked. "Because you weren't raised by Galahad's mother, lady," I said, "who doubtless fed him in the same way. To this day he can't eat unless someone sounds a hunting horn." She laughed, then caught sight of the brooch I wore. She caught her breath, coloured, and for an instant I thought I had made a huge mistake. Then she smiled.
"I should remember you, Lord Derfel."
"No, lady, I was very young."
"And you kept it?"
she asked, apparently astonished that anyone should treasure one of her gifts. I kept it, lady, even when I lost everything else. The Princess Cheleth interrupted us by asking what business had brought us to Caersus. I'm sure she already knew, but it was politic for a princess to pretend that she was outside men's counsel. I answered by saying we had been sent to determine whether war was inevitable.
"And is it?"
the princess asked with understandable worry, for on the morrow her husband would go south towards the enemy. "Sadly, lady," I answered, "it seems so."
"It's all Arthur's fault,"
Princess Cheleth said firmly, and her aunts nodded vigorously. "I think Arthur would agree with you, lady," I said, "and he regrets it."
"Then why does he fight us?"
Cheleth wanted to know. "Because he is sworn to keep Mordred on the throne, lady."
"My father-in-law would never dispossess Uther's heir,"
Cheleth said fiercely.
"Lord Derfel almost lost his head through having this conversation this morning,"
Cynwyn said mischievously. Lord Derfel, Galahad intervened, looking up from the latest fox chase, kept his head because he is beloved by his gods.
"Not by yours, Lord Prince?"
Cheleth asked sharply.
"My god loves everyone, lady." "He is indiscriminate, you mean?"
She laughed. We ate goose, chicken, hare, and venison, and were served a villainous wine that must have been stored too long since it was brought to Britain. After the meal, we moved to cushioned couches, and a harpist played for us. The couches were furniture for a woman's hall, and both Galahad and I were uncomfortable on their low, soft beds. But I was happy enough, for I had made sure I took the couch next to Cynwyn. For a time I sat straight up, but then leaned on one elbow so I could talk softly to her. I complimented her on her betrothal to Gunlius. She gave me an amused glance.
"That sounds like a courtier speaking,"
she said. "I am forced to be a courtier at times, lady. Would you prefer me to be the warrior?" She leaned back on an elbow so we could talk without disturbing the music, and her proximity made it seem as though my senses floated in smoke.
"My Lord Gunlius," she said softly, "demanded my hand as the price of his army in this coming war."
"Then his army, lady," I said, "is the most valuable in Britain." She did not smile at the compliment, but kept her eyes steadily on mine.
"Is it true," she asked very quietly, "that he killed Rowena?"
The bluntness of the question unsettled me. "What does he say, lady?" I asked, instead of answering directly.
"He says,"
and her voice was even lower, so that I could scarcely hear her words,
"that his men were attacked, and that in the confusion she died. It was an accident, he says."
I glanced at the young girl playing the harp. The aunts were glaring at the two of us, but Cheleth seemed unworried by our talking. Galahad was listening to the music, one arm around the sleeping Perthel. "I was on the tour that day, lady," I said, turning back to Cynwyn.
"And?"
I decided her bluntness deserved a blunt answer. "She knelt to him in welcome, lady," I said, "and he ran his sword down her throat. I saw it done." Her face hardened for a second. The glimmering rushlight burnished her pale skin and made soft shadows on her cheeks and under her lower lip. She was wearing a rich dress of pale blue linen that was trimmed with the black-flecked silver-white fur of a winter stoat. A silver torque encircled her neck. Silver rings were in her ears, and I thought how well silver suited her bright hair. She gave a small sigh.
"I fear to hear that truth," she said. "But being a princess means I must marry where it is most useful for me to do so, and not where I might want to."
She turned her head to the musician for a time, then leaned close to me again.
"My father," she said nervously, "says this is a war about my honour. Is it?"
"For him, lady, yes, though I can tell you Arthur regrets the hurt he did you." She grimaced slightly. The subject was clearly painful, but she could not let it go, for Arthur's rejection had changed Kynwyn's life much more subtly and sadly than it had ever changed his. Arthur had gone on to happiness and marriage, while she had been left to suffer the long regrets and find the painful answers which evidently had not been found.
"Do you understand him?"
she asked after a while. "I did not understand him back then, lady," I said. "I thought he was a fool. So did we all."
"And now?"
she asked, her blue eyes on mine. I thought for a few seconds. "I think, lady, that for once in his life Arthur was struck by a madness that he could not control."
"Love?"
I looked at her and told myself that I was not in love with her, and that her brooch was a talisman snatched randomly from chance. I told myself that she was a princess, and I the son of a slave. "Yes, lady," I said.
"Do you understand that madness?"
she asked me. I was aware of nothing in the room except Kynwyn. The Princess Cheleth, the sleeping prince, Galahad, the aunts, the harpist, none of them existed for me, any more than did the woven wall hangings or the bronze rushlight holders. I was aware only of Kynwyn's large, sad eyes, and of my own beating heart. "I do understand that you can look into someone's eyes," I heard myself saying, "and suddenly know that life will be impossible without them. Know that their voice can make your heart miss a beat, and that their company is all your happiness can ever desire, and that their absence will leave your soul alone, bereft and lost." She said nothing for a while, but just looked at me with a slightly puzzled expression.
"Has that ever happened to you, Lord Derfel?"
she asked at last. I hesitated. I knew the words my soul wanted to say, and I knew the words my station should make me say. But then I told myself that a warrior did not thrive on timidity, and I let my soul have government of my tongue. "It has never happened until this moment, lady," I said. It took more bravery to make that declaration than I had ever needed to break a shield wall. She immediately looked away and sat up, and I cursed myself for offending her with my stupid clumsiness. I stayed back on the couch, my face red and my soul hurting with embarrassment, as Kynwyn applauded the harpist by throwing some silver coins onto the rug beside the instrument. She asked for the Song of Rhiannon to be played.
"I thought you were not listening, Kynwyn,"
one of the aunts said cattily.
"I am, Tonwyn, I am, and I am taking a great pleasure in all I hear," Kynwyn said.
And I felt suddenly like a man feels when the enemy's shield wall collapses. Except I dared not trust her words. I wanted to. I dared not. Love's madness, swinging from ecstasy to despair in one wild second. The music began again. Its background the raucous cheers coming from the great hall where the warriors anticipated battle. I leaned all the way back on the cushions, my face still red as I tried to work out whether Kynwyn's last words had referred to our conversation or to the music. And then Kynwyn lay back and leaned close to me again.
"I do not want a war fought over me," she said.
"It seems inevitable, lady."
"My brother agrees with me."
"But your father rules in Powys, lady."
"That he does," she said flatly.
She paused, frowning, then looked up at me.
"If Arthur wins, who will he want me to marry?"
Once again the directness of her question surprised me, but I gave her the true answer. "He wants you to be Queen of Siluria, lady," I said. She looked at me with sudden alarm.
"Marry to Gunlius?"
"To King Lancelot of Benwick, lady," I said, giving away Arthur's secret hope. I watched for her reaction. She gazed into my eyes, apparently trying to judge whether I had spoken the truth.
"They say Lancelot is a great warrior,"
she said after a while, and with a lack of enthusiasm that warmed my heart. They do say that, lady, yes, I said. She was silent again. She leaned on her elbow and watched the harpist's hands flicker across the strings, and I watched her. "Tell Arthur," she said after a while and without looking at me, "that I hold no grudge. And tell him something else." She stopped suddenly. "Yes, lady," I encouraged her. "Tell him that if he wins," she said, then turned to me and reached a slender finger across the gap between our couches to touch the back of my hand, to show how important her words were. "That if he wins," she said again, "I shall beg for his protection." "I shall tell him, lady," I said, then paused with my heart full. "And I swear you mine, too, in all honour." She kept her finger on my hand, her touch as light as the sleeping prince's breath. "I might hold you to that oath, Lord Derfel," she said, her eyes on mine. "Till time ends and evermore, that oath will be true, lady." She smiled, took her hand away and sat up straight. And that night I went to my bed in a daze of confusion, hope, stupidity, apprehension, fear, and delight. For, just like Arthur, I had come to Caersus and been stricken by love. Part 5. The Shield Wall. "So it was her," Igraine accused me. "The Princess Cynwyn who turned your blood to smoke, Brother Derfel." "Yes, lady, it was," I confessed. "And I confess now that there are tears in my eyes as I remember Cynwyn. Or perhaps it is the weather that is making my eyes water, for autumn has come to Dinarac, and a cold wind is stealing through my window. I must soon make a pause in this writing, for I shall have to be busy storing our foodstuffs for the winter and making the log pile that the blessed Saint Sansom will take pleasure in not burning, so that we can share our dear Saviour's suffering." "No wonder you hate Lancelot so much," Igraine said. "You were rivals. Did he know how you felt for Cynwyn?" "In time," I said, "yes." "So what happened?" she asked eagerly. "Why don't we leave the story in its proper order, lady?" "Because I don't want to, of course." "Well, I do," I said. "And I am the storyteller, not you." "If I didn't like you so much, Brother Derfel, I would have your head cut off and your body fed to our hounds." She frowned, thinking. "She looks very pretty today in a cloak of grey wool edged with otter fur. She's not pregnant, so either the pessary of baby's feces did not work, or else Brockvale is spending too much time with Nuich." "There was always talk in my husband's family about Great-Aunt Cynwyn," she said, "but no one ever really explained what the scandal was about." "There is no one I have ever known, lady," I said sternly, "about whom there was less scandal." "Cynwyn never married," Igraine said. "I know that much." "Well, is that so scandalous?" I asked. "It is if she behaved as though she were married," Igraine said indignantly. "That's what your church preaches." "Our church," she hastily corrected herself. "So what happened? Tell me." I pulled my monk's sleeve over the stump of my hand, always the first part of me to feel a chill wind. "Cynwyn's tale is too long to tell now," I said, and refused to add any more, despite my queen's importunate demands. "So did Merlin find the cauldron?" Igraine demanded instead. "We shall come to that in its proper time," I insisted. She threw up her hands. "You infuriate me, Derfel. If I behaved like a proper queen, I really would demand your head." "And if I was anything but an ancient and feeble monk, lady, I would give it to you." She laughed, then turned to look out of the window. The leaves of the small oak trees that Brother Maelgwyn planted to make a windbreak have turned brown early,
and the woods in the coombe below us are thick with berries, both signs that a harsh winter is coming. Sagramore once told me there were places where winter never comes, and the sun shines warm all year. But maybe, like the existence of rabbits, that was another of his fanciful tales. I once hoped that the Christian heaven would be a warm place, but St. Sansom insists heaven must be cold, because hell is hot, and I suppose the saint is right. There is so little to look forward to. Igraine shivered and turned back towards me.
"No one ever made me a lunacy bower," she said wistfully.
"Of course they did," I said. "Every year you have one."
"But that's the care's bower. The slaves make it because they have to. And naturally I sit there, but it isn't the same as having your own young man make you a bower out of foxgloves and willow." "Was Merlin angry about you and Nimue making love?"
"I should never have confessed that to you," I said. "If he knew, he never said anything. It wouldn't have mattered to him. He was not jealous. Not like the rest of us. Not like Arthur. Not like me. How much of our earth has been wet by blood because of jealousy? And at the end of life, what does it all matter? We grow old, and the young look at us and can never see that once we made a kingdom ring for love." Igraine adopted her mischievous look.
"You say Gorfethed called Guinevere whore. Was she?"
"You should not use that word."
"All right. Was Guinevere what Gorfethed said she was, which I'm not allowed to say for fear of offending your innocent ears?"
"No," I said. "She was not."
"But was she faithful to Arthur?"
"Wait," I said. She stuck her tongue out at me.
"Did Lancelot become a Mithraist?"
she asked. "Wait and see," I insisted.
"I hate you."
"And I am your most worshipping servant, dear lady," I said. "But I am also tired, and this cold weather makes the ink clog. I shall write the rest of the story, I promise you."
"If Sansom lets you,"
Igraine said. "He will," I answered. "The saint is happier these days, thanks to our remaining novice, who is no longer a novice, but consecrated a priest and a monk, and already, Sansom insists, a saint like himself. Saint Tudwall, we must now call him. And the two saints share a cell and glorify God together. And the only thing I can find wrong with such a blessed partnership is that the holy Saint Tudwall, now 12 years old, is making yet another effort to learn how to read. He cannot speak this Saxon tongue, of course, but even so, I fear what he might decipher from these writings. But that fear must wait till Saint Tudwall masters his letters, if he ever does. And for the moment, if God wills it, and to satisfy the impatient curiosity of my most lovely queen, Igraine, I shall continue this tale of Arthur, my dear lost lord, my friend, my lord of war. I noticed nothing the next day. I stood with Galahad as an unwelcome guest of my enemy, Gorfethed, while Eorweth made the propitiation to the gods, and the druid could have been blowing dandelion seeds for all the note I took of the ceremonies. They killed a bull. They tied 3 prisoners to the 3 stakes, strangled them, then took the war's auguries by stabbing a 4th prisoner in the midriff. They sang the battle song of Maponos as they danced about the dead. And then the kings, princes, and chieftains dipped their spearheads in the dead men's blood before licking the blood off the blades and smearing it on their cheeks. Galahad made the sign of the cross, while I dreamed of Cynwyn. She did not attend the ceremonies. No women did. The auguries, Galahad told me, were favourable to Gorfethid's cause, but I did not care. I was blissfully remembering that silver-light touch of Cynwyn's finger on my hand. Our horses, weapons, and shields were brought to us, and Gorfethid himself walked us to Caer Sous's gate. Keenaglas, his son, came also, and he might well have intended a courtesy by accompanying us, but Gorfethid had no such niceties in mind. "Tell your whore lover," the king said, his cheek still smeared with blood, "that war can be avoided by one thing only. Tell Arthur that if he presents himself in Lugvale for my judgment and verdict, I shall consider the stain on my daughter's honour cleansed.
I shall tell him, Lord King, Galahad answered.
Is Arthur still beardless?
Gorfithid asked.
Making the question sound like an insult.
He is, Lord King, Galahad said.
Then I can't plait a prisoner's leash from his beard, Gorfithid growled. So tell him to cut off his horse red hair before he comes, and have it woven ready for his own leash.
Gorfethid clearly enjoyed demanding that humiliation of his enemies, though Prince Keenaglas's face betrayed an acute embarrassment for his father's crudeness.
Tell him that, Galahad of Benwick, Gorfithid continued, and tell him that if he obeys me, then his shaven whore can go free, so long as she leaves Britain.
The Princess Guinevere can go free, Galahad restated the offer.
The whore!
Gorfethid shouted.
I lay with her often enough, so I should know. Tell Arthur that.
He spat the demand into Galahad's face.
Tell him she came to my bed willingly, and to other beds too.
I shall tell him, Galahad lied to stem the bitter words. And what, Lord King, Galahad went on, of Mordred?
Without Arthur, Gorfethid said, Mordred will need a new protector. I shall take responsibility for Mordred's future. Now go.
We bowed, we mounted, and we rode away, and I looked back once in hope of seeing Kynwyn, but only men showed on Caer Sous's ramparts. All around the fortress the shelters were being pulled down, as men prepared to march on the direct road to Brenogenium. We had agreed not to use that road, but to go home the longer way through Caer Lud, so we would not be able to spy on Gorfethid's gathering host. Galahad looked grim as we rode eastwards, but I could not restrain my happiness, and once we had ridden clear of the busy encampments, I began to sing the Song of Rhiannon. "What is the matter with you?" Galahad asked irritably. "Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing!" I shouted in joy, and kicked back my heels so that the horse bolted down the green path, and I fell into a patch of nettles. "Nothing at all," I said, when Galahad brought the horse back to me. "Absolutely nothing." "You're mad, my friend." "You're right," I said, as I clambered awkwardly back onto the horse. I was indeed mad, but I was not going to tell Galahad the reason for my madness, so for a time I tried to behave soberly. "What do we tell Arthur?" I asked him. "Nothing about Guinevere," Galahad said firmly. "Besides, Gorfethid was lying. My God, how could he tell such lies about Guinevere?" "To provoke us, of course," I said. "But what do we tell Arthur about Mordred?" "The truth. Mordred is safe." "But if Gorfethid lied about Guinevere," I said, "why shouldn't he lie about Mordred? And Merlin didn't believe him." "We weren't sent for Merlin's answer," Galahad said. "We were sent to find the truth, my friend, and I say Merlin spoke it." "But Tudric," Galahad answered firmly, "will believe Gorfethid." "Which means Arthur has lost," I said bleakly. But I did not want to talk about defeat, so instead I asked Galahad what he had thought of Kynwyn. I was letting the madness take hold of me again, and I wanted to hear Galahad praise her and say she was the most beautiful creature between the seas and the mountains. But he simply shrugged. "A neat little thing," he said carelessly, "and pretty enough if you like those frail-looking girls." He paused, thinking. "Lancelot will like her," he went on. "You do know Arthur wants them to marry, though I don't suppose that will happen now. I suspect Gunlius's throne is safe, and Lancelot will have to look elsewhere for a wife." I said nothing more about Kynwyn. We rode back the way we had come, and reached Magnis on the second night, where, just as Galahad had predicted, Tudric put his faith in Gorfethid's promise, while Arthur preferred to believe Merlin. Gorfethid, I realized, had used us to separate Tudric and Arthur, and it seemed to me that Gorfethid had done well, for as we listened to the two men wrangle in Tudric's quarters, it was plain that the King of Gwent had no stomach for the coming war.
Galahad and I left the two men arguing, while we walked on Magnus's ramparts, that were formed by a great earthen wall flanked by a flooded ditch, and topped with a stout palisade. "Tudric will win the argument," Galahad told me bleakly. "He doesn't trust Arthur, you see." "Of course he does," I protested. Galahad shook his head. "He knows Arthur's an honest man," he allowed. "But Arthur's also an adventurer. He's landless. Have you ever thought of that? He defends a reputation, not property. He holds his rank because of Mordred's age, not through his own birth. For Arthur to succeed, he must be bolder than other men. But Tudric doesn't want boldness right now. He wants security. He'll accept Gorfithid's offer." He was silent for a while. "Maybe our fate is to be wandering warriors," he continued gloomily, "deprived of land and always being driven back towards the western sea by new enemies." I shivered and drew my cloak tighter. The night was clouding over and bringing a chill promise of rain on the western wind. "You're saying Tudric will desert us?" "He already has," Galahad said bluntly. "His only problem now is getting rid of Arthur gracefully. Tudric has too much to lose, and he won't take risks anymore. But Arthur has nothing to lose, except his hopes." "You two!" A loud voice called us from behind, and we turned to see Kiluk hurrying along the ramparts. "Arthur wants you." "For what?" Galahad asked. "What do you think, Lord Prince? He's lacking for throwboard players." Kiluk grinned. "These bastards may not have the belly for a fight." He gestured towards the fort that was thronged with Tudric's neatly uniformed men. "But we have. I suspect we're going to attack all on our own." He saw our surprise and laughed. "You heard Lord Agricola the other night. 200 men can hold Lugvale against an army." "Well, we've got 200 spearmen, and Gorfithid possesses an army. So why do we need anyone from Gwent? Time to feed the ravens!" The first rain fell, hissing in the smithy fires, and it seemed we were going to war. I sometimes think that was Arthur's bravest decision. God knows he took other decisions in circumstances just as desperate. But never was Arthur weaker than on that rainy night in Magnus, where Tudric was drawing up patient orders that would withdraw his forward men back to the Roman walls in preparation for a truce between Gwent and the enemy. Arthur gathered 5 of us in a soldier's house close to those walls. The rain seethed on the roof, while under the thatch a log fire smoked to light us with a lurid glare. Sagramor, Arthur's most trusted commander, sat beside Morfans on the hut's small bench. Kiluk, Galahad and I squatted on the floor, while Arthur talked. Prince Murig, Arthur allowed, had spoken an uncomfortable truth, for the war was indeed of his own making. If he had not spurned Kynwyn, there would be no enmity between Powys and Dumnonia. Gwent was involved by being Powys's most ancient enemy, and Dumnonia's traditional friend. But it was not in Gwent's interest to continue the war. "If I had not come to Britain," Arthur said, "then King Tudric would not be foreseeing the rape of his land. This is my war, and just as I began it, so I must end it." He paused. He was a man to whom emotion came easily, and he was at that moment overcome with feeling. "I am going to Lugvale tomorrow," he finally spoke, and for a dreadful second I thought he meant to give himself up to Gorfithid's awful revenge. But then Arthur offered us his open, generous smile. "And I would like it if you came with me, but I have no right to demand it." There was silence in the room. I suppose we were all thinking that the fight in the Vale had seemed a risky prospect when the combined armies of Gwent and Dumnonia were to be employed. But how were we to win with only Dumnonia's men? "You have a right to demand that we come," Kiluk broke the silence, "for we took oaths to serve you." "I released you from those oaths," Arthur said, "asking only that if you live, you stand by my promise to see Mordred grow into our king." There was silence again. None of us, I think, wavered in our loyalty, but nor did we know how to express it until Galahad spoke. "I swore you no oath," he said to Arthur, "but I do now. Where you fight, Lord, I fight. And he who is your enemy is mine, and he who is your friend is my friend also. I swear that on the precious blood of the living Christ." He leaned forward, took Arthur's hand and kissed it. "May my life be forfeit if I break my word."
"It takes two to make an oath," Keyluk said. "You might release me, Lord, but I don't release myself."
"Nor I, Lord," I added. Sagramor looked bored.
"I'm your man," he said to Arthur. "No one else's." "Bugger the oath," Ugly Morfan said. "I want to fight."
Arthur had tears in his eyes. For a time he could not speak, so instead he busied himself ramming at the fire with a log until he had succeeded in halving its warmth and doubling its smoke.
"Your men are not oath-bound," he said thickly, "and I want none but willing men in Lug Vale tomorrow." "Why tomorrow?" Keyluk asked. "Why not the day after? The more time we have to prepare, the better, surely."
Arthur shook his head.
"We'll be no better prepared if we wait a whole year. Besides, Gorfethid's spies will already be going north with news that Tudric is accepting Gorfethid's terms. So we must attack before those same spies discover that we Dumnonians have not retreated. We attack at dawn tomorrow."
He looked at me.
"You will attack first, Lord Derfel. So tonight you must reach your men and talk to them, and if they prove unwilling, then so be it. But if they are willing, then Morfans can tell you what they must do."
Morfans had ridden the whole enemy line, flaunting himself in Arthur's armour, but also reconnoitring the enemy positions. Now he took handfuls of grain from a pot and piled them on his outspread cloak to make a rough model of Lug Vale.
"It's not a long valley," he said, "but the sides are steep. The barricade is here, at the southern end."
He pointed to a spot just inside the modelled valley.
"They felled trees and made a fence. It's big enough to stop a horse, but it won't take long for a few men to haul those trees aside. Their weakness is here."
He indicated the western hill.
"It's steep at the northern end of the valley, but where they built their barricades you can easily run down that slope. Climb the hill in the dark, and in the dawn you attack downhill and dismantle their tree fence while they're still waking up. Then the horses can come through."
He grinned, relishing the thought of surprising the enemy.
"Your men are used to marching by night," Arthur told me. "So at dawn tomorrow you take the barricade, destroy it, then hold the vale long enough for our horse to arrive. After the horse, our spearmen will come. Sagramor will command the spearmen in the vale, while I and 50 horsemen attack Branaginium."
Sagramor showed no reaction to the announcement, which gave him command of most of Arthur's army. The rest of us could not hide our astonishment, not at Sagramor's appointment, but at Arthur's tactics. 50 horsemen attacking Gorfethid's whole army? Galahad asked dubiously.
"And we won't capture Branaginium," Arthur admitted. "We may not even get close, but we shall stir them into a pursuit, and that pursuit will bring them down to the vale. Sagramor will meet that pursuit at the vale's northern end, where the road fords the river, and when they attack, you retreat."
He looked at us in turn, making sure we understood his instructions.
"Retreat," he said again. "Always retreat. Let them think they win. And when you have sucked them deep into the valley, I shall attack."
"From where?" I asked.
"From behind, of course."
Arthur, energized by the prospect of battle, had regained all his enthusiasm.
"When my horsemen retreat from Branaginium, we won't go back into the vale, but hide outside its northern end. The place is smothered in trees, and once you suck the enemy in, we'll come from their rear."
Sagramor stared at the piles of grain.
"The Black-Shield Irish at Coles Hill," he said in his execrable accent, "can march south of the hills to take us in the rear."
He pushed a finger through the scattered grains at the vale's southern end to show what he meant. Those Irish we all knew were the fearsome warriors of Oengus mac Eirim, king of Demetia, who had been our ally until Gorfithid had changed his loyalty with gold. "You want us to hold an army in front, and the Black Shields behind?" Sagramore asked. "You see," Arthur said with a smile, "why I offer to release you from your oaths. But once Tudric knows we're embattled, he'll come. As the day passes, Sagramore, you will find your shield line thickening by the minute. Tudric's men will deal with the enemy from Coles Hill." "And if they don't?" Sagramore asked. "Then we will probably lose," Arthur admitted calmly. "But with my death will come Gorfithid's victory and Tudric's peace. My head will go to Kynwyn as a present for her wedding, and you, my friends, will be feasting in the other world, where I trust you will keep a place at table for me." There was silence again. Arthur seemed sure that Tudric would fight, though none of us could be so certain. It seemed to me that Tudric might well prefer to let Arthur and his men perish in Lugvale, and thus rid himself of an inconvenient alliance. But I also told myself that such high politics were not my concern. My concern was surviving the next day. And as I looked at Morfan's crude model of the battlefield, I worried about the western hill, down which we would attack in the dawn. If we could attack there, I thought, so could the enemy. "They'll outflank our shield line," I said, describing my concern. Arthur shook his head. "The hill's too steep for a man in armour to climb at the Vale's northern end. The worst they'll do is send their levies there, which means archers. If you can spare men, Derfel, put a handful there, but otherwise pray that Tudric comes quickly. To which end," he said, turning to Galahad, "though it hurts me to ask you to stay away from the shield wall, Lord Prince, you will be of most value to me tomorrow if you ride as my envoy to King Tudric. You are a prince. You speak with authority, and you, above all men, can persuade him to take advantage of the victory I intend to give him by my disobedience." Galahad looked troubled. "I would rather fight, Lord." "On balance," Arthur smiled, "I would rather win than lose. For that I need Tudric's men to come before the day's end, and you, Lord Prince, are the only fit messenger I can send to an aggrieved king. You must persuade him, flatter him, plead with him, but above all, Lord Prince, convince him that we win the war tomorrow, or else fight for the rest of our days." Galahad accepted the choice. "Though I have your permission to return and fight at Derfel's side when the message is delivered," he added. "You will be welcome," Arthur said. He paused, staring down at the piles of grain. "We are few," he said simply, "and they are a host. But dreams do not come true by using caution, only by braving danger. Tomorrow we can bring peace to the Britons." He stopped abruptly, struck perhaps by the thought that his ambition of peace was also Tudric's dream. Maybe Arthur was wondering whether he should fight at all. I remembered how, after our meeting with Ael, when we made the oath under the oak, Arthur had contemplated giving up the fight, and I half expected him to bare his soul again. But on that rainy night, the horse of ambition was tugging his soul hard, and he could not contemplate a peace in which his own life or exile was the price. He wanted peace, but even more, he wanted to dictate that peace. "Whatever gods you pray to," he said quietly, "go with you all tomorrow." I had to ride a horse to get back to my men. I was in a hurry and fell off 3 times. As omens, the falls were dire, but the road was soft with mud and nothing was hurt but my pride. Arthur rode with me, but checked my horse when we were still a spear's throw from where my men's campfires flickered low in the insistent rain. "Do this for me tomorrow, Derfel," he said, "and you may carry your own banner and paint your own shields." In this world or the next, I thought. But I did not speak the thought aloud for fear of tempting the gods. Because tomorrow, in a grey, bleak dawn, we would fight against the world. Not one of my men tried to evade their oaths. A few, might have wanted to avoid battle, but none wanted to show weakness in front of their comrades. And so we all marched, leaving in the night's middle to make our way across a rain-soaked countryside. Arthur saw us off, then went to where his horsemen were encamped. Nimue insisted on accompanying us. She had promised us a spell of concealment, and, after that, nothing would persuade my men to leave her behind. She worked the spell before we left, performing it on the skull of a sheep she found by flamelight in a ditch close to our camp. She dragged the carcass out of the thicket where a wolf had feasted, chopped the head away, stripped away the remnants of maggoty skin, then crouched with her cloak, hiding both her and the stinking skull. She crouched there a long time, breathing the ghastly stench of the decomposing head, then stood and kicked the skull scornfully aside. She watched where it came to rest, and, after a moment's deliberation, declared that the enemy would look aside as we marched through the night. Arthur, who was fascinated by Nimue's intensity, shuddered when she made the pronouncement, then embraced me.
"I owe you a debt, Derfel."
"You owe me nothing, Lord."
"If for nothing else," he said, "I thank you for bringing me Kynwyn's message."
He had taken enormous pleasure in her forgiveness, then shrugged when I had added her further words about being granted his protection.
"She has nothing to fear from any man in Dumnonia," he had said.
Now he clapped me on the back.
"I shall see you in the dawn," he promised,
then watched as we filed out from the firelight into the dark. We crossed grassy meadows and newly harvested fields, where no obstacles other than the soaking ground, the dark, and the driving rain impeded us. That rain came from our left, the west, and it seemed relentless, a stinging, pelting, cold rain that trickled inside our jerkins and chilled our bones. At first we bunched together, so that no man would find himself alone in the dark, though even crossing the easy ground we were constantly calling out in low voices to find where our comrades might be. Some men tried to keep hold of a friend's cloak, but spears clashed together, and men tripped, until finally I stopped everyone and formed 2 files. Every man was ordered to sling his shield on his back, then to hold onto the spear of the man in front. Cavan was at our rear, making sure no one dropped out, while Nimue and I were in the lead. She held my hand, not out of affection, but simply so that we should stay together in the black night. Lunasa seemed like a dream now, swept away not by time, but by Nimue's fierce refusal to acknowledge that our time in the bower had ever happened. Those hours, like our months on the Isle of the Dead, had served their purpose, and were now irrelevant. We came to trees. I hesitated, then plunged down a steep muddy bank and into a darkness so engulfing that I despaired of ever taking 50 men through its horrid blackness. But then Nimue began to croon in a low voice, and the sound acted like a beacon to beckon men safely through the stumbling dark. Both spear chains broke, but by following Nimue's voice, we all somehow blundered through the trees to emerge into a meadow on their farther side. We stopped there, while Cavan and I made a tally of the men, and Nimue circled us, hissing spells at the dark. My spirits, dampened by the rain and gloom, sank lower. I thought I had possessed a mental picture of this countryside that lay just north of my men's camp, but our stumbling progress had obliterated that picture. I had no idea where I was, nor where I should go. I thought we had been heading north, but without a star to guide me or moon to light my way, I let my fears overcome my resolve.
"Why are you waiting?"
Nimue came to my side and whispered the words. I said nothing, not willing to admit that I was lost, or perhaps not willing to admit that I was frightened. Nimue sensed my helplessness and took command.
"We have a long stretch of open pasture ahead of us," she told my men. "It used to graze sheep, but they've taken the flock away, so there are no shepherds or dogs to see us. It's uphill all the way, but easy enough going if we stay together. At the end of the pasture, we come to a wood, and there we'll wait for dawn. It isn't far and it isn't difficult. I know we're wet and cold, but tomorrow we shall warm ourselves on our enemies' fires."
She spoke with utter confidence. I do not think I could have led those men through that wet night, but Nimue did. She claimed that her one eye saw in the dark where our eyes could not, and maybe that was true. Or maybe she simply possessed a better idea of this stretch of countryside than I did. But however it was done, she did it well. In the last hour we walked along the shoulder of a hill, and suddenly the going became easier, for we were now on the western height above Lug Vale, and our enemies' watchfires burned in the dark beneath us. I could even see the barricade of felled pine trees, and the glint of the river Lug beyond. In the vale, men threw great balks of wood on the fires to light the road, where attackers might come from the south. We reached the woods and sank onto the wet ground. Some of us half slept in the deceptive, dream-filled, shallow slumber that seems like no sleep at all, and leaves a man cold, weary, and aching. But Nimue stayed awake, muttering charms and talking to men who could not sleep. It was not small talk, for Nimue had no time for idle chatter, but fierce explanations of why we fought. Not for Mordred, she said, but for a Britain shorn of foreigners and of foreign ideas. And even the Christians in my ranks listened to her. I did not wait for the dawn to make my attack. Instead, when the rain-soaked sky showed the first pale glimmer of steely light in the east, I woke the sleepers and led my 50 spearmen down to the wood's edge. We waited there above a grassy slope that fell down to the vale's bed, as steeply as the flanks of Innis Swidrun's Tor. My left arm was tight in the shield straps. Howlbane was at my hip, and my heavy spear was gripped in my right hand. A small mist showed where the river flowed out of the vale. A white owl flew low beside our trees, and my men thought the bird an ill omen. But then a wildcat snarled behind us, and Nimue said that the owl's doom-laden appearance had been nullified. I said a prayer to Mithras, giving all the next hours to his glory. Then I told my men that the Franks had been far fiercer enemies than these night-fuddled Powisians in the valley beneath us. I doubted that was entirely true, but men on the edge of battle do not need truth but confidence. I had privately ordered Issa and another man to stay close to Nimue, for if she died, I knew my men's confidence would vanish like a summer mist. The rain spat from behind us, making the grassy slope slick. The sky above the vale's far side lightened further, showing the first shadows among the flying clouds. The world was grey and black, night dark in the vale itself, but lighter on the wood's edge, a contrast that made me fear the enemy could see us, while we could not see him. Their fires still blazed, but much lower than they had during the dark, spirit-haunted depths of night. I could see no sentries. It was time to go. "Move slowly," I ordered my men. I had imagined a mad rush down the hill, but now I changed my mind. The wet grass would be treacherous, and it would be better, I decided, if we crept slow and silent down the slope, like wraiths in the dawn. I led the way, stepping ever more cautiously as the hill became steeper. Even nailed boots gave treacherous holding on wet ground, and so we went as slow as stalking cats, and the loudest noise in the half-dark was the sound of our own breathing. We used spears as staffs. Twice men fell heavily, their shields clattering against scabbards or spears, and both times we all went still and waited for a challenge. None came. The last part of the slope was the steepest, but from the brow of that final descent we could at last see the whole bed of the vale. The river ran like a black shadow on the far side, while beneath us the Roman road passed between a group of thatched huts where the enemy had to be sheltering. I could only see 4 men. 2 were crouching near the fires, a third was sitting under the eaves of a hut, while the 4th paced up and down behind the tree fence. The eastern sky was paling towards the bright flare of dawn, and it was time to release my wolf-tailed spearmen to the slaughter. "The gods be your shield wall," I told them, "and kill well." We hurled ourselves down the last yards of that steep slope. Some men slid down on their backsides rather than try to stay on their feet. Some ran headlong, and I, because I was their leader, ran with them. Fear gave us wings and made us scream our challenge. We were the wolves of Benwick, come to the border hills of Powys to offer death, and suddenly, as ever in battle, the elation took over. The soaring joy flared inside our souls, as all restraint and thought and decency were obliterated, to leave only the feral glare of combat. I leapt down the last few feet, stumbled among raspberry bushes, kicked over an empty pail, then saw the first startled man emerge from a nearby hut. He was in trousers and jerkin, carrying a spear and blinking at the rainy dawn. And thus he died, as I speared him through the belly. I was howling the wolf howl, daring my enemies to come and be killed. My spear stuck in the dying man's guts. I left it there and drew Howlbane. Another man peered from the hut to see what happened, and I lunged at his eyes, throwing him back. My men streamed past me, howling and whooping. The sentries were fleeing. One ran to the river, hesitated, turned back, and died under 2 spear thrusts. One of my men seized a brand from the fire and tossed it onto the wet thatch. More firebrands followed until at last the huts caught fire to drive their inhabitants out to where my spearmen waited. A woman screamed as burning thatch fell on her. Nimue had taken a sword from a dead enemy and was plunging it into the neck of a fallen man. She was keening a weird, high sound that gave the chill dawn a new terror. Cavan bellowed at men to start hauling the tree fence aside. I left the few enemy that still lived to the mercies of my men and went to help him. The fence was a barricade made from 24 felled pines, and each tree needed a score of men to pull aside. We had made a gap 40 feet wide where the road pierced the barricade. Then Issa called a warning to me. The men we had slaughtered had not been the whole guard force in the valley, but rather the piquet line, who guarded the fence, and now the main garrison, woken by the commotion, was showing in the shadowy northern part of the valley. "Shield wall!" I called. "Shield wall!" We formed the line just north of the burning cottages. 2 of my men had broken their ankles coming down the steep slope, and a third had been killed in the first moments of the fight. But the rest of us shuffled into line and touched our shield edges together to make certain the wall was tight. I had retrieved my own spear, so now I sheathed Howlbane and pushed my spear point out to join the other steel points that bristled 5 feet ahead of the shield wall. I ordered a 6 men to stay behind with Nimue, in case any of the enemy still lay hidden among the shadows. Then we had to wait, while Cavan replaced his shield. The straps of his own had broken, so he picked up a Powisian shield and swiftly cut away the leather cover with its eagle symbol, then took his place at the right-hand end of the wall. The most vulnerable place, because the right-hand man in a line must hold his shield to protect the man to his left, and thus expose his own right side to enemy thrusts. "Ready, Lord!" he called to me. "Forward!" I shouted. It was better to advance, I thought, than let the enemy form and attack us. The vale's sides grew higher and steeper as we marched north. The slope on our right, beyond the river, was a thick tangle of trees, while to our left the hill was grassy at first, but then turned to scrub. The valley narrowed as we advanced, though it never narrowed sufficiently to be called a gorge. There was room for a warband to manoeuvre in Lug Vale, though the marshy riverbank did help to constrict the dry, level ground needed for battle. The first clouded light was illuminating the western hills, but that light had yet to flood into the valley's depths, where the rain had at last stopped, though the wind gusted cold and damp to flicker the flames of the campfires that burned in the upper vale. Those campfires revealed a thatched village around a Roman building. The shadows of hurrying men flickered in front of the fires. A horse whinnied. Then suddenly, as at last the dawn's ghostly light sifted down to the road, I saw a shield wall forming. I could also see that the shield wall held at least 100 men, and more were hurrying into its ranks. "Hold!" I called to my men. then stared into the bad light and guessed that nearer 200 men were forming the enemy wall. The grey light glinted from their spearheads. This was the elite guard Gorfithid had set to hold the Vale. The Vale was certainly too broad for my 50 men to hold. The road ran close to the western slope and left a wide meadow to our right, where the enemy could easily outflank us, and so I ordered my men back. "Slowly back!" I called. "Slow and sure! Back to the fence!" We could guard the gap we had ripped in the tree fence, though even so it would only be a matter of moments before the enemy clambered over the remaining trees and so surrounded us. "Slowly back!" I called again, then stood still as my men retreated. I waited because a single horseman had ridden out from the enemy ranks and was spurring towards us. The enemy's emissary was a tall man who rode well. He had an iron helmet crested with swan feathers, a lance and sword but no shield. He wore a breastplate, and his saddle was a sheepskin. He was a striking-looking man, dark-eyed and black-bearded, and there was something familiar in his face. But it was not till he had reined in above me that I recognized him. It was Valerian, the chieftain to whom Guinevere had been betrothed when she had first met Arthur. He stared down at me, then slowly raised his spearhead until it was pointed at my throat. "I had hoped," he said, "that you would be Arthur." "My lord sends you his greetings, Lord Valerian," I said. Valerian spat towards my shield, that again carried the symbol of Arthur's bear. "Return my greetings to him," he said, "and to the whore he married." He paused, raising the spear point so that it was close to my eyes. "You're a long way from home, little boy," he said. "Does your mother know you're out of bed?" "My mother," I answered, "is readying a cauldron for your bones, Lord Valerian. We have need of glue, and the bones of sheep we hear make the best." He seemed pleased that I knew him, mistaking my recognition for fame, and not realizing that I had been one of the guards who had come to Caersus with Arthur so many years before. He raised his spear point clear of my face and stared at my men. "Not many of you," he said, "but many of us. Would you like to surrender now?" "There are many of you," I said, "but my men are starved for battle, so we'll welcome a large helping of enemies." A leader was expected to be good at these ritual insults before battle, and I always rather enjoyed them. Arthur was never good at such exchanges, for even at the last moment before the killing began, he was still trying to make his enemies like him. Valerian half-turned his horse. "Your name?" he asked before riding away. "Lord Derfel Cadern," I said proudly. And I thought I saw, or maybe I hoped I saw, a flicker of recognition before he kicked his heels back to drive his horse north. If Arthur did not come, I thought, then we were all dead men. But by the time I rejoined my spearmen beside the barricade, I found Kiluk, who once again rode with Arthur, waiting for me. His big horse was noisily cropping the grass nearby. "We're not far away, Derfel," he reassured me. "And when those vermin attack, you're to run away. Understand? Make them chase you. That'll scatter them. And when you see us coming, get out of the way." He grasped my hand, then enfolded me in a bear hug. "This is better than talking peace, eh?" he said, then walked back to his horse and heaved himself up into its saddle. "Be cowards for a few moments," he called to my men, then raised a hand and spurred away southwards. I explained to my men what Kiluk's parting words had meant. Then I took my place in the centre of the shield wall that stretched across the gap we had made in the felled trees. Nimue stood behind me, still holding her bloody sword. "We'll pretend to panic," I called to the shield wall, "when they make their first attack. And don't trip over when you run, and make sure you get out of the way of the horses." I ordered 4 of my men to help the 2 with broken ankles to a thicket behind the fence where they could hide. We waited. I glanced behind once, but could not see Arthur's men, who I presumed were hidden where the road entered a patch of trees a quarter-mile to the south. To my right, The river ran in dark shining swirls, on which 2 swans drifted. A heron fished the river's edge, but then lazily spread its wings and flapped away northwards, a direction Numui took to be a good augury, because the bird was taking its bad luck towards the enemy. Valerin's spearmen came on slowly. They had been woken to battle and were still sluggish. Some were bareheaded, and I guess their leaders had rousted them from their straw beds in such haste that not all had been given time to gather their armour. They had no druid, so at least we were free of spells, though, like my men, I muttered swift prayers. Mine were to Mithras and to Bel. Numui was calling to Andraste, the goddess of slaughter, while Cavan called on his Irish gods to give his spear a good day's killing. I saw that Valerin had dismounted, and was leading his men from the line's centre, though I noted a servant was leading the chieftain's horse close behind the advancing line. A heavy gust of damp wind blew the smoke of the burning huts across the road, half hiding the enemy line. The bodies of their dead comrades would wake these advancing spearmen, I thought, and sure enough I heard the shouts of anger as they encountered the newly made corpses, and when a gust of wind cleared the smoke away, the attacking line was coming on faster and shouting insults. We waited in silence as the grey early light seeped down to the valley's damp floor. The enemy spearmen stopped 50 paces from us. All of them carried Powys's eagle on their shields, so none were from Siluria or from the other contingents gathering with Gorfithid. These spearmen, I assumed, were among Powys's best, so any we killed now would be a help later. And the gods knew how we needed help. Thus far, we were having the best of the day, and I had to keep reminding myself that these easy moments were designed only to bring the full might of Gorfithid and his allies on to Arthur's few loyal men. 2 men raced out from Valerin's line and hurled spears that went high over our heads to bury themselves in the turf behind. My men jeered, and some deliberately took the shields away from their bodies as though inviting the enemy to try again. I thanked Mithras that Valerin had no archers. Few warriors carried bows, for no arrow can pierce a shield or a leather breastplate. The bow was a hunter's weapon, best for use against wildfowl or small game. But a mass of levied countrymen carrying light bows could still make themselves a nuisance by forcing warriors to crouch behind their shield walls. 2 more men hurled spears. One weapon thumped into a shield and stuck there. The other flew high again. Valerin was watching us, judging our resolve, and perhaps because we did not hurl spears back, he decided we were already beaten men. He raised his arms, clashed his spear on his shield, and shouted at his men to charge. They roared their challenge, and we, just as Arthur had ordered, broke and fled. For a second there was confusion, as men in the shield line impeded each other, but then we scattered apart and pounded away down the road. Numui, her black cloak flying, ran ahead of us, but always looking back to see what happened behind her. The enemy cheered their victory and raced to catch us, while Valerin, seeing a chance to ride his horse among a broken rabble, shouted at his servant to bring the beast. We ran clumsily, cumbered by cloaks, shields, and spears. I was tired, and the breath pounded in my chest as I followed my men southwards. I could hear the enemy behind, and twice looked over my shoulder to see a tall, red-headed man grimacing as he strained to catch me. He was a faster runner than I, and I was beginning to think I would need to stop, turn, and deal with him, when I heard that blessed sweet sound of Arthur's horn. It sounded twice, and then, out of the dawn-dulled trees ahead of us, Arthur's might erupted. First came white-plumed Arthur himself, in shining armour and carrying his mirror-bright shield and with his white cloak spread behind like wings. His spearhead dipped as his 50 men came into sight on armoured horses, their faces wrapped in iron and their spear points glittering. The banners of the dragon and the bear flew bright, and the earth shook beneath those ponderous hooves that slung water and mud high into the air as the big horses gathered speed.
My men were running aside, forming two groups that swiftly gathered into defensive circles with shields and spears outermost. I went left, and turned around in time to see Valerin's men desperately trying to form a shield wall. Valerin, mounted on his horse, shouted at them to retreat to the barricade. But it was already too late. Our trap was sprung, and Lugvale's defenders were doomed. Arthur pounded past me on Clamray, his favourite mare. The skirts of his horse blanket at the ends of his cloak were already soaked in mud. A man threw a spear that glanced off Clamray's breast armour. Then Arthur thrust his spear home into the first enemy soldier, abandoned the weapon, and scraped Excalibur into the dawn. The rest of the horse crashed past in a welter of water and noise. Valerin's men screamed as the big brutes hurtled into their broken ranks. Swords slashed down to leave men reeling and bloody, while the horses ploughed on, some driving panicked men down beneath their heavy iron-plated hooves. Broken spearmen had no defence against horses, and these warriors of Powys had no chance to form even the smallest shield walls. They could only run, and Valerin, seeing there was no salvation, turned his light horse and galloped northwards. Some of his men followed, but any man on foot was doomed to be ridden down by the horses. Others turned aside and ran for the river or the hill, and those we hunted down in spear bands. A few threw down spears and shields and raised their arms, and those we let live. But any man who offered resistance was surrounded like a boar trapped in a thicket and speared to death. Arthur's horse had disappeared into the vale, leaving behind a horrid trail of men with heads cut to the brain by sword blows. Other enemies were limping and falling, and Nimue, seeing the destruction, screeched in triumph. We took close to 50 prisoners. At least as many others were dead or dying. A few escaped up the hill we had come down in the grey light, and some had drowned trying to cross the lug. But the rest were bleeding, staggering, vomiting, and defeated. Sagramore's men, 150 prime spearmen, marched into sight as we finished rounding up the last of Valerin's survivors.
"We can't spare men to guard prisoners," Sagramore greeted me.
"I know."
"Then kill them,"
he ordered me, and Nimue echoed her approval. "No," I insisted. Sagramore was my commander for the rest of this day, and I did not enjoy disagreeing with him. But Arthur wanted to bring peace to the Britons, and killing helpless prisoners was no way to bind Powys to his peace. Besides, my men had taken the prisoners, so their fate was my responsibility, and instead of killing them, I ordered them stripped naked. Then they were taken one by one to where Cavan waited with a heavy stone for his hammer and a boulder for an anvil. We placed each man's spear hand on the boulder, held it there, then crushed the two smallest fingers with the stone. A man with 2 shattered fingers would live, and he might even wield a spear again. But not on this day. Not for many a day. Then we sent them southwards, naked and bleeding, and told them that if we saw their faces again before nightfall, they would surely die. Sagramore scoffed at me for displaying such leniency, but did not countermand my orders. My men took the enemy's best clothes and boots, searched the discarded clothing for coins, then tossed the garments onto the still-burning huts. We piled the captured weapons by the road. Then we marched north, to discover that Arthur had ended his pursuit at the ford, then returned to the village that lay about the substantial Roman building which Arthur reckoned had once been a rest house for travellers going into the northern hills. A crowd of women cowered under guard beside the house, clutching their children and paltry belongings. "Your enemy," I told Arthur, "was Valerin." It took him a few seconds to place the name. Then he smiled. He had removed his helmet and dismounted to greet us.
"Poor Valerin," he said. "Twice a loser."
Then he embraced me and thanked my men.
"The night was so dark," he said. "I doubted you would find the Vale."
"I didn't. Nimue did."
"Then I owe you thanks," he said to Nimue.
"Thank me," she said, "by bringing victory this day."
"With the gods' help I shall."
He turned and looked at Galahad, who had ridden in the charge.
Go south, Lord Prince, and give Tudric my greetings, and beg his men's spears to our side. May God give your tongue eloquence."
Galahad kicked his horse and rode back through the blood-stinking vale. Arthur turned and stared at a hilltop a mile north of the ford. There was an old earth fort there, a legacy of the old people, but it seemed to be deserted.
"It would go ill with us," he said with a smile, "if anyone was to see where we hide."
He wanted to find his hiding place and leave the heavy horse armour there before he rode north to roust Gorfethid's men out of their camps at Branogenium. "Nimue will work you a spell of concealment," I said.
"Will you, lady?"
he asked earnestly. She went to find a skull. Arthur clasped me again, then called for his servant, Higwyth, to help him tug off the suit of heavy scale armour. It came off over his head, leaving his short-cut hair tousled.
"Would you wear it?" he asked me.
"Me?"
I was astonished. "When the enemy attack," he said, "they'll expect to find me here. And if I'm not here, they'll suspect a trap." He smiled. "I'd ask Sagramore, but his face is somewhat more distinctive than yours, Lord Derfel. You'll have to cut off some of that long hair, though."
My fair hair showing beneath the helmet's rim would be a sure sign I was not Arthur.
"And maybe trim the beard a little," he added.
I took the armour from Higwyth and was shocked by its weight.
"I should be honoured," I said. "It is heavy," he warned me. "You'll get hot, and you can't see to your sides when you're wearing the helmet, so you'll need 2 good men to flank you."
He sensed my hesitation.
"Should I ask someone else to wear it?"
No, Lord," I said. "I'll wear it."
"It'll mean danger,"
he warned me. "I wasn't expecting a safe day, Lord," I answered.
"I shall leave you the banners," he said. "When Gorfethid comes, he must be convinced that all his enemies are in one place. It will be a hard fight, Derfel."
"Galahad will bring help," I assured him. He took my breastplate and shield, gave me his own brighter shield and white cloak, then turned and grasped Clamray's bridle.
"That," he told me once he had been helped into the saddle, "was the easy part of the day."
He beckoned to Sagramore, then spoke to both of us.
"The enemy will be here by noon. Do what you can to make ready. Then fight as you have never fought before. If I see you again, then we shall be victorious. If not, then I thank you, salute you, and will wait to feast with you in the other world."
He shouted for his men to mount up, then rode north, and we waited for the real battle to begin.
The scale armour was appallingly heavy, bearing down on my shoulders like the water yokes women carry to their houses each morning. Even lifting my sword arm was hard, though it became easier when I cinched my sword belt tight around the iron scales, and so took the suit's lower weight away from my shoulders. Nimue, her spell of concealment finished, cut my hair with a knife. She burned all the loose hair lest an enemy should find the scraps and work an enchantment, and then I used Arthur's shield as a mirror to hack my long beard short enough so that it would be concealed behind the helmet's deep cheek pieces. Then I pulled the helmet on, forcing its leather padding over my skull and tugging it down until it enclosed my head like a shell. My voice seemed muffled, despite the perforations over the ears in the shining metal. I hefted the heavy shield, let Nimue fasten the mud-spattered white cloak around my shoulders. Then I tried to get used to the armour's awkward weight. I made Issa fight me with a spear shaft as a single stick, and found myself much slower than usual.
"Fear will quicken you, Lord,"
Issa said, when he had rounded my guard for the 10th time and whacked me an echoing blow on the head.
"Don't knock the plume off,"
I said. Secretly, I was wishing I had never accepted the heavy armour. It was horseman's gear, designed to add weight and awe to a mounted man who had to batter his way through the enemy's ranks. But we spearmen depended on agility and quickness when we were not locked shoulder to shoulder in the shield wall.
"But you look wonderful, Lord,"
Issa told me admiringly. I'll be a wonderful-looking corpse if you don't guard my flank, I told him. It's like fighting inside a bucket. I tugged the helmet off, relieved when its constricting pressure was gone from my skull. When I first saw this armor, I told Issa, I wanted it more than anything in the world. Now I'd give it away for a decent leather breastplate. You'll be all right, Lord, he told me with a grin. We had work to do. The women and children abandoned by Valerian's defeated men had to be driven south, away from the Vale. Then we prepared defences close to the remnants of the tree fence. Sagramore feared that the overwhelming weight of the enemy could drive us clear out of the Vale before Arthur's horsemen arrived to our rescue, and so he prepared the ground as best he could. My men wanted to sleep, but instead we dug a shallow ditch across the Vale. The ditch was nowhere near deep enough to stop a man, but it would force the attacking spearmen to break step and maybe stumble as they closed on our spear line. The tree barricade lay just behind the ditch and marked the southern limit to which we could retreat, and the place we must defend to the death. Sagramore anchored the felled trees with some of Valerian's abandoned spears that he ordered driven deep into the earth to make a hedge of angled spear points inside the pine branches. We left the gap where the road ran through the centre of the fence so we could retreat behind the fragile barrier before we defended it. My worry was the steep and open hillside, down which my men had attacked in the dawn. Gorfethid's warriors would doubtless attack straight up the Vale, but his levies would probably be sent to the high ground to threaten our left flank, and Sagramore could spare no more men to hold that high ground. But Nimue insisted there was no need. She took 10 of the captured spears, and then, with the help of a half-dozen of my men, she cut the heads from 10 of Valerian's dead spearmen, and carried the spears and bloody heads up the hill, where she had the spear shafts driven butt first into the ground. Then she rammed the bloody heads onto the spear's iron points, and draped the dead heads with ghastly wigs of knotted grass, each knot an enchantment, before scattering branches of yew between the widely spaced posts. She had made a ghost fence, a line of human scarecrows imbued with charms and spells that no man would dare pass without a druid's help. Sagramore wanted her to make another such fence on the ground north of the ford, but Nimue refused.
"Their warriors will come with druids," she explained, "and a ghost fence is laughable to a druid, but the levy won't have a druid."
She had fetched an armful of vervain down from the hill, and now she distributed its small purple flowers among the spearmen, who all knew that vervain gave protection in battle. She pushed a whole sprig inside my armour. The Christians gathered to say their prayers, while we pagans sought the gods' help. Men tossed coins into the river, then brought out their talismans for Nimue to touch. Most carried a hare's foot, but some brought her elf bolts or snake stones. Elf bolts were tiny flint arrowheads shot by the spirits and much prized by soldiers, while snake stones had bright colours that Nimue enriched by dipping the stones in the river before touching them to her good eye. I pressed the scale armour until I could feel Kynwyn's brooch pricking against my chest. Then I knelt and kissed the earth. I kept my forehead on the damp ground as I beseeched Mithras to give me strength, courage, and, if it was his will, a good death. Some of our men were drinking the mead we had discovered in the village, but I drank nothing but water. We ate the food Valerian's men had thought would be their breakfast, and afterwards a group of spearmen helped Nimue catch toads and shrews that she killed and placed on the road beyond the ford to give the approaching enemy ill omens. Then we sharpened our weapons again, and waited. Sagramore had found a man hiding in the woods behind the village. The man was a shepherd, and Sagramore questioned him about the local countryside, and learned there was a second ford upstream, where the enemy could outflank us if we tried to defend the riverbank at the Vale's northern end. The second ford's existence did not trouble us now, but we needed to remember that it existed, for it gave the enemy a way of outflanking our northernmost defence line. I was nervous of the coming fight, but Nimue seemed unafraid.
"I have nothing to fear," she told me. "I've taken the 3 wounds, so what can hurt me?"
She was sitting beside me, close to the ford at the Vale's northern end. This would be our first defence line, the place where we would begin the slow retreat that would suck the enemy into the Vale and Arthur's trap.
"Besides," she added, "I'm under Merlin's protection."
"Does he know we're here?" I asked her. She paused, then nodded.
"He knows."
"Will he come?" She frowned as though my question was crass.
"He will do," she said slowly, "whatever he needs to do."
"Then he will come," I said in fervent hope. Nimue shook her head impatiently.
"Merlin cares only for Britain. He believes Arthur could help restore the knowledge of Britain. But if he decides that Gofethid would do it better, then believe me, Derfel, Merlin will side with Gofethid."
Merlin had hinted as much to me at Caersus, but I still found it hard to believe that his ambitions were so far from my own allegiances and hopes. "What about you?" I asked Nimue.
"I have one burden that ties me to this army," she said, "and after that I shall be free to help Merlin."
"Gunlius," I said. She nodded.
"Give me Gunlius alive, Derfel," she said, looking into my eyes. "Give him to me alive. I beg you."
She touched the leather eye patch and went silent as she summoned her energy for the revenge she craved. Her face was still bone-pale, and her black hair hung lank against her cheeks. The softness she had revealed at Lunacer had been replaced by a chill bleakness that made me think I would never understand her. I loved her, not as I believed I loved Kynwyn, but as a man can love a fine wild creature, an eagle or a wildcat, for I knew I would never comprehend her life or dreams. She grimaced suddenly.
"I shall make Gunlius's soul scream through the rest of time," she said softly. "I shall send it through the abyss into nothingness. But he will never reach nothingness, Derfel. He will always suffer on its edge, screaming."
I shuddered for Gunlius. A shout made me look across the river. 6 horsemen were galloping towards us. Our shield walls stood and thrust their arms into their shield loops. But then I saw the leading man was Morfan's. He rode desperately, kicking at his tired, sweat-whitened horse, and I feared those 6 men were all that remained of Arthur's troop. The horses splashed through the ford as Sagramor and I went forward. Morfan's reined in on the riverbank.
2 miles away, he panted. "Arthur sent us to help you. Gods, there are hundreds of the bastards."
He wiped sweat off his forehead, then grinned.
"There's plunder enough for 1,000 of us."
He slid heavily from his horse, and I saw he was carrying the silver horn, and guessed he would use it to summon Arthur when the moment was right. "Where is Arthur?" Sagramor asked.
"Safely hid,"
Morfans assured us. Then looked at my armour, and his ugly face split into a lopsided grin.
"Weighs you down, that armour, doesn't it?"
"How does he ever fight in it?" I asked.
"Very well, Derfel, very well. And so will you."
He clapped my shoulder.
"Any news from Galahad?"
"None."
"Agricola won't let us fight alone. Whatever that Christian king and his gutless son might want,"
Morfans said. Then he led his 5 horsemen back through the shield wall.
"Give us a few minutes to rest the horses,"
he called. Sagramor pulled his helmet over his head. The Numidian wore a coat of mail, a black cloak and tall boots. His iron helmet was painted black with pitch and rose to a sharp point that gave it an exotic appearance. Usually he fought on horseback, but he showed no regret at being an infantryman this day. Nor did he display any nervousness as he prowled, long-legged, up and down our shield wall and growled encouragement to his men. I pulled Arthur's stifling helmet over my head and buckled its strap under my chin. Then, arrayed as my lord, I also walked along the line of spears and warned my men that the fight would be hard, but victory certain, so long as our shield wall held. It was a perilously thin wall, in some places just 3 men deep, but those in the wall were all good men. One of them stepped out of the line as I approached the place where Sagramor's spearmen bordered mine. "Remember me, Lord?" he called. I thought for a moment he had mistaken me for Arthur, and I pulled the hinged cheek-pieces aside so he could see my face. Then at last I recognized him. It was Griffith, Owain's captain, and the man who had tried to kill me at Lindinnis before Nimue intervened to save my life. "Griffith ap Annan," I greeted him. "There's bad blood between us, Lord," he said, and fell to his knees. "Forgive me." I pulled him to his feet and embraced him. His beard had gone grey, but he was still the same long-boned, sad-faced man I remembered. "My soul is in your keeping," I told him, "and I am glad to put it there." "And mine yours, Lord," he said. "Minak!" I recognized another of my old comrades. "Am I forgiven?" "Was there anything to forgive, Lord?" he asked, embarrassed at the question. "There was nothing to forgive," I promised him. "No oath was broken. I swear it." Minak stepped forward and embraced me. All along the shield wall other such quarrels were being resolved. "How have you been?" I asked Griffith. "Fighting hard, Lord, mostly against Cerdic Saxons. Today will be easy compared with those bastards. Except for one thing." He hesitated. "Well?" I prompted him. "Will she give us back our souls, Lord?" Griffith asked, glancing at Nimue. He was remembering the awful curse she had laid on him and his men. "Of course she will," I said, and summoned Nimue, who touched Griffith's forehead, and the foreheads of all the other surviving men who had threatened my life on that distant day in Lindinnis. Thus was her curse lifted, and they thanked her by kissing her hand. I embraced Griffith again, then raised my voice so that all my men could hear me. "Today," I said, "we shall give the bards enough songs to sing for 1,000 years. And today we become rich men again." They cheered. The emotion in that shield line was so rich that some men wept for happiness. I know now that there is no joy like the joy of serving Christ Jesus. But how I do miss the company of warriors. There were no barriers between us that morning. Nothing but a great swelling love for each other as we waited for the enemy. We were brothers. We were invincible. And even the laconic Sagramor had tears in his eyes. A spearman began singing the war song of Beli Mar, Britain's great battle song, and the strong male voices swelled in instinctive harmony all along the line. Other men danced across their swords, capering awkwardly in their leather armour as they made the intricate steps either side of the blade. Our Christians had their arms spread wide as they sang, almost as though the song was a pagan prayer to their own god, while other men clashed their spears against their shields in time to the music. We were still singing of pouring our enemy's blood onto our land when that enemy appeared. We sang defiantly on. A spearband after spearband came into view and spread across the far fields beneath kingly banners that showed bright in the day's cloudy gloom. And on we sang, a great torrent of song to defy the army of Gorfithid, the army of the father of the woman I was convinced I loved. That was why I was fighting. Not just for Arthur, but because only by victory could I make my way back to Caer Sws, and thus see Cynwyn again. I had no claim on her, and no hopes either, for I was slave-born and she a princess. Yet somehow I felt that day as though I had more to lose than I had ever possessed in all my life. It took over an hour for that cumbersome horde to make a battle line on the river's far bank. The river could only be crossed at the ford, which meant we would be given time to retreat when the moment came. But for now the enemy must have assumed that we planned to defend the ford all day, for they massed their best men in the centre of the line. Gorfithid himself was there, his eagle banner stained by its dye that had run in the rain, so that the flag looked as though it had already been dipped in our blood. Arthur's banners, the Black Bear and the Red Dragon, flew at our line's centre, where I stood facing the ford. Sagramor stood beside me, counting the enemy banners. Gundlius's fox was there, and the red horse of Elmet, and several others we did not recognize.
600 men, Sagramor guessed.
And more still coming, I added.
Like us not.
He spat towards the ford.
And they'll have seen that Tudric's bull is missing.
He gave one of his rare smiles.
It'll be a fight worth remembering, Lord Derfel.
I'm glad to share it with you, Lord, I said fervently. And so I was. There was no warrior greater than Sagramor, no man more feared by his enemies. Even Arthur's presence did not raise the same dread as the Numidian's impassive face and ghastly sword. It was a curved sword, of strange foreign make, and Sagramor wielded it with a terrible quickness. I once asked Sagramor why he had first sworn loyalty to Arthur.
Because when I had nothing, he explained curtly, Arthur gave me everything.
Our spearmen at last stopped singing, as 2 druids advanced from Gorfithid's army. We only had Nimue to counter their enchantments, and she now waded through the ford to meet the advancing men who were both hopping down the road with one arm raised and one eye closed. The druids were Eorth, Gorfithid's wizard, and Tanabers in his long robe embroidered with moons and hares. The 2 men exchanged kisses with Nimue, talked with her for a short while, and then she returned to our side of the ford.
They wanted us to surrender, she said scornfully, and I invited them to do the same.
Good, Sagramor growled.
Eorwith hopped awkwardly to the ford's farther side.
"The gods bring you greeting,"
he shouted at us, though none of us answered. I had closed my cheek-pieces so that I could not be recognized. Tanabers was hopping up the river, using his staff to keep his balance. Eorwith raised his own staff level above his head to show that he wished to speak further.
"My king, the King of Powys and High King of Britain, King Gorfithid ap Cadel, ap Brichan, ap Laganis, ap Cole, ap Belimar, will spare your bold souls a journey to the other world. All you need do, brave warriors, is give us Arthur."
He levelled the staff at me, and Nimue immediately hissed a protective prayer and tossed 2 handfuls of soil into the air. I said nothing, and silence was my refusal. Eorwith whirled the staff and spat 3 times towards us. Then he began hopping down the river's bank to add his curses to Tanaber's spells. King Gorfithid, accompanied by his son Kinoglas and his ally Gundlius, had ridden halfway to the river to watch their druids working. And work they did. They cursed our lives by the day and our souls by night. They gave our blood to the worms, our flesh to the beasts, and our bones to agony. They cursed our women, our children, our fields, and our livestock. Nimue countered the charms, but still our men shivered. The Christians called out that there was nothing to fear, but even they were making the sign of the cross as the curses flew across the river on wings of darkness. The druids cursed for a whole hour, and left us shaking. Nimue walked the shield line, touching spearheads and assuring men that the curses had not worked. But our men were nervous of the gods' anger as the enemy spear line at last advanced.
"Shields up!"
Sagramor shouted harshly.
"Spears up!"
The enemy halted 50 paces from the river, while 1 man alone advanced on foot. It was Valerian, the chief whom we had driven from the vale in the dawn, and who now advanced to the ford's northern edge with shield and spear. He had suffered defeat in the dawn, and his pride had forced him to this moment when he could retrieve his reputation.
"Arthur!"
he shouted at me.
"You married a whore!"
"Keep silent, Derfel," Sagramor warned me.
"A whore!" Valerian shouted. "She was used when she came to me. You want the list of her lovers? An hour, Arthur, would not be time enough to give that list. And who's she whoring with now, while you're waiting to die? You think she's waiting for you? I know that whore. She's tangling her legs with a man or two." He spread his arms and jerked his hips obscenely, and my spearmen jeered back. But Valerian ignored their shouted insults. "A whore!" he called. "A rancid, used-up whore! You'd fight for your whore, Arthur? Or have you lost your belly for fighting? Defend your whore, you worm!" He walked through the ford that came up to his thighs and stopped on our bank, his cloak dripping, just a dozen paces away from me. He stared into the dark shadow of my helmet's eye-hole. "A whore, Arthur," he repeated. "Your wife is a whore." He spat. He was bareheaded and had woven sprigs of protective mistletoe into his long black hair. He had a breastplate, but no other body armour, while his shield was painted with Gorfithid's spread-winged eagle. He laughed at me, then raised his voice to call to all our men. "Your leader won't fight for his whore, so why should you fight for him?" Sagramor growled at me to ignore the taunts, but Valerian's defiance was unsettling our men, whose souls were already chilled by the druid's curses. I waited for Valerian to call Guinevere a whore one more time, and when he did, I hurled my spear at him. It was a clumsy throw, made awkward by the scale armour's constriction, and the spear tumbled past him to splash into the river. "A whore!" he shouted, and ran at me with his war spear levelled as I scraped Halbane out of her scabbard. I stepped towards him, and had time to take just 2 paces before he thrust the spear at me with a great shout of rage. I dropped to one knee, and raised the polished shield at an angle so that the spear point was deflected over my head. I could see Valerian's feet, and hear his roar of rage as I stabbed Halbane under my shield's edge. I lunged upwards with the blade, feeling it strike just before his charging body struck my shield and drove me down to the ground. He was screaming instead of roaring now, for that sword thrust beneath the shield was a wicked cut that came up from the ground to pierce a man's bowels, and I knew Halbane had plunged deep into Valerian, for I could feel his body's weight pulling the sword blade down as he collapsed onto the shield. I heaved up with all my strength to throw him off the shield, and gave a grunt as I jerked the sword back from his flesh's grip. Blood spilt foul beside his spear that had fallen to the ground, where he now lay bleeding and twitching in awful pain. Even so, he tried to draw his sword as I clambered to my feet and put my boot onto his chest. His face was going yellow. He shuddered, and his eyes were already clouding in death. "Guinevere is a lady," I told him, "and your soul is mine if you deny it." "She's a whore," he somehow managed to say between clenched teeth. Then he choked and shook his head feebly. "The bull guards me," he managed to add, and I knew he was of Mithras, and so I thrust Halbane hard down. The blade met the resistance of his throat, then swiftly cut to end his life. Blood fountained up the blade, and I do not think Valerian ever knew it was not Arthur who sent his soul to the Bridge of Swords in Cruachan's cave. Our men cheered. Their spirits, so abraded by the druids and chilled by Valerian's foul insults, were instantly restored, for we had drawn the first blood. I walked to the river's edge, where I danced a victor's steps as I showed the dispirited enemy Halbane's blood-stained blade. Gorfithid, Keenaglas and Gundlius, their champion defeated, turned their horses away, and my men taunted them as cowards and weaklings. Sagramor nodded as I returned to the shield wall. The nod was evidently his way of offering praise for a well-fought fight. "What do you want done with him?" He gestured to Valerian's fallen body. I had Issa strip the corpse of its jewellery. Then 2 other men heaved it into the river, and I prayed that the spirits of the water would carry my brother of Mithras to his reward. Issa brought me Valerian's weapons, his golden torque, 2 brooches and a ring. "Yours, lord," he said, offering me the plunder. He had also retrieved my spear from the river. I took the spear and Valerian's weapons, but nothing else. "The gold is yours, Issa," I said, remembering how he had tried to give me his own talk when we had returned from Innistribes. "Not this, Lord," he said, and he showed me Valerian's ring. It was a piece of heavy gold, beautifully made and embossed with the figure of a stag running beneath a crescent moon. It was Guinevere's badge, and at the back of the ring, crudely but deeply cut into the thick gold, was a cross. It was a lover's ring, and Issa, I thought, had been clever to spot it. I took the ring and thought of Valerian wearing it through all the hurt years. Or maybe, I dared to hope, he had tried to revenge his pain on her reputation by cutting a false cross into the ring, so that men would think he had been her lover. "Arthur must never know," I warned Issa. And then I hurled the heavy ring into the river. "What was that?" Sagramore asked as I rejoined him. "Nothing," I said. "Nothing. Just a charm that might have brought us ill luck." Then a ram's horn sounded across the river, and I was spared the need to think about the ring's message. The enemy was coming. The bards still sing of that battle, though the gods only know how they invent the details they embroider into the